go and do the walk during the lunch break, and you can go around Little Drive the best. Yeah?
But it's yourself, what's the... Is that your...
BMW. They were here a couple of weeks, no, we were here for that a couple of weeks ago. It was Mini Challenge and Brick Car Endurance. And then we've got that and Mini Challenge and BMW Car Club and 7 people Formula.
Let the blanket roll.
Yes, everybody, it's day 2 here at Thruxton for the British Truck Racing Championship. So much wall-to-wall action coming up for you today. Delighted to say that BMW Car Club are with us today, and the Monopostos you're going to see on track 2. Plenty coming up, but Pointy, I'm a little bit terrified right now.
Absolutely, we're in the back of a monster truck. If you're here today, make sure you have a go on it because it's absolutely terrifying.
It's 8 tons of power here, 4.5 grand a tyre. I'll tell you what, let's take it away. Let's go. Go, go, go. Ah!
Oh my God, why is he putting his seatbelt on? This is a lot more wobbly than it looks when you're watching it.
I'm glad I got my seatbelt on.
He's still going. 5 out of 5 stars would recommend.
It's worth having a go. It's worth having a go.
It's worth having a go. Same as many things in life, really.
Actually, I was a bit worried about John there. By himself out of the field.
There's no tyre marks on him, he's okay.
No, he's all right. He's still there. He's still holding the camera. Right, let's get back to the racing action.
Yeah, let's go. Come on. Racing!
Now. Here we go.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, my stomach is still swirling from that monster truck ride, Pointy. It was good.
The powers of TV magic. Here we are on the grid walk at Thruxton. I'll have breakfast shortly.
I've had mine. Seen it again. But this is your favourite bit of the weekend, isn't it?
It is my favourite bit of the weekend, although the drizzle is starting to fall, and I'm sure a lot of these drivers are going to regret not doing a wet setup, which was bone dry just 5 minutes ago.
It's very faint, though. I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact, but we are still about, half an hour or so away from the race.
Peter Kay's dinner lady would have everybody inside by now.
Yeah,
it's spitting! It's spitting! Everybody in!
Right, Pointy, go have a great time on your grid walk.
Okay.
You enjoy it, and I will see you in a bit.
I will. Let's do it. So here we are, Thruxton, the grid, yes. Still people washing in from the surrounding paddock areas. Spectators, morning, good morning, how are we doing? You all right? Fantastic. Who wants to be on? Come hither. We've got Phil, is it? Phil and Tom. Phil and Tom from Thruxton.
Yeah.
Grid walk, not something we see here very often with the trucks. Thoughts?
No, well, we started, I think we did it first time last year, and the public like to see them, they like to get up close. The drivers are all very friendly most of the time.
Most of the time. Depends what their Saturday was like, I suppose.
Absolutely, yes. So, it's nice to see the public enjoying it anyway.
And what about you?
Yeah, very enjoyable. Yeah, the trucks are getting quite busy now, aren't they?
They certainly are, yeah. We've seen some massive growth in the last few years, haven't we?
Yeah, very enjoyable meeting, yes.
Excellent, right. I think I've punished them enough. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Crack on. Let's go and find some punters, shall we? Hello, what's your name?
Sienna.
Hello, Sienna. That's a nice name. Which truck's your favourite? Just tell me the colour you like.
The pink one.
The pink one. Oh, wow, there we go. Archie and Simon Cole, possibly. Who knows? It could be the 40 or the 41. Do you know which number it is? No, there we go. See, that's why I didn't ask. I should have just gone with it. It doesn't matter. Good morning, my darling.
Hello.
How are you here working this weekend?
We're not, no.
Wonderful. So you're just enjoying
We're
being
enjoying
here?
it, yeah. The girls wanted to come, so.
Obviously.
Yep.
Obviously, and here comes one of them now. Hello.
Hello.
Are you enjoying your weekend so far?
Yeah.
Is it more interesting not having to like work and recover trucks and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Right, I'll let you go. Oh, look, to have selfie.
And there's Richard as well.
And there's Richard as well. Hello, Richard as well. How are we? It's. Oh, this is miserable, isn't it?
It's horrible.
It's a good job I got a spare T-shirt. I've got a horrible feeling this will be see-through soon. This is meant to be a sunny day today. So yeah, let's not pan too much. Let's just because otherwise, if we go this way, we won't get rain on the lens either. You see, let's do that. How's everybody at home this morning? Right, here we go. Hands up if anybody knows the shape. Don't all run away. Don't all run away. Come hither. Here we go. Yeah, hands up if you know what the shape of Thruxton Circuit looks like. If you look at the map from above, do you know what it looks like?
No.
No. Put his hand up and then said no. Do you not think it looks like a chicken nugget? It's a chicken nugget, bear with me, with a chicane, so it's actually a chicane nugget.
Oh my God.
No, she can see it. She can see it. She's now on the the chicane nugget. Oops. But brolly, have you got a brolly?
I don't need a brolly.
Unbelievable. So as you can see, loads of spectators here for us on the Sunday. Morning, Dave. Morning. Dave Jenkins hiding in his truck, doesn't want to get his race suit wet, which is understandable. We've got the fan favourite Ryan Smith, of course, reigning champion there. Still having a fantastic weekend yesterday as well. 9-time British champion. That's not something to be sniffed at. We've got Stuart Oliver over to the left there. It really is a fantastic opportunity for fans to get to meet the drivers, and of course, as much as they won't admit it, drivers to get to meet the fans, because they do quite enjoy the publicity, the FaceTime with the fans, as don't we all, you know, don't we all? Right, hello, what's your name?
Mick.
Hello, Mick, what's your name?
Caden.
Keithy.
Summer.
Hello, right, are we all having a good day today?
We're having a great day.
Is it your first day here or were you here yesterday?
No, first day here today.
So have you been trucks before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brands.
Which brands earlier on this year? Which is your favourite truck? What colour is it?
Blue.
Blue. And what's your favourite truck?
Pink.
Ah, your pink one's in Division 2, isn't it? It is, yeah. Well, I think we've got some firm favourites there in Division 2 with Simon Cole, Archie Handy, number 40 and number 41. Blue ones, however, can you see it here? Which? Oh, that Ryan Smith. Well, if you go over there now, you can get yourself a selfie. Come on, come on. Come with me. Come on.
Are you following me?
Clear the way, please. Clear the way. Very important person coming through. Here you go. Here you go. No, Mick, Dad, please they wanted to meet the reigning champ. Favourite truck here as well. So there we go. So I've just got to go on, stand next to him, get a selfie. That's it. Don't forget to look at Dad's camera as well. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. There we go. Lovely. So you just got to know the right people. Get you to the front of the queue. You're very welcome. Just doing my bit for the community. So we've got Ricky Collett here. Not seen him much this year. Let's see if we can have a quick chat. Hi everyone. Hi. Oh, there's a shot. How are we, Ricky? There we go.
Okay, yeah.
You're okay. I'll tell you. Well, so we've not really had much chance to speak to you this weekend. So how are things shaping up for you?
Okay, we've got a bit of a technical problem still with truck, but we're working around it, see if we can get there. Hoping for a better result this race.
Fingers crossed, yeah. So I take it we're parked up in grid order at the moment.
I believe so, yeah.
We hope so. Until the marshals all swarm and go, no, actually we changed our mind.
We had it upside down.
You'd be surprised. That's happened a lot.
We've got a little bit of drizzle coming in, but we were hoping for a lot of heavy rain, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on wet racing?
I like it.
Yeah.
It slows them all down. I can keep up then.
Right, I see. Very nice. This is it. Well, I mean, yeah. What kind of things do you think about when you've got this kind of situation where it's not really wet, it's not really dry? Do you make many changes? Is there anything you can change?
Well, no, we can't do a lot of changing, but you've just got to be careful because one time round it'll be slippery, and the next time round it's dry. It's just getting it right.
So with this amount of rain, and it is literally, it's not really slippy, it's just a bit damp. I think this will dry off after a couple of laps anyway, won't it?
Yeah. Well, probably, yeah.
Hopefully so. Just don't find the wet bits.
No,
Looking for the wet bits. He likes it in the rain. Right, Ricky, thank you very much. We'll let you get strapped in. Hello, hi. This is fantastic. Always love to see this amount of people landing down. Kiwi, hi. Where is he? Number one fan, Noah. How are we doing, buddy? Report on the grid walk for me. I don't know. Okay, let me ask you some better questions. Are you having fun, yes or no?
Yes.
Is it great to be here this weekend, yes or no?
Yes.
Are you happy to see Pointy, yes or no?
Yes.
There we go, it's 3 yeses going through on the X Factor. I'll take that as a win. I'm the X Factor. Right. Late night. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name? Where'd you come from?
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Oh, we're not.
How are you?
Very good. Brick car yesterday. Obviously, this is a truck stream, but let's ask how you got on.
Yeah, did all right. I mean, the McLaren had a couple of issues. Unfortunately, didn't finish second race. BM got P1 in class, so really happy on Team Brit side. I feel a bit weird not having a microphone, which
it's strange, isn't it? He does my job with the brick cars, which is weird.
No, with the fun car.
No, oh yeah, no one asked for his autograph though. Is what I'm saying.
No, I'm not as famous as you. But no, I'll be back on it next week at Croft. Great, but this weather's throwing a bit of a spanner in the works, isn't it?
Well, it might do for the cars. When you got like 5 ton on your back axle, you'll be okay most of the time. I was just speaking to Ricky Collett. He says, nah.
Yeah, I mean, but the great thing is that the GT tyre is fantastic around here.
It is very good.
It doesn't matter if it's a truck or a car. Yes, this place is really abrasive, but it's a great circuit for truck racing. Great to see so many people, and great to see you doing a mega job. I'm going to have to up my game now.
Here's a question before we lose you.
Go on.
If you look at the shape of Thruxton Circuit from above, would you say it's kind of reminiscent of a chicken nugget?
Oh.
Maybe.
It's the only circuit.
But then it's got a chicane at the top of it, hasn't it? So I would say then it's a chicane nugget.
It's awful.
It's great.
Awful.
It's great.
It's the only.
It's brilliant.
It's the only circuit that hasn't been changed since it opened in the 60s.
Because it looks like a chicane nugget.
I think you should speak to Chris, one of our wonderful marshals.
Yeah, Chris. Chris was getting involved in the background.
Because without them, we can't do this.
That's a very good point.
So
we've not spoken to a marshal yet.
So I'll leave you.
Okay,
have
thank
fun.
you. Yeah, go and hide your tab so we don't get you confused. Yeah, thank you. So, Chris, it is. Here we are. Yes. Just to make people, as you can see, run away. So don't you go running away until you finish. Make sure you get whole sentences. Okay?
Go on.
Right then. So, how long have you been a marshal for?
3 years.
3 years. Okay, so you're still quite fresh to it then, in reality.
Yeah. Just,
and what got you into marshalling?
Watching this, basically. Started off as a spectator, watching this, and then asked her to do it, and off we went from there.
And so, how many events would you say you get through a year?
I do every weekend from March to November.
Wow, okay,
so
lots of them.
I'm in Plymouth, so this is my closest circuit, which is 2.5 hours away.
So are you here every weekend then, pretty much?
Pretty much, yeah. Here, Brands Hatch, Donington, Castlecombe.
Out of all the different series that you've raced, what would you say is your favourite? You don't have to say trucks if you don't want to.
No, it's probably
you can say trucks if you want.
Cars. Trucks and touring cars. Is
trucks and touring cars. Yeah. I told you we were up there. Told you we were up there with the touring cars. I mean, they're like little versions of us, but they just crash into each other more often.
Yeah.
Problem is they don't go off as easy as these for some reason. There's not as much momentum. Inertia.
Exactly.
Inertia.
Exactly.
Yeah, inertia. I mean, they do have lots of issues, but obviously just they don't make them look as obvious.
No, these are more fun.
They are more fun. They are more fun. Right, thank you very much. Chris, thank you to all the marshals. Of course, if you want to get involved with being a marshal, then head over to the BARC website. Hi, mate. What's that?
I a honk sign.
It's a honk sign. And what are you showing? Are you showing that to the trucks to take it? You
Yeah.
want them to? Have you had many honks so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. And which is your favourite truck?
Number 40 and number 41.
I tell you what, I think it's a clean sweep so far. What's this? Come in front. Show the banner to the camera. I need to sign it as well. Okay. Pull it tight. You put that hand down a bit. Put that hand down to lift it up like that. There we go. Excellent. Oh, so where am I going to do it? I'm going to do it right here. There we go. Look at that. I did it sideways because I'm so cool. What's this? So, Thruxton 2025 honk. Brilliant. Now, you guys were at the end of the paddock earlier on yesterday, weren't you, with this? You did get quite a few honks, didn't you?
Yeah.
What made you do this?
Memories.
Memories. I like that. Is that what it's about for you, memories from the weekend?
Yeah.
Did you get many honks?
Yeah.
Is this your first time at truck racing, or have you done it before a few times?
Loads of.
Loads. So when did you get hooked into it?
I mean, I've been coming since I was really little because Simon calls my uncle.
And Archie's our cousin.
Oh, relatives. Cheating. Unbelievable. Take your pen back. I'm not being part of this anymore. Unbelievable. Wow, we just had a flyby from a drone. That's going to be, I can't wait to see that footage. Fingers crossed we own that and we can get it out to you later on, or they share. Mr. Harvey. How are we? Very good. The bottom?
We're hiding out the rain.
It's not that rainy. It's more sweaty now than anything. You know, it's like moist.
Moist, the greasy track.
The greasy track. Well, it is a greasy track. It's just come out the fryer, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know? How many connections I can make to the Chicane Nugget in one live stream? How was last night for you?
Good. No, we had a good time. Obviously, first place of the season. So yeah, we were on quite a high last night.
Very, very good. Great. I mean, it's rewarding when you put all that effort in, especially for all the team as well, to come out, put a show on and go home with that trophy as well. On to the more of the convoy event side of things last night. Do you know where the rest of your team were after bed last night?
I think the team were partying until 11:30 before the disco closed down.
I was not there. You can't prove it. There's no evidence, and if there is, I want to see it before it goes on air.
Yeah, I think everybody had a late one. They're not too hungover this morning, though. They are all on form. So.
It was more dancing than drinking, to be honest. I lost half of a can of Pepsi Max just dancing around with your dad, I believe. So it's not, you know, and he's a hell of a dancer.
Oh yeah, no, he's got some stamina. He can keep going for an oldie.
Maniac on the dance floor came to mind, you know. Right, good luck for today. Let's see some more of what we saw yesterday. Bradley Harvey, effectively a rookie in the world of the British Truck Racing Championship, but not with regards to driving prowess. That's certainly one thing to remember. Morning, sir. How are we?
I'm all right.
Mr. Andrew Fulcher, come on in as well.
We was just having a good chat.
Were you? And I've interrupted it, I suppose.
You're all right.
Yeah. How was last night?
Excellent.
Excellent dancing.
Couple of beers, you know, a few hours of dancing.
A few hours
with you.
With me. We're together. It was phenomenal.
It was a teamwork.
Yeah, if you want to see us again, we'll be at the Blackpool Tower Ballroom. Andrew, what were you doing last night? Tucked up in bed?
No, of course not. No, we were celebrating in our own way.
In your own way, right, I see. So by not dancing like an idiot in front of everybody else?
No, just on my own, in private.
So everyone else has gone to bed?
My moves are that good that they have to be kept away from people.
Oh my goodness, right, well, on that, and that is a bold claim, it looks like we are clearing...
Today, I think.
Pardon?
We're after some good racing today.
We've just spoken to Bradley.
Yeah,
it was more of the same. We're going to do it. Callum, fingers crossed on the podium for him. Shame obviously we had to lose Luke Evans yesterday, Jake Evans yesterday.
Today,
you know,
anyway,
massive
racing.
shame really. But you know that is where the engines go. It's a tricky one. So I know they looked at every possible rule and reg to see if they could squeeze in, but sometimes it just doesn't happen, does it?
No, it's just one of them things, and
So
On to
still
the
Div
next.
2 is going to be even more
2.
exciting today then, because as the numbers dwindle, although we have replaced with John Powell now, so that'll be one to watch.
Okay.
Anyway, let's look quick. Thank you, gents. Clear out the way. As we look down the grid now, you can see that we are clearing away, ready for the first race of Sunday. Ian, did you enjoy that?
I love it. Yeah, I just stand in the background watching you.
Take a breath every now and
I
again.
quite often my fingers are crossed. Don't say anything silly.
I know it does. Well, you or me? I say.
I don't know. Any of us.
I've called Thruxton a greasy chicken nugget this morning. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. Anyway, it's time for the first race of the trucks here at Thruxton Circuit this morning. So I'm going to hand the microphone to you, run away and hide for a bit, and we'll see what the rundown for the racing order is this morning at Thruxton.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got so much coming up. Pointy, thank you so much. It's great to see you. As of course, we'll see Pointy a little bit. We'll be able to hear him from the whole circuit anyway. But a lot coming up for you today. Of course, Monoposto's in play. They've got 3 races. We've got a couple of races for MINI CHALLENGE Clubsport as well. BMW Car Club are here, 750 Formula, and of course our British Truck Racing Championship. So much, and the rain has stopped as well. Blue skies. Although, John, if you just put the camera, that's the clouds that we just had over us, and just behind us there are a few more as well. It's going to be a little bit like yesterday, I think. I don't think we're going to have a particularly heavy downpour, but just enough to make the drivers think a little bit about what is coming up and what's set up to go on to for the racing action. As ever as well. I told you we could hear him. He's still... as ever, we are live, of course, on the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel and the British Truck Racing YouTube channel as well. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Live chat is open too, so please do get your comments coming in. I know Dave Goddard, he does monitor it as well, so if you want to shout out, put something in there. If you're celebrating something special today, we would love to hear from you. If it's your birthday, let us know. I'm sure Dave will read it out. I do look at the comments as well, so please do get your comments coming in. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, make sure you don't miss any of the action as it happens here live today at Thruxton. We're going to go get ourselves off the grid, and it is almost time to go racing for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. The racing is about to begin. It's going to be an absolute corker. My favourite circuit, definitely here at Thruxton. Let's go racing, everyone.
Well, thanks very much to Ian and Pointy. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Thruxton Circuit here in Hampshire, the fastest race circuit in the UK, and a very busy programme of racing we have here. No fewer than 11 races here today at Thruxton, or should that be Thruxton, as it is the British Truck Racing weekend. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action across all 11 races here today. We begin our programme shortly with the first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship. They had 2 races yesterday as well. After that, we will have the MINI CHALLENGE Clubsport. They've swapped around with the Monoposto Championship, so the MINI CHALLENGE Clubsport race will be second on the programme, the BMW Mini Coopers. Then the Monoposto Championship, which is a mixture of all sorts of different single-seaters, over 30 of them here this weekend. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, guests this weekend from the 750 Motor Club, BMWs of all shapes and sizes in there. Another truck race after that. Then after the lunch break, we have the 750 Formula, Britain's oldest club racing formula. More on that a little bit later on. And then more through the afternoon, we've got more from the Monopostos, the Mini Challenge, more truck racing, more BMWs. The Monopostos round us off, and then it's a parade of show trucks at the end of the event here at Convoy Thruxton 2025. Wonderful display we have here of show trucks up above Woodham Hill towards the end of the lap here at the Thruxton Circuit. Mixture of sunshine and drizzle here this weekend, typical English summer weekend you might say. We will shortly be underway. The pace truck will lead the field away for the rolling start for the first of our 3 truck races today. We are going to be joined by a new race truck as well, and Pointy found out a little bit more about that a little earlier on today.
So, here by my side at long last we've got John Powell, who's had a very difficult start to the year with mostly bringing his truck to the circuit and getting it across that finish line. John, what an absolute machine we've got behind us. This looks fantastic. Tell us a bit about it and the journey, what's held you back and so on.
Well, it's a year in the making, basically. So we initially had the Packard engine to go in there and was going to put it in the old truck, but it didn't fit. So then we bought this one. But it's 2 chassis rails, so there's just a lot of time and effort gone into getting it right, really.
People look like misunderstand the amount of wires and pipes and fittings and things that are all going to be just right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just me, it's a combination of people that have taken part in it. You know, I get the opportunity to thank all those people, you know, like Neil Butler, he's the fabricator, he's done that. I've got another guy of mine, Alan McIntyre, he's done a load of fabrication. Stuart's done all the electrics, emotion wraps, greenhouse as well, they supplied all the parts for it. DAF UK as well, so with some help with the cab. You know, the list goes on and on and on. I could be here for an hour, I suppose.
Yeah, well, but that's great. Obviously, some very important sponsors, and like I say, without those partnerships,
actually, most of all, RSM driver training. The guys stood behind me for the last 4 or 5 years.
I was going to say they've been with you quite some time.
They've been a long time. Nick's the top man, mate. The company's brilliant. He supplies his staff. He supplies the trucks. You know, it's just it's a package that comes together. And without them, you just couldn't do it, you know. And they're still working on it 15 minutes to go.
Yeah.
You know, so
ready for your first parade walk.
Ready for the first parade.
You talk about a baptism of fire, right?
Yeah. Hey, Nick, come here, mate. So.
Yeah, come on, Nick.
So, Nick, you're on camera. So
yeah, don't
just
swear.
To say thank you, RSM driver training. He's the top man, and he's invested a lot of time, money, and effort in it. So,
thank you, John. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, John.
What do you see in John that's kept you hooked for so many years?
He's just a little star. He put so much into it, and I'm with him all the way.
That's great to hear. Because without guys like you, of course, you know, the sport really wouldn't exist, because it's so important to have the partnerships, the collaborations that make these things come to fruition, isn't it?
Oh yeah, we can shout at each other 1 minute and we love each other the next. You know, it's.
And we've done a bit of that in the last couple
of
weeks.
Yeah. I bet the air's changed colour a few times in the production of this truck.
Yeah, the toolbox has been around the workshop a few times, but yeah, I mean, there's never a right time to do one, and probably this year will be good for us because we use the rest of the year's test and development. It's a total non-entity. It's the only one in the world.
Yeah, so tell us a bit more about it. Nick, we'll let you finish getting ready. Thank you. So tell us a bit more about it. Obviously, it's a DAF. What particular model cab would we be looking at here? Oh, I got you now. It starts with an X. It starts with an X.
It's an XT. So yeah. So yeah. I mean, it's the newest model on the market, basically. So in which is roll cages, very difficult to get for it because it's such a big cab. Yeah. And then obviously everything's changed, isn't it? Panel wise, etc. So
it looks incredible. I mean, it looks quite long. The cab does. Yeah. It looks considerably larger than a lot of the other trucks on track.
I'm a bit worried about that.
Well, does it affect the weight? Is it much heavier?
To be fair, we've not even got to that point yet.
Oh right, okay.
So we'll be doing some weight shedding as soon as it gets on circuit. So
we'll watch this space of no bumper before lunchtime.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what's the engine you've got in it? Did you reuse the engine from your last truck?
No. So that's a Packard MX-13. It's spec'd up with the guys from DAF UK. We had it as a sponsorship package from Green D, actually.
Oh, right.
Originally, and so we've had it for 2 years.
Because of course you were one of the first drivers in the paddock to bring HVO to the sport, weren't you? Once upon a time.
Yeah, well, I think we got the regulations changed. We did all the testing with it. You know, definitely. Adam started using it, but I think we was the finalisation of it and rule change working with Terry.
I think it was a great move for the sport. I mean, it's all about, you know, being more eco-friendly and of course thinking about ways we can keep the sport to keep going more than anything.
Originally it was the option fuel. So when we was Division 2 and we were getting lots of black flags for smoke, it was a flick over option fuel. That's initially where it started out. And
I've noticed there's no smoke, is there, nowadays?
No, I mean the fuel is absolutely top rated, to be fair. So, whatever company supplies it is a good fuel. So I mean we have New Era that supplies the fuel for the road going truck.
Right.
Which is, I believe, is the same product.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, well, obviously Championship sponsors BWOC and Sylvie Fleet put it in all the trucks, don't they?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, so it is good because it's what's in the smoke is the problem, the heavy metals, and you don't get none of that with this. So the emission levels are so low for the heavy metals because but the nice thing about that fuel is it's already done its carbon footprint. So it's good all round for everybody, basically. So.
Good all round for everybody. That is the word of the day. Yeah. Now you've got 10 minutes left to get ready. So John, I'll let you go. Great to see John Powell back at the circuit. Lots of eyes on this brand new truck for Thruxton. It's grand release. Fingers crossed for him. Touch wood and all that. It's going to be a good day. But as he said, this year is about the testing. Let's get it right, ready for 2026. Hope you've enjoyed that little walk around John Powell's new DAF.
Yeah, it's great to have a bit of an insight there on John Powell's brand new DAF XD. We've been waiting to see that since the start of the season. It's taken him some time to get it ready. He wasn't here yesterday, misqualifying, so he will have to start this race from the pit lane. The man from Kent. This is our third race of the weekend. We had 2 races yesterday here at Thruxton for the British Truck Racing Championship 2025. The first race won at a canter by 9 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith in his Daimler Freightliner. The second race, now Ryan Smith came home in front. Those of you who were watching yesterday will have seen Ryan take the win on the track, but a few laps from home he got the black and orange flag. That means a technical problem. You need to call into the pits. It was a fluid tank that had come loose on the underside of the truck and it was leaking fluid. Ryan didn't come in. He continued and took the checkered flag, and therefore he has been disqualified from the second race yesterday. So Stuart Oliver inherited the win in truck number 7. So the 2 men with 19 British titles between them, a win each from yesterday. Stuart Oliver, the championship leader at the moment. Ryan Smith going for his 10th consecutive British title. This race's grid is based on the results of race 1 yesterday, but with the top 8 flipped around. So Ryan Smith will start from 8th on the grid. The 8th place finisher was Martin Gibson in the Team Oliver Racing Run MAN, number 101. So he will be on pole for this race. 2 classes in the British Truck Racing Championship, Division 1 and Division 2 for slightly less powerful machines. They start from the back of the grid in this one. Yesterday in Division 2 it was number 41 Simon Cole who won the first race. The second race, a first ever Division 2 win for newcomer number 96 Bradley Harvey. We heard from him on the grid walk. He was certainly celebrating in the beer tent I think last night. No drinking and driving though of course for Bradley as he had to race today. And unfortunately the points leader in Division 2 coming into this round, Jake Evans, his engine went bang in free practice yesterday morning. So unfortunately we believe Jake is out for the weekend. He was trying to change the engine yesterday in his MAN. We'll wait to see if it does come out later on, but I don't think it's going to, unfortunately. Well, there is the new truck of John Powell. Looks like he's going to lead the parade of trucks around for this first race, the brand new DAF XD. He will start from the pit lane, though, because as we say, he wasn't here for qualifying yesterday, as the safety car leads the field away. The green flag is waved. We'll take you through the grid as they come round on this parade lap. It's led off by John Powell, and as we heard there, full credit to John and all of his team for getting this brand new DAF XD ready, sponsored by Greenhouse Group, RSM Driver Training, among others. If you've not seen truck racing before, you have a real treat coming up. These trucks around 5 tonnes in weight, almost 1,000 horsepower from their 12 and 13 litre turbocharged diesel engines, are all running on HVO biodiesel this year, supplied by Sylvie Fleet and BWOC, as Pointy just mentioned. Big thanks to all the championship sponsors. You can see their names on the right side of the screen alongside our starting grid. We'll look at the grid First of all then, Martin Gibson on pole in his MAN alongside the similar machine of John Bowler. Then on the second row, Scotsman Tom O'Rourke in the International Navistar. He's alongside Stephen Powell's MAN. Row 3, David Jenkins, former champion in truck number 69 alongside Michael Oliver in number 12, son of Stuart Oliver, who lines up on row 4 in his Volvo VNL. That truck had quite a bit of a smash here last season in qualifying at Thruxton and was out for the rest of the year. It's been rebuilt and it is back for this year, starting alongside the 9-time champion Ryan Smith. Row 5 is David Smith, no relation to Ryan incidentally. He's a former Division 2 champion, now in Division 1 in his MAN. Starts alongside Ricky Collett, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire in his MAN. On row 6 we have number 33, Neil Yates with his MAN, the Recovery Company owner, sponsor of Stephen Powell before taking up racing himself. And he starts alongside Adam Bint in the Mercedes Actros, new to Division 1 this year. The former Division 2 champion scored his maiden win in Division 1 at Pembrey in Wales back in May. Then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by Simon Cole in his Iveco, starts alongside Bradley Harvey in the ex-John Powell DAF. That's the truck that John Powell drove to the Division 2 title last year. Sami Ojanen from Finland in his Sisu is on row 8 alongside Callum Eason in the Paul Rivette, I think that is, MAN. It's Andrew Fulcher's old truck, I think, that Callum Eason is driving, so it's quite a history in the championship per the 26 truck. Callum Eason, his parents have both raced in the championship in the past. At the back of the grid, Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole, in the Volvo FM12. That's Paul McCumsky's old machine, raced in the championship for many years. Paddy Mack, as he's known, who I believe has now retired from racing. So we're just waiting for John Powell to take his position at the end of the pit lane. We've got our pace trucks in position. It will be a 15-minute race from a rolling start. Coming into the weekend, it was Stuart Oliver with 166 points, 12 points clear of Ryan Smith. Now, John Powell going out of the pit lane, so I'm not sure whether he's going to line up there, or whether he's going to go to the back of the grid. We'll wait and see. The weather still can't make up its mind. The sun comes out for 5 minutes, then it drizzles for 5 minutes. You can't set a car or truck up at all in these conditions. John Bowler, third in the points, number 14. That means that the top 3 in Division 1 are all fitted with air restrictors on their engines to even things up a little. It's a bit like NASCAR does. They have air restrictors on the super speedways over in America. So a couple of our course trucks, if you like, making their way back to the paddock. The pace truck, the GT Tyres DAF waiting in position. Trucks head into the first corner, the right-hander at Allard, past the pit lane exits, past the Thruxton Centre. Plenty of supporters up there on the balcony. Big crowd in attendance here at Thruxton this weekend. A big thanks to all the championship partners. We mentioned Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC, suppliers of the biodiesel for these trucks, the HVO biodiesel. Also thanks to the likes of MV Commercial, that's Tom O'Rourke's company, Freyhouse Trailers, TRP Truck and Trailer Parts, Truck and Driver magazine, and all the other partner sponsors of this championship. Truck racing that dates back to 1984 in the UK, when an event was held at Donington Park. Road-going trucks then that literally dumped their trailers in the paddock, raced and then continued their journeys. There were a lot of celebrity guest drivers taking part, the likes of Barry Sheen, the motorcycle legend. Martin Brundle was out in one, just started his Formula 1 career with Tyrrell, of course. The Grimer brothers, Peter and Paul Grimer of hot rod racing fame from the short ovals, had a go. It was Italian Tullio Ghislotti who won the first ever truck race in the UK that day at Donington, which had, I think, Donington's biggest ever crowd. The sport had never been seen in the UK before. It soon took off, and the FIA European Truck Racing Championship was established soon afterwards. Sadly, no longer visits the UK. Norbert Kish, the Hungarian, is currently the top man in European truck racing. And there's John Powell. He's going to wait in the pit lane to start the first ever race for his new DAF with that very square looking DAF XD cab. Crew just checking on it there. Hope he's not had a last minute issue with the number 6. So Martin Gibson on pole, returning to truck racing after a couple of years away. This year he's been competing in car racing, among other things, with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. There's a lot of testing and development work for GT Tyres, the official tyre supplier to this championship. John Bowler alongside him, the number 14 MAN. Thanks for your comments coming in already. Hi to Back of the Net 07, one of our regular viewers. Hi to Jonesy, Tommy Two-Tone. Hi to Hannah Fulcher. Already seen her dad interviewed this morning, Andrew Fulcher, on the grid walk earlier on. Hi to Richard Barwick. Brandon Cart cheering on Callum Eason. Hi to Ashley Harvey. He'll be cheering on his brother Bradley. Hi to Brum Racing. Grant D. Moule from South Africa. They love their motorsport in South Africa. So we are shortly going to get underway then in the drizzle here at Thruxton. It's going to be slip and slide in the opening race. The marshals on the grid displaying the countdown boards. Thanks as always to the Orange family. We could not go racing without our volunteer marshals. They'll have been moved back off their posts, of course, around the circuit for this event, in the interests of safety, in case a truck should go off. So here we go then. Rolling lap gets underway. Up towards the right-hander at Allard. Then it's back to the left at Green, as it's unofficially known. First few corners at Thruxton, all named after current and former holders of the land speed record. Of course, currently held by Wing Commander Andy Green of the RAF. Drove Thrust SSC back in the late 90s. Simon Cole back out. Good to see he missed the second race yesterday. There's Archie Handy, his son, at the back in the number 40, straight from junior saloon cars up into trucks. Hi to Nathan Shaw, Dub Production Developments from Derbyshire. Sean Clark from Newcastle, Australia. Fraser Lochte and Feelgood 272. Hello to all of you. Into the complex on our rolling green flag lap then. Campbell is the right-hander, then Cobb the left, and Seagrave the right, all named after former land speed record holders. Quite appropriate for the fastest race circuit in the UK. Seventeen trucks out there, one starting from the pit lane. Thanks to all our partners once again: Freyhav Trailers, Total Care, Napa Auto Parts, Valvoline Oils, Truck and Driver Magazine, GT Tyres, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC Sustainable Fuels, MV Commercial, Neil Yates Recovery, and LTS Global Solutions. Into the left-hander at Noble. Then it's out into the country on the back of the circuit, the long right-hander at Goodwood Corner. Then it's on to Village. Thruxton Village is over behind the trees at the back of the circuit. And then into Church Corner, the fastest corner in the country. British touring cars hit nearly 140 miles per hour through that. And they turn back towards the paddock through Church. You can see that circuit loops around the runways of the airfield here at Thruxton. Then it's back up Woodham Hill, the left flick of Brooklands curve, and then into the club chicane, the slowest part of the circuit. It's going to be slippery out there, you can see the rain coming down. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver winners yesterday, Simon Cole and Bradley Harvey in Division 2. Martin Gibson on pole, looking for his first win of the season for Team Oliver. John Bowler alongside. Watch for Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman in the bonneted International Navistar.
Has been a race winner this year. He's just ahead of his father Stuart.
Here they come then up Woodham Hill.
After his 4th victory.
Tension beginning to mount. First of 3 races today, the 3rd of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Here on the Thruxton Circuit, the fastest circuit in the country. We've certainly got us a convoy here. That's this new spectator banking at Woodham Hill with the show trucks in the background. Lights are out on the pace truck. It's coming into the pit lane this time. The grey and yellow MAN of Martin Gibson on pole. The red and blue example of John Bowler alongside. Watch for Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks on row 4. 19 British titles between the 2 of them. Here we go, it is time to go racing here at Convoy Thruxton. Race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Watch for the red lights going out, and here we go. The power comes on, and away they go into Allard for the first time. John Bowler's made a great start, takes the lead from the outside of the front row there, all away cleanly. We'll wait to see if John Powell joins in from the pit lane. Simon Cole takes the early advantage in Division 2 up towards the complex for the first time. Tom O'Rourke comes charging up the inside in the 86, trying to take 3rd place away. He was very late on the brakes there. It looks like he has got P3, but it is John Bowler in the lead. 2nd place, Martin Gibson. O'Rourke has got through into 3rd. Ryan Smith's already made up a couple of places. Not a good start for Stuart Oliver. He is down to 9th. They all swing their way through the complex for the first time. I can't see John Powell. I'm not sure if he has joined in from the pit lane. Out towards the back of the circuit they go for the first time. Ricky Collett moving through on the inside. Ryan Smith chasing Stephen Powell. That's for 4th position, so Ryan's already made up 3 places. Be fired up after that disqualification in race 2 yesterday. He's going past Stephen Powell, or trying to. David Jenkins all over the back of Michael Oliver. A little bit further back, with Oliver's a little bit slow away on the rolling start. But it's John Bowler who leads the way in truck number 14. Martin Gibson in 2nd place. O'Rourke is 3rd. Smith's up to 4th. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell. There's Michael Oliver, David Jenkins, David Smith, Stuart Oliver. Ricky Collett rounds out the top 10 as they head up Woodham Hill for the first time past the new viewing area. And it is John Bowler, who was a winner here at Thruxton 2 years ago, who takes up the early lead. Swings it through the chicane for the first time. Martin Gibson following, gets a tighter line out of the chicane as they complete lap number 1. 3rd place for Tom O'Rourke. Great first lap from him. Ryan Smith has gained 4 places in 4th. 5th place is Stephen Powell, the wiper going on his MAN. Michael Oliver under fire from David Jenkins. Under fire, he's bump drafting him there. This is truck racing, not Legends cars. David Smith in behind as they come out of Allard through green up towards the complex. First 4 have broken away very slightly. Simon Cole leads Division 2 for the slightly less powerful machines in 13th place, ahead of Harvey, Oyanen, Eason and Archie Handy. I don't think John Powell has joined in, unfortunately, which is a great shame. I hope to see the new DAF in action later on. Out towards the back of the circuit they go. Michael Oliver holding on in 6th position. 2 races yesterday followed a similar pattern, with Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver pulling away, and then Michael Oliver defending 3rd place. Defending here from David Jenkins. Didn't have the best of times in qualifying yesterday. The qualifying session setting the grid for races 1 and 2, and then the reverse grid format adopted for the rest of the weekend. Now Ryan Smith has got Tom O'Rourke in his sights here for P3. Here they come up towards Woodham Hill. The Division 2 trucks go through towards the back, and Tom O'Rourke has got Martin Gibson in his sights for 2nd place. Stephen Powell runs a bit wide in 5th position. Still John Bowler in the TW Bowler Limited AC Windscreens truck, who leads the way, but he gets sideways off the curb. That's because of the bit of rain we've had. It's wet on the curbs. Do not want to get a wheel on there, you will start sliding. Ryan Smith to the inside as Allard takes Tom O'Rourke for P3. The Scotsman, the boss of MV Commercials, goes down to 4th. Ryan Smith in the Worldwide Truck Racing Daimler Freightliner is now going to go for second place, I would think, into the complex. As David Jenkins has dropped back a bit from Michael Oliver. Tom O'Rourke is back ahead of Ryan Smith. He's back up into P3, so they've swapped again at the complex. This is a good run by Tom O'Rourke. He almost beat Ryan Smith to a victory at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend earlier this season. Trucks have been to Pembrey in Wales as well. Their next action after this is Donington Park, Convoy in the Park in August. Still your leader is John Bowley. See a bit of rain on our camera lens at Goodwood as they head out around the back of the circuit. The two bonneted trucks nose to tail. Ryan Smith has another look up the inside, but Tom O'Rourke looking very strong here. Michael Oliver, meanwhile, has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:38.994, down in 6th position. John Bowler continues to lead, looking for his first win of the season. It'll be his second here at Thruxton in Division 1. Tom O'Rourke to the inside. He's thinking about a go at Martin Gibson. I don't think he'll get past into the chicane unless he gets it done as they go into the braking area. I don't think you can fit two trucks side by side into that chicane. Ryan Smith still there in 4th position. 5th is Stephen Powell. He's being chased by Oliver Jenkins and David Smith, and Tom O'Rourke's going for the inside. He's going for second place on the inside, and he goes through. That International Navistar is flying here on day 2 at Thruxton. Now he's going to try and go after John Bowler. This race will set the grid for race 5 later on as well. The top 8 from the results of this race will be at the reverse for race number 5. It's David Smith in 8th place at the moment in the number 11, as Michael Oliver has a go at Stephen Powell. Now, they've already clashed once this weekend. They tangled in race 2 yesterday at this point on the circuit and went wide onto the grass. They clash again there. Stephen Powell holds off the attack from Michael Oliver. That's allowed David Jenkins to close up in the number 69 MAN. And now Ryan Smith all over the back of Martin Gibson for 3rd place. Cuts to the inside through Goodwood up to Village. Got just under 9 minutes to go, and Smith is almost up alongside. Here they come through Church Corner, the fastest corner in the country. Smith goes for the inside and he goes through. Now, overtaking there in car racing is a brave move. That's impressive from Ryan Smith, and David Jenkins moving up to have a go as well. Meanwhile, Tom O'Rourke, you can see he's got the headlights on the grille of the International Navistar. He wants the lead. Ready to have a go now at John Bowler. Is he going to get him through Allard? That's where he took Martin Gibson. Michael Oliver under fire from Jenkins now. You can see the battling ahead of them has backed them back up here. Martin Gibson coming under fire from Stephen Powell now, as to the inside, up on the curb, there goes Tom O'Rourke. Ooh, nearly a bit of corner cutting there from O'Rourke, but he's got the lead and Ryan Smith's going to follow him. Or is he? No. Doesn't manage to get past John Bowler. Well, Tom O'Rourke there, 2 wheels up on the curb through Allard. He cut that one a bit fine, quite literally, but he's got the lead, looking for his first win of the season. Now here comes flying Ryan Smith, all over the back of John Bowler for 2nd place. Still 4th is Gibson, but he's under fire from Stephen Powell. Still Oliver and Jenkins next, then David Smith, Ricky Collett and Stuart Oliver round out the top 10. Stuart Oliver not on the pace in this one, only down in 10th, the championship leader. Division 2 is still led by Simon Cole, looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. All 17 starters are still running. We reach half distance, and now here comes Ryan Smith. He's going for the inside at Church again. Side by side with John Bowler as they come towards the right-hander. What a fantastic shot this is as they charge up the inside, and he forces the issue a little there, Ryan Smith, down the inside of John Bowler. He's going for 2nd. Bowler keeps his foot in as they come up towards the Brooklands curve, up towards Woodham Hill. Now, can John Bowler stay ahead? Smith's got the inside line. You can't go side by side into the chicane, surely. Bowler's going to try and be as late on the brakes as he can. And Ryan Smith has got the place away. Tom O'Rourke leads over the line, just under a second in it. 6.5 minutes of this first of 3 races to go. for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. Always spectacular around this super fast circuit. Stephen Powell now on the tail of Martin Gibson, trying to take 4th place away. Nice to swing to the inside, clips the curb there, going through Seagrave. Now Ryan Smith will have Tom O'Rourke in his sights here. Out onto the back of the circuit, a little bit of smoke coming from Tom O'Rourke's machine. Of course, we don't see nearly as much smoke as we used to a few years ago from race trucks because of the new HVO biodiesel that they are using. Much cleaner running engines, thanks to the biodiesel organised by Sylvie Fleet Management and BWOC, the fuel suppliers. David Smith still in that 8th place, which should get him pole position in the reverse grid for race 5. Tom Bowler staying ahead of Martin Gibson. Here comes Stephen Powell having a look on the outside. He was a bit late on the brakes there, a bit of a lock-up from the number 3. That could allow Michael Oliver to attack. The two near identical GT Tyres Team Oliver Racing Run MANs, and Stephen Powell going for the inside. Martin Gibson doesn't give way there. Mirror to mirror, door handle to door handle. Stephen Powell cuts onto the curb, does a Tom O'Rourke there. He's got through. As the sun comes out again here at Thruxton, I told you the weather can't make up its mind. The lead gap is just under a second now. I can tell you Ryan Smith has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:37.355, and he's got Tom O'Rourke in his sights. Stephen Powell has got through for 4th place, I should say. And the two Team Oliver trucks now together, Michael Oliver and Martin Gibson. Michael Oliver's going to be lean one. I don't think Martin realised he was there then. Oh, and Michael Oliver cuts back in, and he didn't know David Jenkins was there. Nearly a collision as they headed out of Seagrave. Two leaders out towards the back of the circuits. Just a couple of truck lengths in it. Ryan Smith is going for the lead. 4 minutes of this race to go. Further back in Division 2, there's Sami Oyanen's Sisu, missing its front bumper valance, staying ahead of Callum Eason. That's for 3rd and 4th in Division 2. It's all about the two bonneted trucks out in front. Tom O'Rourke from Livingston near Edinburgh, looking for his first win of the season. Started off in truck racing as a sponsor when he displayed some of his vehicles, an MV commercial at Convoy in the Park at Donington. Ended up sponsoring the British Championship and then started competing. Bounced back after a big smash here at Thruxton a few years ago. Ryan Smith on his tail, and under severe pressure for 3rd now is John Bowler. Meanwhile, you can fit 2 trucks, can you, side by side through the chicane? Well, if you use a bit of curb. Ricky Collett and Adam Bint charging through together there. Bint up the inside, the new Mercedes for this season, replacing his Volvo White that he raced in Division 2. Bint has got the advantage, but did he cut the chicane there? Here comes Ryan Smith onto the tail of the 86 now of Tom O'Rourke. Heading out into the country, and O'Rourke, he gets a wheel onto the grass there at the exit of Noble. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Can Ryan Smith make his way through? Stuart Oliver has been given the black and orange flag. I'm not sure what the problem is there. Just got the notification on the TSL timing screen. Black and orange flag for truck number 7 of Stuart Oliver, so he has got a problem of some sort. Neil Yates, I can tell you as well, has pulled into the pits. So Neil Yates with a problem as well, back in the midfield. O'Rourke continues to lead the way. I don't know what the problem is for Stuart Oliver, but he's dropped down to 12th place. And the black and orange flag is what the drivers call the meatball flag, black with an orange disc. It means technical problem, you need to pull into the pits. We can see that Neil Yates is in pit lane. John Powell's truck sadly never left the pit lane. There go the two leaders, separated by just 0.6 of a second now. Ryan Smith still with the fastest lap, and there's a real convoy for 3rd. 3 wide into Allard, that's never going to work. Goodness me. I thought somebody was at least going to go off there. So who's going to emerge in front of this? David Jenkins does a bit of grass tracking. So what order are we in for third place now as they come to the complex? It's Stephen Powell up into third. John Bowler's been shuffled wide by the two Team Oliver trucks. Which one of them's in front? They're identical from a distance. It's Martin Gibson still ahead of Michael Oliver, then John Bowler, who got forced wide at the complex. David Jenkins at the back of this lot as well. Goodness me, 3 wide through Allard. That barely works in cars, never mind trucks. Goodness gracious. John Bowler is not giving David Jenkins anything. He forces him to go onto the grass there, and Stuart Oliver, well, flagged into the pits, and he has retired. Never mind that, because look at the way Ryan Smith is going. He's having a go on the inside as they run towards Church Corner. He could get past here with a bit of luck, but Tom O'Rourke keeps his foot in and holds the lead. Terrific fight between these two. There's only just over 30 seconds left on the clock, so it'll be last lap this time. And Ryan Smith will go all out in attack to try and take his second win of the weekend. Tom O'Rourke looking for his first win of the season. I think the first win for his international Navistar. His previous successes came in an MAN. Into the chicane they come then. Up towards the start of the final lap. The MV Commercial and Freuhauf Trailers sponsored international ahead of the similar looking Daimler Freightliner. 7 seconds left on the clock as they start the final lap. They're well clear of everybody else. That huge fight for third place. Terrific racing here at Thruxton. This is just the first of 3 races today. There's a yellow flag out on the run up to the complex. Has somebody pulled over? Yes, Archie Handy has stopped. Just trying to get the truck off the edge of the circuit. He's done so. Problems for the number 40. His father, Simon Cole, still leading Division 2. We haven't had much chance to look at Division 2 in this race. There's so much going on at the sharp end of Division 1. Out into the country for the last time. Can Tom O'Rourke hang on for his first win of the season, or is Ryan Smith going to dive bomb him at Church or into the chicane? Those are his only 2 opportunities. Goes wide there. He's going to try and cut in, look, on the run up towards Church, and O'Rourke is going to have to go defensive. He tries to get the nose down the inside, Ryan Smith. Are we going to see a last bend lunge? Because O'Rourke's moved across there, you can see, going into Church to protect the inside line through the high-speed right-hander. He's a little bit sideways on the exit as they come out of Church, up towards Woodham Hill. Which side is Ryan Smith going to go? This is the only place he can attack. I don't think he'll get side-by-side into the chicane. Can O'Rourke hang on the sprint to the line? Ryan's only hope now is to get alongside out of the chicane, which is unlikely because it's only a short run up to the line here at Thruxton. O'Rourke from Smith through the chicane for the last time. Ryan Smith, he's not going to do it, and it's going to be a first win of the season in the British Truck Racing Championship for Tom O'Rourke in the 86. He leads home Ryan Smith for his first win of the season. Terrific stuff between those two. Ryan just couldn't quite find a way through. What about the battle for third place? There were 5 of them together last time we saw. It's Stephen Powell in third. 4th is Martin Gibson. Michael Oliver is 5th. David Jenkins comes over in 6th. And John Bowler, who started from the front and led the early going, relegated to 7th. David Smith is 8th. That'll provisionally give him pole position for race 5 later on. Adam Bint will come home in 9th. Ricky Collins completes the top 10. Nice. Pause for breath needed after that one. We await Division 2 to come home. It's won by Simon Cole, ahead of Bradley Harvey by 1.5 seconds. Sammy Oyanen will be 3rd ahead of Callum Eason. Stuart Oliver's championship lead takes a dent as he had to retire. Hopefully he can get that back out later on. We lost Archie Handy as well at the complex. Neil Yates pulled into the pits. And very sadly, John Powell wasn't able to start. Congratulations, Tom O'Rourke. The flag of Scotland proudly displayed on the front grille of the International Navistar. The brave move up the inside into Allard to take the lead from John Bowler. And he takes the win, completing 10 laps. 0.7 of a second, his winning margin over flying Ryan Smith. Stephen Powell completing the podium. That's better fortune for him. He's had a tough season so far. Martin Gibson, the pole sitter, in 4th, ahead of Michael Oliver, David Jenkins, John Bowler from the front row, the early leader, relegated to 7th. David Smith in 8th, then Adam Bint and Ricky Collett round out the top 10. Simon Cole wins Division 2, ahead of Bradley Harvey. Sammy Oyanen in 3rd, and Callum Eason the final finisher because we lost Stuart Oliver, Archie Handy and Neil Yates, and John Powell didn't take the start. Hopefully all 18 trucks will be back out for race 4 a little bit later on, where the grid, just double check that, based on race 2 yesterday. Haven't had the grid sheet confirmed yet, but I think that will mean Ryan Smith will start towards the back because he was excluded from the results. So an interesting race coming up later on our programme, which will be just before lunch at 1 o'clock. We're waiting the trucks to make their way towards Parc Ferme. They've gone round on their slow down lap. The big crowd up on the new banking here on Woodham Hill at Thruxton, giving them a round of applause. All our show trucks parked up there as well. They'll be on parade on the circuit a little later on. I think we can hand down to Pointy. He's down in Parc Ferme.
I tell you what, oh my God, I don't think there is a single person in this paddock, in this Parc Ferme. Look at this, the round of applause as Tom O'Rourke pulls in to the Parc Ferme with that first place. We'll get John to move over because he'll be very excitable. Absolutely, come forward a bit more. Come forward a bit more to here. Here we go. The excitement, the energy. Forget it, leave it there. Get him out, come on. Oh, I can't believe this. The race we just saw from Tom O'Rourke. I joked earlier on about it being Big John's birthday, one of his mechanics, and that he was going to get a podium, first place podium. Absolutely. Now stop swearing. Stop. Get out the way. Shift. Tom O'Rourke, absolute legend. Absolute legend. I tell you. Where did race of my life there? So I've got to ask you a question. Obviously we've just finished that race. Where did you stop to swap the drivers over?
Listen, when you get in the zone, you just don't know what can happen, you know. But that was the best race of my life.
It really was. I've already said it. Literally.
No, it was great. Wee bit of wet. I like the wet, you know. So I was maybe a wee bit braver at the start of the race. But Ryan was catching me, and you know that pressure for 15 minutes is unbelievable. But we got there in the end, you know.
We saw you under pressure from Ryan Smith those last couple of laps. He was right up the side of you. You pulled away from him.
Yes, well, I just looked straight ahead at Church. I turned in and I was like, we were inches apart. That's a really fast part of the
Fantastic.
circuit.
I thought you drove fantastic, honestly. Congratulations on your first win. Thoroughly deserved. Enjoy it.
Thank you. No, great.
And one thing I'd like to point out as well, unlike a lot of other trophies that you've received in the past, I think we can pretty safely say you're going to keep this one.
Oh, I think so.
Honestly, how do you feel?
I feel elated and ecstatic. You know,
and of course, it's Big John's birthday today. I joked before we started the race you were going to get a podium for him.
Well, I just never thought that could have happened, you know, but I was able to outbrake them in turn 1. I got the tyres up to 300-400 degrees, and that helps in the wet, so it was really good, you know, brilliant.
Honestly, absolutely phenomenal. I can't believe the race we just saw. Get yourself out. Round of applause for Tom O'Rourke, everybody. Make some noise for Tom O'Rourke. Look at this. Get in there. I'll leave you to speak to him. Oh, that was something else. Now let's go and speak to Steve Powell. Steve.
I'm a bit sweaty.
You are? Well, we're all sweaty. It's hot. I mean, what a result. That was great. You've been pushing for that all weekend. Here we are on the podium.
No, we've had the pace and that's a great result. I just want to say, amazing drive to Tom. He flew past me and brilliant to keep him, let him keep Ryan off. I think it's great for the sport. And now I'm over the moon with third. We know we've got the pace here, so it's just putting it together and trying not to get taken off. And yeah, really happy with the result. Good for the team, good for me. The wife turned up last night, so I'm never going to tell her it's down to her, but it must have something to do with it.
The good luck charm is on circuit.
Absolutely, yeah. But no, a huge congratulations to Tom, mate, honestly.
It was a race of his lifetime. Absolutely incredible to watch, wasn't
And
it?
I mean, listen, Ryan's no feet to keep behind you. And
It's scary. I bet the pressure that's there must be incredible.
to be fair, out of all the circuits to do it, this is probably one of the easiest because you're all the way up to 100 mile an hour, a lot more than most other circuits. But saying that, mate, I'm saying I've had him behind me. Le Mans I've been for
hard.
6 laps.
Oh.
And, but to do that, I'm so proud of him. It's brilliant. Good.
Well, Steve, you got a trophy too. Well done to you, sir. Fantastic. We're going to go and hand out some trophies now because we're doing them straight after the race. So I think we're going to throw back up to Dave in commentary and we'll get you set up for the next race. But I tell you what, I don't care about anything else on circuit this weekend. That is the race at Thruxton this year at 2025. I tell you, we're never going to see that again. My good. Well, hopefully we do. Hopefully we do, right? Anyway, back to Dave. What a race. What a race.
It certainly was, yes. Thanks, Pointy. So from truck racing to something a little smaller next, we've got the MINI CHALLENGE Clubsport category in association with AirTech Motorsport, a variety of BMW Mini Coopers out on track. It's got 14 cars here. They had a race at the end of the programme yesterday with Ollie Wilmot making it 4 wins out of 4 so far this year in the BMW Mini Clubsport category of the MINI CHALLENGE. We'll see the cars out on track very shortly, but we caught up with a couple of the drivers a little earlier.
Right, everybody, here we go in assembly area. It's time for the second race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport. You may remember yesterday Ollie Wilmot made it 4 wins from 4. Andy Langley made it 4 wins from 4 in the S53s. And Daniel Truman made it 4 wins from 4 in the Coopers. What's going to happen today? Somebody who's been right up there in the 53s is Paul Sawyer. Paul, it's good to see you again. I've missed you.
I know, it's been too long, mate.
It has, hasn't it? Look, Silverstone, talk to me. How was it?
Really good, actually. Good start to the year. Got my first podium. Second in the first race. Bit unfortunate in the second race. Had to have a DNF because I had a car issue, so I had to pull out. Third race, finished 4th. So yeah, coming into today with a 3rd in the first race. So let's see what happens.
And that was an impressive 3rd because you had a penalty, didn't you? As well?
I did, yeah. So unfortunately, I had to go back 2 places on the grid. So. Which was a shame after qualifying second.
Let's move on from that, shall we, very quickly. Yeah. Look, what can we do to get onto that top spot?
I think I just need to make sure I get a good start, actually, and focus. Get past as many people as I can on the start and try and stay on pace and see where I get, really.
I feel a bit for you guys because the weather's so up and down. It must be, I mean, if you look now, it's sunshine. Behind you, there's some pretty dark clouds over there, isn't there? Do you like the rain?
I actually don't mind the rain.
Yeah.
I come from a motocross background, so I'm so used to racing in the wet. And to be honest with you, I don't mind racing in the wet in this. It's actually good fun.
Right, I'm going to go off and do a little rain dance. Paul, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. I just want to grab, if we come over here, our last year's champion, Freddie Hewitt, is over here. Freddie, come on, bud. Let's have a quick chat. Of course, 2024 champion. This season there's a bit of work to do though, isn't there?
Yeah, a lot of work to do. It's been a rough start and it was a rough day yesterday as well for us, really.
Yeah, I kind of watched the race and you've got a little bit of damage here as well. I see. Was that from yesterday?
No, that was from last year, so nothing to worry about. We just don't need to change the screen.
So what are we going to do about Wilmot up there?
Well, hopefully for it to rain a bit more, that'd be great. That'd help me out. No, hopefully a good launch. I'm only a row away from them, so if I get a good launch, and I can be on their tail out of the chicane, so it should be good.
Freddie, you never know, we might be drinking champagne at the end of the season again. Best of luck. Yeah, here we go. Time to go racing. Great race yesterday, by the way. You're really, really going to enjoy this if this is your first experience of the Mini Challenge Clubsport. Let's go racing. Enough from me. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks to Ian Waterhouse down there in the assembly area. The Mini Challenge Clubsport category about to head out onto the grid. We saw the Mini Challenge Trophy category at Croft. If you saw BARC TV last week supporting the Caterhams, it was the trophy category on that occasion. This is the Clubsport category for the more budget racers. We've got 3 classes out there, S56, S53 and C for Cooper. The less powerful, more standard Coopers start from the back of the grid. Starting in the order that they finished yesterday's race, it's our two class winners in first and second. The S56 class winner Ollie Wilmot made it 4 overall wins from 4. Andy Langley made it 4 S53 class wins from 4. They start on the front row of the grid. Second row, Ian Trundley and Neil Clark. Row 3, Freddie Hewitt, who we just heard from, alongside Ben Trundley. The fourth row, Steve Webb and DJ Paul Sawyer, the professional disc jockey at the wheel of the number 29 car. Fifth row, Freya Belk. She starts alongside James Dudley in the number 7. Chris Johnson, number 219, starts from row 6. Then there's a gap, and we've got the 3 Cooper class cars. Daniel Truman's won 4 out of 4 in that class so far this year. He starts alongside David Taylor, all the way from Dundee this weekend. He's worked as a stunt driver in the past as well. Hopefully we won't see any two-wheeled moments from him during this race. And Chris Aram, newcomer this year, starts from the back. So we should have 14 cars on the grid for this one. It will be a 15-minute race once again. Good battling in the Mini Coopers yesterday between Ollie Wilmot and Andy Langley. It was Andy who led the early going in his slightly less powerful S53 car, but eventually Ollie Wilmot made his way through at the chicane when Andy Langley missed his braking point and ran wide just as a lap-to-back marker into the chicane. Excuse me. And Ollie Wilmot was able to get through, the Swiss-based racer, born in the UK. Let's take 4 wins out of 4 this season in the Mini Challenge Clubsport.
Both Ollie Wilmot and Langley have quite different cars, so although they are all mini in this category, there are 3 classes.
Just looking at our show trucks at the moment over there in the outer paddock area, if you like. We used to have them on the runways on the infield, but that new spectator area allowing the show trucks to park up there. We should see a parade of show trucks later on at the end of the programme. Many of them provided by some of the top haulage companies in the south of England, and a chance to say thank you to them for their service, because it's worth remembering that everything in our lives, our food, our clothes, material to build our houses, even our cars, everything travels on a truck at some point. Just think where this country would be, where this world would be, if there were no truck drivers, no haulage companies. This is a chance to say thank you to the truck drivers of the UK and beyond here at Thruxton this weekend. And they get their chance to show off their beautiful machines here at the Thruxton Circuit. Here's a close-up of a few of them. Trucks of all shapes and sizes over there. MAN, Volvo, Scania, Mercedes-Benz, DAF, all the major makes over there. Nice bonneted Volvo there. Some classic trucks as well, some art trucks. Got a nice Italian job, paint job there on one of the DAFs. Lenham Storage, that's Andrew Fulcher's company. Used to race in their colours in the Truck Racing Championship, and the truck Callum Easton now drives, I believe. Nice old Volvo there as well, in the colours of Evans Transport. See them on track a little bit later on. Plenty of sideshow attractions, all the fun of the fair. We've got tractor pulling taking place. Some motorcycle stunts as well. We even have a ride in a monster truck, as we saw from Pointy and Ian earlier. There's the new beer tent. Very popular this weekend. No drinking and driving, please. We've just been told as well, as apparently they had to close the A303 outside the circuit this morning due to the level of traffic coming into Thruxton. That's how popular this convoy event is. There was a convoy on the A303. No sign of Rubber Duck, though, in his Mac. Maybe he's hiding in the show truck area somewhere. I wonder if it was Sheriff Lyle Wallace who closed the A303. Those who've seen the film Convoy with Chris Christopherson will know what I'm on about. I can hear superchargers whining, so that means the BMW Minis are on their way to the grid.
Silver Day.
14 cars we got in the assembly area. I don't know what you were expecting on the grid.
So here they come then, around on their green flag lap to the grid. The Mini Challenge Clubsport in association with AirTech Motorsports, also with Absolute Alignment, Garmin SatNav and Norfolk Cars, who run a number of the cars in this championship. There's the Coopers at the back, led by Dan Truman, the white and green car, David Taylor in the navy blue machine, and newcomer Chris Aram in the green car. So it'll be Ollie Wilmot on pole, the number 70. That's the red and white liveried machine. We'll start alongside Andy Langley. He's in dark blue with a pink roof. There's number 7, James Dudley, with the novice cross on the back of his car, the man from Cardiff. Ideal series for the newcomer, this is. BMW Minis make cracking race cars. Very versatile as well. We've seen plenty of them in rallycross. So pole position is Ollie Wilmot alongside Andy Langley. Second row number 41, Ian Trundley in the navy blue car with the green headlamp covers. Can tell him apart from Ben Trundley, his running mate. We're not sure what relation those two are. Ben Trundley has got the pink headlamp covers. Neil Clark in the green car will be on row 2. Freddie Hewitt's grey car on row 3. The last couple of cars getting in position at the back. I don't think there's another green flag lap. I think it's straight into this. The single-seaters and the 750 Formula, the Monopostos and 750 Formula will have an extra green flag lap. The Minis and the BMW Car Club Racing Series will not. I think that's how it works, but we'll wait to see if the red lights come on. Just awaiting the all clear from the marshals that we've got everybody into position then. 5-second board is held aloft, waiting for the red lights to come on. The second of 3 races this weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport gets underway. A very brief show of the red lights there. Now, has that caught out Ollie Wilmot, our pole sitter? It's Andy Langley for the second time this weekend has made the best start. One car has stalled at the back. That's Chris Johnson, number 219. He hasn't got away. Hopefully the Cooper class runners have got round him. Yes, they have. Here we go up towards the complex then for the first time. Andy Langley it is who leads the way. The number 42, the man from Fakenham in the Norfolk Cars run S53 Mini Cooper. Chased by Ollie Wilmot. Freddie Hewitt with a good start up into 3rd place. He dropped back in yesterday's race into 5th position. In 4th place is the car with the green headlamp covers. That's Ian Trundley. There's DJ Paul Sawyer, radio disc jockey and house music specialist for several decades now. Heard from him in the assembly area. He's being chased by Ben Trundley. It's an S53 that leads overall. Can Ollie Wilmot catch him up and make it 5 overall wins out of 5 for this season? 231 there is Steve Webb in the red and black car on the left of your screen. Through Church Corner for the first time. Fantastic shot there as the cars charge towards us. Ollie Wilmot in 2nd place. There's Hewitt in 3rd. Then a gap already back to 4th place, which is Ian Trundley. Side by side into the chicane, trying to go around the outside Ollie Wilmot. He tried that a couple of times in yesterday's first race and it didn't work. Freddie Hewitt's closing up on the two leaders. Disappointed with 5th place yesterday, wants to improve today, and he's already all over the back of Ollie Wilmot. 3 of them together for the lead as they complete the opening lap, with Andy Langley in the S53 holding off the 2 S56 class cars. Ollie Wilmot's making a move towards the inside. There's a green flag waving there. We must have a yellow flag because of Chris Johnson's stalled car, of course. He'll be parked up at the side of the circuit as Ollie Wilmot goes to the inside at the complex. I think he's going to get the move done. You see Langley up on the curb. Wilmot takes the lead through the complex. Well, making his move much earlier. It took him a few laps in yesterday's events. Couldn't get the move done at Allard because the yellow flag was out for Chris Johnson's stranded car. Looks like his transmission may have broken coming off the grid. Hopefully he can repair for race 3. Freddie Hewitt now trying to move up. A car that his sister Chloe used to race, as there's Chris Johnson. Sadly his car braking as he left the grid. He's out of the race, out of the car. Go and check out some of our show trucks on the infield now. As Wilmot leads the way through Church, the car getting a bit squirrely through there. That's not the place you want to have a moment like that. That's absolutely flat out through that right-hander. Up towards Woodham Hill and then the chicane. Up the inside, Andy Langley dives to the inside into the chicane and takes the lead. Where did that come from? Great move by Andy Langley, under braking for the chicane, but they're slowing up. I think the safety car's coming out. Yes, the safety car is being scrambled because of Chris Johnson's car being stranded on the edge of the circuit. Now, is Andy Langley going to have to give the lead back here? Had he passed the safety car boards? We'll wait and see. That might be why Ollie Wilmot slowed there. So the safety car boards and yellow flags are out. The Ford Focus safety car driven by Evelyn Buanik this weekend, the long-time former BMW racer, will pick up the field. There it is. So Andy Langley now in front. We're down to 13 cars, although we might be down to 12. Just checking the timing screen. No, we have got 13. Freya Belt's transponder isn't working. She is there. So battle is joined at the front then. Andy Langley charging through there into the chicane. Then the safety car coming out. There's Neil Clark, the green car, just ahead of Paul Sawyer. Ben Trundley, Steve Webb, behind them Freya Belk. Daniel Truman leads the Coopers ahead of David Taylor and Chris Arrow. We mustn't forget the Cooper class towards the back of the field for the less powerful, more standard cars. It might just be one lap under the safety car because the stranded car is in the pit lane exits. The marshal's wheeling it back. Let's check if the lights are off on top of the safety car. I would imagine they will be. Yes, indeed. Just the one lap behind the safety car then. Andy Langley will lead them towards the start-finish line. They can't pass until they cross the stripe. Revs start to rise. Here we go then with the restarts to this Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport, second race of the weekend. A great getaway by Andy Langley. He got that absolutely right to pull away from Ollie Wilmot in second place, Freddie Hewitt in third position. Then it's Ian Trundley in fourth. Out towards the complex once again. Now Ollie Wilmot's got it all to do again if he wants 5 wins out of 5 this year. Andy Langley's unbeaten in the S53 class this year. In the Cooper class, Dan Truman's unbeaten. Freddie Hewitt with a good restart there. He's right on the rear bumper of Ollie Wilmot. He runs a bit wide coming out of Seagrave up towards Noble on the back of the Ski Set Wengen sponsored car. Ollie Wilmot, we saw this yesterday, really throws that car around, especially through that section of the circuit, driving it like a rallycross driver almost. Todd Crooks would be proud. We're BTRDA Super Modified champion in his BMW Mini. Ollie Wilmot pulling away from Freddie Hewitt now and starting to chase down Andy Langley once again for the lead in the S53 leading car. Wilmot, Hewitt and Ian Trundley are the top three in S56. Second in S53 is Paul Sawyer. He's in 6th position, and third in that class is Ben Trundley as Ollie Wilmot moves up onto the shoulder of Andy Langley, as they say in motorcycle racing. Into the chicane, the Norfolk Mini machine holds on. Wilmot getting into position to attack though. Will he have a look here going through Allard? Tried to do this before, but the yellow flags were out, and Wilmot moves to the inside. He's going to do a Tom O'Rourke up the inside, isn't he? Up on the curb. Still side by side though. Langley doesn't give way, keeps his foot in. They're going to be together going into the complex, and I think Langley has just about held it. Seems to be quicker, better under braking, but now as I say that, he goes wide. Ollie Wilmot, I think, has just about got the overlap there. Langley still not giving way. He's a tenacious driver, is Andy Langley, but Ollie Wilmot has got the better line out of the complex, and he takes up the running. Ollie Wilmot with the fastest lap as well, 1:28.96. There's rain in the air again. There's to be one shower of drizzle in every race this weekend. Langley's fighting back. Freddie Hewitt just keeping a watching brief behind them. These three a couple of seconds clear of the rest of the field now in the second of 3 races this weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport in association with Airtech Motorsports. Through the back of the circuit they go. And back towards Church Corner. This is it. First 3 head their way through. There's Trundley in 4th place. Neil Clark is 5th. Paul Sawyer holding off Ben Trundley in 6th. Then Steve Webb, Freya Belk, James Dudley. That's your top 10. And then the gap back to the Coopers. They're a few seconds further back, having their own race, if you like. They're about 7 seconds off the rest of the cars. There's Dan Truman leading the Coopers in the Sawyer Models sponsored machine. The man from Leighton Buzzard, looking for his 5th Cooper win of the season. David Taylor has been caught by Chris Aram. Better run for Chris than yesterday. He's learnt the Thruxton Circuit on the tail of the Scotsman. Chris Aram a little bit snaky there under braking. Is he going to steal 2nd place in the class? Has a look up the inside there, coming off the chicane. He is going to take 2nd place in the class. Not sure what the mascot is that David Taylor's got hanging from his rear wing there. Couldn't see what it was, but it's not helping him at the moment. Meanwhile, Andy Langley having a go back again for the lead. Few drops of rain again as they head through Goodwood. Freddie Hewitt giving chase. It's onto the far side of the circuit. Yes, Chris Aram has got through into 2nd in the category. The Oxfordshire driver in the Chiltern Contracts Mini. Can David Taylor fight back? He's been 2nd in class every time this year. This is only the 2nd meeting of the season for the Mini Challenge Clubsport. We've been at Silverstone, where Ollie Wilmot took a hat-trick, and Andy Langley round the outside into the chicane. Look at this, he's not going to get the car stopped in time. He goes over the curbs. Yes, had to give best to Ollie Wilmot there. He tried to go round the outside, was too late on the brakes. The car had too much momentum. He had to go over the curbs there, or risk going even wider and hitting the tyre stacks. Freddie Hewitt there in 3rd. Grey and green with purple wheels. Certainly an interesting paint job. Into the complex once again. David Taylor back up the inside in the Stoke Mini Works number 28. He's worked his way past Chris Aram back into 2nd in class. Good fight going on between these two. They're quite a way behind Dan Truman though. We'll see what the gap is as they cross the line. I'll also tell you that Steve Webb has got past Paul Sawyer further forward. These two are about 9 seconds now behind Dan Truman, the Cooper leader. He's looking good to make it 5 class wins out of 5. 4 minutes of this race to go for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsports. And the leaders coming out of Church. Still Ollie Wilmot, looking for win number 5 out of 5 this season. Andy Langley looking for his 5th class win of the season. Status quo still unbroken. Into the chicane. Langley tries to close up again. 7 laps completed, 3/4 of a second in it between these two. Now what's their gap over Hewitt? Just over 2.5 seconds now, back to Freddie in 3rd place. Towards the closing stages now. Here's Dan Truman leading the Cooper class. Bit of a lonely race for him. He's well behind James Dudley. The Cooper's less powerful than the S56s and S53s ahead of them. They're unsupercharged. And he's also well clear by over 9 seconds of the Taylor and Aram battle. So with nobody to race with at the moment, yeah, he's 22 seconds down on James Dudley in 10th position. Steve Webb has got the place back ahead of, in fact he's gained a couple of spots. He's back ahead of Ben Trundley now in 6th position. And Freya Belk's got ahead of Sawyer, who's dropping down the order in the midfield battle. A couple of laps to go for our leaders meanwhile. Here come the leaders into the club chicane. Or as you could call it, the Clubsport chicane for this race. Over the line they go. Wilmots from Langley into their penultimate lap. Hewitt still 3rd. It's Ian Trundley still in 4th place. See if we can pick up the midfield battle as well, see what order they come through in. The battle for 6th position headed up by Steve Webb, number 231. Here he is, the man from Surrey, and he's got Ben Trundley on his tail, the blue and pink car from Norfolk Cars. Come down into the complex. Trundley is 2nd in the S53 class. Webb in an S56 ran a bit wide there. We've got Freya Belk and Paul Sawyer behind them, and James Dudley not far away. This is the second half of the top 10, if you like. Here's Taylor and Aram still at it in the Coopers. A couple of good battles out on track at the moment. These two dropping further behind Dan Truman in the Cooper category though. Going round to start his final lap is Ollie Wilmot. He's pulled away a little bit from Andy Langley now. Onto the brakes into the club chicane. Now can Langley close back up? The gap was 1.1 seconds last time through. As they go into the final lap, what's the gap going to be between these two BMW Minis? 0.8 of a second, so he's closed in by about 3/10 there, Andy Langley. He may have to settle for 2nd yet again. As Ollie Wilmot's looking good for 5 wins out of 5 in this category this season. Continue his unbeaten run. Here's Steve Webb with Ben Trundley on his tail. This is the fight for 6th place. They're in different classes, these two. Ben Trundley 2nd of the R53s. Webb in an S53s, I should say. Here's Ian Trundley, who's now catching Freddie Hewitt. He's going to have a go for a podium. Here's the Cooper fight for 2nd place. Clock has counted down to 0, so Ollie Wilmot is going to keep up his unbeaten run this year by the look of things. And Chris Aram snatched 2nd in class from David Taylor. Going to try and go around the outside under braking for the chicane. Bash! Turned it back in, they clashed together. Oh, has that damaged David Taylor's car? Aram keeps it going, Taylor slowed. Now, is David Taylor able to keep going? Yes, he is. He's got to fight his way back up meanwhile. The leader's coming up towards the checkered flag. Ollie Wilmot holds off Andy Langley for win number 5 out of 5 this season. Langley makes it 5 out of 5 in the S53 category. And who's going to complete the podium? Will it be Ian Trundley or Freddie Hewitt? Ian Trundley was ahead at the line last time through. And Hewitt's down to 5th place, in fact. What's happened there? Because Neil Clark's got through for 4th as well. Hewitt lost out on the last lap there. 6th goes to Steve Webb. Ben Trundley in 7th. 8th is Freya Bell, Paul Sawyer 9th, James Dudley 10th. And what happened there to Freddie Hewitt? I thought he was on for a podium. Ends up in 5th. Second race running. In the Coopers, it's going to be Dan Truman. There he is. Who's going to be second? Is David Taylor going to be able to fight back to try and retake Chris Aram after they clashed at the chicane last time through? And Truman will make it 5 Cooper category wins out of 5 this year. Hat-trick at Silverstone, a double so far here at Thruxton. Now what about second in class? Well, there is Aram, still ahead of Taylor. The run of second places in class is going to end for David Taylor, but not in the way he would have wanted. He'd have wanted a class win. He ends up in 3rd in class behind Chris Aram. Good drive by him. 13 cars make it home. Bad luck to Chris Johnson, who didn't get off the grid. Provisional result then, a win for Ollie Wilmot by 0.38 of a second over Andy Langley. They both win their classes for the 5th time out of 5 this year. Ian Trundley on the podium ahead of Neil Clark, with Freddie Hewitt dropping to 5th on the final lap. Steve Webb in 6th, then Ben Trundley, Freya Belk and Paul Sawyer. They were close all race long. James Dudley likewise. Cooper class goes to Dan Truman ahead of Chris Aram and Dave Taylor. They had a good scrap, bit of a clash at the chicane late on, while sadly Chris Johnson didn't get off the grid. Concludes race 2 for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. They're back out after lunch at about 3 o'clock. And next up on track today, we will welcome the single-seaters of the Monoposto Racing Club. Big grid for them. Let's have a look at a couple of highlights first of all of the Mini Challenge. Ollie Wilmot and Andy Langley side by side in the early stages. Freddie Hewitt at one stage having a quick stab for second place. Andy Langley went to the inside into the chicane, but just as he took the lead under braking for the club chicane, the safety car came out for Chris Johnson's stranded car. Freddie Hewitt on the restart was all over the back of Ollie Wilmot for second place. Just as it looked like Andy Langley was going to pull away, Wilmot fought back up the inside into Allard. They were side by side into the complex, and Wilmot able to take the lead once again. And he went on for 5 wins out of 5 so far this year. There were plenty of battles all the way down the order though. Andy Langley was not finished yet, briefly getting around the outside at the chicane, but too late on the brakes, had to go over the curbs. Cracking fight between those two. Cracking fights in the midfield in the classes as well. Let's find out what the drivers thought of it in just a moment. We can hand down to Ian in Parc Ferme. Certainly interesting to hear what our Cooper battlers thought about that little incident. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, welcome down everybody, Parc Ferme. It's a 5-star Ollie Wilmot. Let's all just jump in, shall we, as well? Completely ruined the photo there for you. Sorry, Ollie, 5-star from you. Pretty impressive stuff, eh?
Well, it's good, isn't it? If I have to do it twice, I have to do it twice. But yeah, I still need to work on the starts. But yeah, good racing. I'm not sure what's happened with Langley.
No, I'm not too sure either. I had him coming over in second place, but we'll obviously have a look at that for you. But let's talk about you a little bit, because I was talking to family. You actually live in Switzerland, don't you?
Yeah, we moved 16 years ago, and I used to race in the juniors and then did the Porsche, in the Brit car and TCRs a little bit, and then after COVID we stopped for 3 years, so now I'm back and it's looking good.
So what, you go home tonight, or?
Yeah, so we start leaving tonight after this, and then we stop over at the Calais at the tunnel and then carry on driving, working tomorrow again.
Working today's dedication, Ollie. Oh, well done. So far it's going pretty well for you indeed, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happened to Andy Langley. I've got him in second place over the line. Somebody I'm desperate to find though is Daniel Truman, who's won in the... Where on earth is he? They are moving, are they? Thank you, thank you. Great job that the marshals do as well. There is Andy Langley's car. And there's Freddie Hewitts as well. There he is. Let's just go in for a quick chat, and just a bit of confusion as to what's going on here at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
What do you think might have happened?
The only thing I can think is maybe I missed the safety car board, went over to Golly. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
So potentially.
Okay.
So I saw it as I was the board in front of me, because I was tucked up behind him, and I went to the right, and I saw the safety car board ahead. So I don't know whether I missed it on the marshal post on the left. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, well, fingers crossed. You never know. You never know. This one looks like it'll be settled in the steward's room just as the rain comes down. And here is Mr. Truman. We're desperate to talk to you. We're desperate to talk to you. Another win, of course, in the Cooper class. And actually, it was quite a lonely race, wasn't it?
It was a little bit lonely out there. A little bit of a battle at the start. But, yeah, safety car bunch was up, and after that, got tyres where I wanted them. And yes, just was able to pull away. It's a good race. Car was perfect. So yeah, just.
Can you, John? Can you come out here as well? Can you explain this sticker to us?
So this is my nan. She passed away from Alzheimer's last year. She always spoiled me throughout my kiting days, my whole career really. So, you know, she wasn't able to come to a race for a long time. She hasn't been able to see me car racing at all.
Yeah.
So, you know, when she passed away, I wanted to do something so that she's always with me, basically.
Well, I'm sure if she was looking down now, she'd be very proud of you. Certainly the way season go. Congratulations. Right, here we go. Monopostos are actually out on track already. First time we're going to get to see these this weekend. Let's go straight over to Dave Goddard.
Yes, cars coming up to the grid then, thanks Ian. It is the Monoposto Racing Club. A big grid of single-seaters of all sorts of different kinds here at Thruxton this weekend. A warm welcome to the club. The grid reads as follows. Qualifying took place yesterday. Tom Wheatley in his Formula 3 Dallara has taken pole alongside Nigel Davis. We run in Formula 3 Class B for slightly older cars. Row 2 is the first of the classic class cars. Will Cox in his lovely Rolt RT3 alongside George Line in his Class F3A Dallara, one of the newer Dallara F3 cars on this mixed grid. And basically everything F3 downwards in this championship. Andrew Pryke and Mark Harrison on row 3. Then Kevin McClurg, veteran single-seater racer alongside Matthew Harton in the first of the Moto 1000 class cars for Motorcycle Engine Machines, the little Jedi. Completing the top 10, Felix Baggett, he's in a Dallara F310, and Chris Levy in his Dallara from 1997. Row 6 of the grid, number 20, Anthony Gauntlet, he's in a Jedi in class M1000, alongside the number 89 of James Williams. Row 7, Anya Garner and Malcolm Scott, another veteran single-seater racer. Simon Tate and Andrew Wheels in their Dallaras on row 8. Andrew Wheels in the Moto 1400 category. Row 9 is Tom Roper alongside Julian Hoskins in his Formula Ford Vector. The 10th row, Terry Clark in his Van Diemen and Richard Biles in his Formula Vauxhall Lotus. Remember those from back in the 90s, the Formula Vauxhall Lotus Championship. The 11th row, 52, which is Phil Chappell. He's in a Formula Vauxhall Lotus as well, alongside Jamie Malloy in his Tatus Formula Renault. So we got underway a little unexpectedly early. I thought there was going to be another green flag lap there. Apologies there. And, well, we've got a few spinners already, and the red flags are coming out, in fact. So several cars have spun at the complex, and the red flags have come out. So it gives us a chance to run through the rest of the grid in the meantime. The rest of the grid, we got to row 11, Phil Chappell and Jamie Malloy. Row 12, number 12, Phil Davis in his Van Diemen, alongside 8 of Martin Wright. Row 13, we should have Paul Hudson at number 70 in his Jedi, alongside Jim Spencer's Reynard from 1988. Row 14, Damon Bland and David Spencer, Van Diemen and Reynard. Row 15, Kyle Wallace in his Formula Renault Van Diemen, alongside Kirsty Mansell in her Formula 4. I think that's a Miguel Formula Ford that she is in. Row 16, Joe Goodwin and David Jones. Now, he was here in the Jochen Trophy a few weeks ago in the Formula Ford 2000 class, and Rodney Toft all the way from Cornwall in his Tom's Toyota. Formula 3 car starts from the back. Car 68, that is, that has gone off into the gravel. That is Malcolm Scott. Long-time single-seater racer both in the Monoposto Racing Club and in the old 750 Motor Club Formula 4 Championship as well. The Dallara F305 is off. That's the reason for the red flag. But a bit of confusion there, because I saw green lights on as the pack headed up towards Allard for the first time, and I thought that was a green flag lap, not the race starts. There was a bit of confusion there. Apologies there. There was a little bit of confusion over whether that was the race start or not. Asking about Vauxhall Lotuses there. Formula Vauxhall Lotus was a formula back in the mid-1990s. Lotus built the chassis, Vauxhall supplied the engines. There was Formula Vauxhall Junior as well. I know Mike Nicholson used to be the boss of that championship, the head of Vauxhall Motorsport, who sadly passed away a few months ago. More famous as a rally co-driver as well. So there is our very mixed grid of single-seaters. We've got Formula 3 cars, there's Formula Renaults, some classic machines like the Vauxhall Lotuses, the Rolts, the old Reynard of Jim Spencer from 1988, one of the older cars on the grid. George Lyne at the front of the pack there, number 51, with his Dallara. Let's have a look at that again. George Lyne who got away well, along with Will Cox. Now the red lights were on, but there was a green light showing. Was that because somebody had had a problem? Let's have a look a bit further back. Yeah, there's a green light on there as they headed up, and the green flag was waving. So it was confusion, I think, over whether it was a green flag lap or the start of the race. But the red lights had come on, and then several cars went for a spin as we went into the complex. Malcolm Scott was one of them. The 93 of Mark Harrison on the left there was another. And 3 or 4 cars went spinning out, I think because the track was a bit damp from the latest bout of drizzle we've had here at Thruxton. So apologies for the confusion there. And now the car of Malcolm Scott will be towed away, and we will have a restart. Gives us a chance to reset and get this Monoposto Racing Club Championship event underway again. Looking at the championship tables at the moment, in the class F3A for the more modern F3 cars, it is George Lyne who is on top there. Tom Wheatley leads class F3B, car number 56. It's the car that's on pole for this race.
The other problem we've got now,
Mono 2000 is led by Mark Harrison. That's the white car with the Red Bull logos that spun at the complex. He leads Mono 2000 for the 2-litre engine. Mono 2000 Classic for the older cars, it's Will Cox, number 44 in his classic F3 Rolts, that leads the points there. Moto 1000 for the small bike engine cars, the Jedis, that's led by Matthew Houghton, number 24 with his Jedi. Moto 1400 by Andrew Wheels, number 67. I think that's one of the cars that spun at the complex as well. The 1600cc class is led by Kyle Wallace in his Formula Renault Van Diemen, and Mono 1800 by Julian Hoskins in the rare Vector Formula Ford car. Now, you may not recognise that as a Formula Ford 1600 in this race because it is fitted with wings. You can see that quite a lot. The old Formula Fords get modified with wings. That's the yellow car you can see on the right of your screen there. That's Julian Hoskins' car. Justin Keane, I remember, was very successful in Vectors in Formula Ford in period, taking the fight to the likes of the Van Diemens and the Swifts back in the 1990s. Justin Keane racing along with the likes of Baz Linders, Kevin McGarrity and Mario Haberfeld, I remember, the Brazilian. That's the grid being brought back into line. There's Nigel Davers, veteran of the Monoposto Racing Club, one of the oldest single-seater racing clubs in the UK. Designed to be the home of low-cost single-seater racing on a budget. Founded way back in 1958, the Monoposto Racing Club. George Lyne was the Class F3A champion last year in his Volkswagen-powered Dallara. Tom Wheatley won the Mono 2000 class. He's upgraded to F3B this year. That was won by Ashley Dibden, who's not here this weekend last season. Will Cox, the reigning Classic champion. Sam Don, who won 1800. Alex Bagnall, 1600. Jason Timms in the Moto 1400 category. The Timms family have been racing with the Monoposto Racing Club for decades. Matt Houghton won Moto 1000 class, and the end of season mini championship, the Tiedemann Trophy, named after the club's founder Frank Tiedemann, was won by Will Cox. Number 79 there, that's Andrew Pryke in his Dallara. He lines up in the third row of the grid. It'll be Tom Wheatley on pole, number 56 in his black Dallara F301. Slightly obscured from view by the pit wall there. Nigel Davers alongside the other black car with the white wings. Will Cox in red and white in the Rolls. And George Lyne in blue and yellow, as we've seen. The 66 there is the Tartus Formula Renault of Jamie Malloy. Now, he actually runs in the F3B class, along with the modern Formula 3 cars. Terry Clark there, number 32. Number 13, that is Kyle Wallace in his Formula Renault Van Diemen, before Formula Renault became a spec chassis formula, the one-make formula with the Tartus chassis built in Italy. Wonderful variety we've got here. Loving the classic shape there of the number 83 of David Spencer, the Reynard. Little Jedi single-seaters. They started off, of course, as a hill climb chassis builder, Jedi cars. Fraser Corbin and company. Before moving on to providing cars for what is now known as F1000. Number 98 there, that's the Tom's Toyota from Japan. Tom's company providing aftermarket parts and race car building of Toyotas. Stands for Tachi Oiwa Motorsport, Tom's. Based in Tokyo. They did build some Formula 3 cars back in the late 90s. That one is driven by ex-Formula Ford 2000 racer Rodney Toft, all the way from Bodmin in Cornwall. Lying it behind the number 4 there of Joe Goodwin in his 1995 Van Diemen. Safety car in position at the front of the field. Now, because of the conditions, are we going to start behind the safety car, I wonder? It'll be a 12-minute restart, I can tell you. 25 there, that's Jim Spencer with his classic Reynard. Alongside the 41, that's Damon Bland, another driver based in Switzerland. We are missing a car. Who should have been next to Jim Spencer? Yes, Paul Hudson's not there, the number 70. 76 with the Dayglow wings is Richard Biles, that's the Vauxhall Lotus. Julian Hoskins in the yellow Vector. It's a Formula Ford car that's been modified with those wings. Malcolm Scott is not there, of course. He went off first attempt to get this race underway. It's a bit slippery out there still at Thruxton. It looks like we are going to start behind the safety car.
first non-Formula 3 car start date. That's number 24, which is important.
There's Will Cox's Rolt, the holder of the Tiedemann Trophy, on the inside of the second row, up there among the modern Formula 3 cars at the front. Andrew Pryke on row 3, the white car with the red and blue flashes. Starts alongside Mark Harrison in his Red Bull sponsored car, well, Red Bull liveried car, similar to the white livery used by the RB team in current Formula 1, of course. They're up the road at Silverstone this weekend. Told the weather is a bit more inclement at Silverstone, and as we mentioned, Silverstone, just a request that please do not post Formula 1 spoilers in our YouTube chat. I know Elliot, our director, wants to watch the British Grand Prix when he gets home tonight, so mainly for his benefit. Yeah, so myself and others do want to watch the Grand Prix later on, so no Formula 1 spoilers in our chat, please. Thank you. Hello to Ashley Milburn, who's watching up at Seagrave Corner. David Patrick says, big shout out to the Orange Army, working hard at Thruxton from all your colleagues over the hill at Gerston Down hill climb today. Enjoying the sunshine we have here. Yeah, send some of it to Thruxton, please. Right, so Lewis J, supporting Daniel Truman in the minis. Homeboy RC sitting in the chicane grandstand. Tommy Two-Tone says, I've heard a song called Convoy. Is that from that film? The song by C.W. McCall was what inspired the film. Spoiler, Martin Brundle wins the British Grand Prix. Nice try. He probably wishes he had on a few occasions. Martin Brundle sadly never won a Grand Prix in his career, of course. He has had a go at truck racing, though.
Drivers waving their arms because they've lost their now. 15, Simon Tate, so he's got help coming to him. One of his attacks on one of the other teams.
Just a reminder that if people do start posting spoilers, we can turn the live chat off, just as a warning. We are going to start then behind the safety car with the Monoposto Racing Club. It is a little bit slippery out there. There's one car starting from the pit lane, I notice. That might be Malcolm Scott. Safety car moves away. We've still got a marshal on the grid at the moment. As the green flag waves. Here we go. Puff of smoke there from George Lyne's engine as he gets underway. Terry Clark is the car starting from the pit lane, the number 32. 24 there, that's Matthew Houghton, the Moto 1000 class pace setter, that screaming 1 litre Jedi motorcycle engine machine. I think it's a Honda motorcycle power plant that he's got. Oh, the Tatus Formula Renault of Jamie Malloy needing a push. Yep, that's going to be pushed into pit lane, unfortunately. So the race is technically underway behind the safety car. They'll be released at the end of this lap. So 12 minutes restart. Slightly reduced because of the red flag, of course. You can see a fair bit of rain has fallen. It is very slippery out there now. Let's hope we don't have any more spinners. It's Kevin McClurg, number 96. Makes his way through on row 4. 15 Simon Tate in his Dallara, a little bit further back on the grid, just ahead of Andrew Wheels in his Dallara 305, running in the M1400 class, so clearly an engine transplant with that car. Matthew Houghton just ahead of Felix Baggett, number 16, with his Dallara. So the Formula 3 cars mostly towards the front of the field, along with 1 or 2 of the classic runners, and a couple of the motorcycle engine cars as well. 12, that's one of our modified Formula Fords, the 98 Van Diemen of Phil Davis. So the safety car lights are still on, so we might do another lap here behind the safety car before we get green flag racing underway. Safety car stays out for another lap. So technically Tom Wheatley on pole position is leading this race ahead of Will Cox and George Lyne. No, Nigel Davis in second, sorry, the timing screen just sorting itself out. Cox in third, Lyne fourth, there's Andrew Pryke and Mark Harrison, the 2 white cars. Behind them is Kevin McClurg. It's Houghton in the Jedi, the blue and orange car. Baggett and Chris Levy round out the top 10. Chris Levy, ex-historic Formula Ford 2000 competitor. Battle with the likes of Chris Lord and Ian Pearson in that division. I saw them here at Thruxton a few years ago. 89 there. James Williams with his Dallara. As Gianpaolo Dallara's concerned, pretty much dominated F3 to almost the point of exclusivity in the 90s and 2000s. Taking over from the likes of the Reynards and the Rolts. Only occasional challenge coming from the Tom's Toyotas. Safety car will come in this time. 2 cars have joined in from the pit lane, Terry Clark and the 66, which is that Formula Renault of Jamie Malloy, Tatus from Italy. Same as very similar to the car that a certain Lewis Hamilton had his early successes in. So here we go then, getting ready to go green flag racing. It'll be a race of just over 7 minutes under green flag. Car 56, Tom Wheatley on the pole. Nigel Davis alongside him, Will Cox in the classic Rolt behind them, George Lyne's weaving to get some heat into his tyres, Andrew Pryke behind him. Those are your top 5. Here we go then, out of the chicane, be a rolling start up towards the green, and Tom Wheatley a bit slow away, in fact very slow away as the green goes out, so Nigel Davis takes the lead. Yes, a poor start there for Tom Wheatley, he's dropped right back into about 4th place. Will Cox goes around the outside, Felix Baggett's got away well in the 16 as they head up towards the complex. Let's hope we don't have any spinners this time. Looks like it's George Lyne that's taken the lead in the number 51. Davis in second, and who's that up in third? That's Mark Harrison. Where's he come from in the Formula 3 number 83 there? He's had a cracking getaway. Number 93, I should say. Oh, we have got a tag. Oh, there's cars going everywhere coming out of Seagrave. Tom Wheatley is one of them. I think that's Chris Levy facing the wrong way. The 15 car going backwards, that's Simon Tate. James Williams is involved. The car's absolutely everywhere at Seagrave. That's the 96 of Kevin McClurg just getting going again. James Williams out of his car, walks away. The man who lives just near Snetterton Circuit. The safety car is going to be straight back out. James Williams goes to vent his frustrations to one of the photographers. Well, George Lyne out in the lead, but he's going to be greeted by the safety car in the Volkswagen-powered Dallara. As the marshals will need to clear James Williams' car from the edge of the circuit up there. So it's Lyne from Nigel Davis. Mark Harrison with a flying start in the number 93. Must be those Red Bull decals on the car that's giving him a bit of extra speed. They say Red Bull gives you wings. 4th is Felix Baggett. Andrew Pryke in 5th. There's the reason for the safety car. Number 89, James Williams, his Dallara with the Spice Opel engine. Stranded on the side of the course there, following a succession of spinners at the exit of Seagrave. Will Cox in 5th place, then Houghton. There's Julian Hoskins in the Vector, just outside the top 10. I think Tom Roper may have been caught up here. I think he's gone into the pits in the 38s. Didn't see Kirsty Mansell come through either in the Miguel. Okay, let's have a look again what happened coming out of Seagrave. Was there any contact there? Actually at middle of the pack. No, it looked like it was Kevin McClurg was the first to go around. Chris Levy slowed up. He got clipped by James Williams. Tate spun in avoidance. Then further round, Tom Wheatley went off on the other side of the circuit, seemingly all on his own. Another car went grass tracking in avoidance there. I think that's... was that Felix Baggett? No, that was Tom Roper, the 38 that went off there, so that's why he's headed for the pits. So Kevin McClurg was the first to spin, then Tom Wheatley went around a little further forward, and then everybody else has got stacked up behind. Yeah, 38 got the black and orange flag, that's why he's come in, so damage to his car, probably some bodywork or a wing hanging off as a result of that trip over the grass for Tom Roper, so that's why he has been given the flag. Still under the safety car at the moment. It's Kirsty Mansell is still there, the Formula Ford Miguel. That's the Formula Ford without any wings fitted to it. They will have 2 more races later on, the Monoposto Racing Club. A chance to get some more green flag racing in, hopefully. James Williams is on the back of the Ford F-150 there. It's back in to steer the car. We've only got just over 2 minutes left on the clock now, and I've got a bad feeling this race might finish under the safety car. We had a similar thing happen, unfortunately, last season at Silverstone with the Monopostos, where one of the Jedis got stuck at Stowe Corner. '15's got going again there, Simon Tate in his Dallara after spinning. Jamie Malloy's made up a few places. One of the Reynards at the back, that's David Spencer, number 83. Still 29 cars running. Now, if that tow truck is very quick at getting off the course, we might get a 1-lap sprint for the line here. Will we get a single lap shootout for the checkered flag? Well, the tow truck is off the course there with James Williams' car. Let's have a look. Is the safety car going to come in this time, or are we going to finish under yellow? Are the lights still on the Ford? Yes, they are. There's only 30 seconds left on the race time. So I think the checkered flag is going to go out as they come across the line. Yeah, checkered flag has appeared on the timing screen. Yes, race finishes behind the safety car, so it is a win for George Line in the 51, ahead of Nigel Davies and Mark Harrison. Give you a rundown of the class winners in a few moments' time as well, in what was sadly a very truncated affair for the Monoposto Racing Club, but they do have 2 more races coming up this afternoon. Chance to get some green flag action in. Conditions, I think, catching out some of the drivers there. So George Line, the overall winner, and he wins Class F3A. Nigel Davies second, wins Class F3B, and the Mono 2000 class won by Mark Harrison in 3rd place. Felix Baggett and Andrew Pryke next home. Will Cox wins the Classic Division in 6th place. Matthew Houghton, the winner of Moto 1000, in 7th place. Andrew Wheels took Moto 1400 in his Dallara in 9th overall. 10th overall, Julian Hoskins takes the 1800 category. And Class 1600 was won by Kyle Wallace in the Formula Renault, down in 18th place. Those are your class winners from the Monoposto Racing Club. First of 3 races this weekend. Finishing under the safety car, George Line it is who takes the win. Next out on track today, we will have the first race of the weekend for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Guesting this weekend from the 750 Motor Club. Great to have them along. BMWs of all shapes and sizes will be out on track next here at Thruxton, once everybody's back in Parc Ferme. And then we will have a chat to some of the drivers in the Monoposto Racing Club. We've not been able to hear from them so far this weekend. I'm sure Ian's down there ready to have a chat to George Line. So they're making their way into Parc Ferme. We'll await to hand down to Ian in just a moment.
Now a race winner again in the Monoposto Championship. Second place tonight, third place for Mark Harrison.
Yeah, a bit of a strange race. So, well, congratulations to the safety car for leading the most laps in that race and taking the checkered flag. They are just going to stack the Monoposto cars in Parc Ferme here, so let's move in, shall we? There's going to be no order to them, but of course congratulations to George Line, Nigel Davies and Mark Harrison. Of course we caught up with Nigel a little bit earlier, didn't we, as well as Mark as well. It'd be great if we could find George Line, so let's move up a little bit. He's right at the top end, so sorry about this, John. I've made you walk from one end of Parc Ferme to the other, but let's go grab George Line, because I make that 8 wins this season for him as well. That's pretty much every single race so far this season. That's not quite the way you want to win a race, is it? But that is how it happens. Of course, yes, P2 to the safety car there. I think if we could get the trophies, we might have to hand it down. But let's grab George for a quick chat, shall we? I don't know if there's too much. Oh, sorry, John. I've just kicked John Ward, who's the Thruxton doing the circuit comms. I've just kicked him away so we can grab George first. So, George, not too much to say there, is there? But well done. The only car that beat you was the safety car.
Yeah, well, we didn't get too many laps yesterday, and we got even fewer laps today. So yeah, it's a bit of a funny one. Bit interesting with the rain coming down on the slicks.
What was that? Just how slippy? Was it just moisture out on the track, because we're still confused as to what actually happened.
Half the track was dry, the second half, but the first half was a little bit greasy.
Right.
So it was sort of deceiving a little bit. You think, oh, it is quite wet, and then like I said, the second half was pretty much bone dry. So I thought we'll just get a feel for it, and then obviously the safety car came out again. So
probably the easiest win you've ever had, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a one race corner really, but yeah, it's great fun to drive these cars around this track. It's so fast, but yeah, hopefully for next one we'll get a few laps in.
I was going to say, I hope so. Well done anyway. Congratulations, good stuff indeed. Let's move around, shall we? There's absolutely pretty much no order to any of these, so I think we've got. I saw Anya. Oh, Anya's run away, isn't she? So let's go talk to somebody else. Shall we? We've got a little bit of time. BMW's about to head out on track, but we've got a little bit of time. We've got Andrew here. Let's have a quick chat with Andrew. Hi. I don't really know what to say to everybody here because we had about one corner of racing, didn't we?
It was really tricky. It was quite eventful out there. There was quite a lot of spins, and I got caught out on the first start. There was a load going into the complex that had spun, and unfortunately I got sort of tucked up in the middle of that. So in fairness, I was quite pleased with the red flag because it got us back in position a bit really. Yeah. But yeah, it was very difficult, especially in the second restart as well. It started raining quite heavily on the far side and became really slippery, which is why obviously all the incidents. But
well, I kind of think I might be a little bit responsible because when I was chatting to some of the drivers in the assembly area, I said, look, I think it's going to be dry, but these clouds don't look particularly nice. Sorry, Andrew.
It was good fun.
At least you're smiling, that's all that matters, isn't it? Yes, right. Of course, Andrew Wills there is having a very good season indeed. He's the M1400 Championship leader for winter. I'm not too sure where he finished in that race because I don't think anybody really knows where anybody finished. Let's go. Anya, can we have a quick chat if that's all right? Are we all right to grab you around here and... congratulations. I mean, I don't really know what happened in this race. Can you shed some light on it?
Not really. Just incredibly slippy track in places that it should be entirely flat for F3 cars. So slippy, so squirrely. The wind, the rain, everything.
The good news is, though, we've got a couple more still to go, haven't we? So is there anything at all you've learnt so far that you can bring into the race a bit later?
Oh, God, everything. Always learning, always learning. Try not to slip off or crash into anyone is my... two main objectives.
No, fantastic. Thanks for talking to us. Really, really appreciate it. John, if we just head over here, I can just hear the BMW Car Club cars are starting to fire up. So it looks like they're about to head out on track very, very shortly. Great to see the BMW Car Club guesting with us here with the British Automobile Racing Club. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with a couple of the drivers. So let's hear from them now. Yes, hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area and another chance to see another new series for us this weekend. Actually, John, you're going to have to move out of the way. We've got a car coming in. The amount of time almost been run over today. Very, very welcome to have the BMW Car Club with us, guesting with the British Automobile Racing Club. And it's a series that actually I have done a bit of work with over the years as well. This is about to be round 9 of the season. And certainly Jamie Sturgis here is going to be a bit of a crowd pleaser. Jamie, can I... Yeah, thanks. It's a lot easier, isn't it, than poking Mike through there. Jamie, it's good to see you again, by the way. This car's always a crowd pleaser, isn't it? Can you give us a bit of information about it?
Well, it's a fairly standard road car originally, and we're not running huge amounts of power. We've got about 240 horsepower, but it's just we've just gone through trying to make something that's a real kind of tribute to some of the old Group A cars of the era, and it's so much fun. I've driven much faster cars, but very few cars that are as much fun as this.
What's it like around Thruxton? Because there's only about 2 braking points, isn't there?
Yeah, it's good. It's the same as the faster cars, and the very fact that most of the braking points are exactly the same. The corners you take flat feel the same. We sort of ride the same curves and what have you. Proper touring car style. So yeah, it's just rewarding. That's what it is.
What are you expecting from this race? Because I better shut your door a bit actually, because I'll tell you what, I'll poke it through. There we go. What are you expecting from this race? Because conditions are a little bit iffy at the minute, aren't they?
I think kind of coming in kind of where we are at the moment is where the car sits really. You know, it's doing well against some of the slightly more modern machinery. We've got the same sort of power. They've got a bit more chassis dynamics, but perhaps the fun factor carries me on a bit.
Jamie, thanks for talking to us. I think I'm causing my own personal traffic jam here. Sorry mate, there we go. Right, let's move down a little bit. They did race here actually last year as well, the BMW Car Club, and set a number of lap records. Ben Pearson, actually the man right down here, he did a 1:22.53. I don't think we're going to see anywhere like that today. Stephen Schweithart as well. I have interviewed him a couple of years ago at Alton Park, and Stephen, I remember then I had to ask you how to pronounce your name properly, didn't I? But Schweithart, I think I've got it now.
That's it. It's perfect. Yeah, well done.
Thank you. That was Alton Park a couple of years ago. This is Thruxton. What do you make of the circuit?
Fast. It's very fast. It's a bit slippy as well.
Yeah. Unpredictable today, isn't it? It's those horrible little conditions, isn't it, where it should be dry, but we're seeing the Monopostos. A few have gone off. So.
Yeah, thanks for that.
I'm just trying to help. I mean, like a mechanic, team mechanic.
Oh, that's it. Well, yeah, I'll obviously we'll have a good green flag, and then if I can get off the start well, we'll just see how every lap goes and keep pushing it until we get there, mate. So,
top man.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Stephen, best of luck, mate. Good to see you again as well, by the way. There we go. I think I might have just put the frighteners on him there a little bit as well. But yeah, here we go, shall we? First chance to see the BMW Car Club in action here this weekend at Thruxton. Let's go racing. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. The cars just making their way up to the grid now for the BMW Car Club Racing Championships. We'll run you through the grid in a moment. BMWs of all shapes and sizes out there. Ben Pearson on pole in car number 25 in Class M1, alongside the man we've just heard from, Stephen Schweithart. Second row, Stuart Pywell, number 75. Number 9, Jason Rees. Row 3, 69, Aidan Vilku, and 27 of Chris Blakey. William Lake, number 4, last year's champion, on row 4 alongside Cavan Granger, the current points leader with all the classes combined. Paul Travers and Paul Laramie round out the top 10. Andrew Phillips and Jamie Sturgis, who we just heard from, the man who lives virtually next door to Thruxton, on row 6. Row 7, Gareth Pywell and Gareth Thomas. Craig Emerson and Ben Haynes on row 8. Ernie Graham and Raheem Balu on row 9. Sam Walton rounds out the grid. Now the championship split into various classes M1, M2, Class 6 and the Cup class. It's based on the engine sizes of the cars. Keep an eye on the different classes when we get underway. The 5-second board has already been displayed with the green flag lap completed nice and quickly. The red lights come on. It'll be a standing start. 20 minutes for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Away we go. Ben Pearson with a super start from pole position. Not such a good start for the man alongside him. He's been tagged there, the number 43 of Stephen Schweithart. Fine sights these BMWs of all shapes and sizes and ages make as they head up. One car going off there to the side of the road. It was one of the BMW compacts that was involved in that bit of contact off the grid, I think. So we are underway, and it's Ben Pearson in the clear from pole position in the number 25 in his M235i, running in Class M1. He's already clear of the field. Class M1 for the most powerful cars. Number 9, Jason Rees, the Welshman, up the inside there, takes the gold and black number 27 of Chris Blakey. We'll establish the order as they make their way around, but I think the safety car is coming out. It's just come up on the timing screen. 37 goes through there. That's Cavan Granger, and a spin there at the exit of Goodwood. The treble 8 car has gone. That's Andrew Phillips. Cold tyres, I think, catching him out there. The Dagfield sponsored car. Andrew will rejoin towards the tail of the pack, but the safety car, I believe, is being scrambled. Yes, the field slows up Woodham Hill. So this championship administered by the BMW Car Club UK. Neil McDonald, its coordinator, running everything behind the scenes. Now, we lost one of the compacts up there. I was trying to work out which car it was. I think it might be William Lake, number 4, the former champion. He may have made contact with Stephen Schweithart, who was slow off the line. Yes, there's William Lake's number 4 car. He's out of the race. Car stranded alongside the circuit, so the safety car having to be deployed once again. But as we were saying, the various classes are all based on different engine sizes and types of the car. Class M1 for the quickest cars, Class M2 and Class 6 here this weekend. The Cup class for BMW Compacts 325 Ti's as well. A little further back on the reading, you can see Stephen Schweithart, a poor start there. That delayed Jason Rees. And the rest of the pack had to fan around them. Stuart Pywell side by side for second. It was a little further back in the order. There's the contact. William Lake it was who hit the side of Stephen Schweikart. I think that might have broken his steering, and that's why we've lost the number 4 car early on. Yeah, there we see him pull him off to the side of the road, so William Lake would go no further. Then the safety car had to be deployed with Lake's car parked up at the side of the road. Did he hit the barriers as well? Oh yes, he did. Yes, broken steering there. He couldn't steer out of that one, the number 4. So he's walloped the Armco. And the damp conditions on the grass would not have helped there either after that bit of rain we had during the Monoposto race. So William Lake's parked up next to the airfield. That car will need to be recovered. Slightly longer race than we've seen so far this weekend at 20 minutes. There's Andrew Phillips having rejoined from his spin, just behind the number 75, which is Craig Emerson. There is that spin. A little bit of bodywork went flying there as well. Jamie Sturgis in the older M535 just avoided him there, and the Cup Class 325 compacts at the back as well. Now, the championship situation, there are only 3 points covering the top 4 overall in the championship. It's Cavan Granger in Class M2 who leads overall on 67 points. Aidan Vilku, number 66, number 69 on 66 points, is a point behind him. Then a point behind him is Paul Cook in Class M1, and Stephen Schweikart a point behind him. Now, Paul Cook has had 5 of the 6 overall wins so far this season, but he's not out at Thruxton today. His only defeat so far this season being at Silverstone, where Stephen Schweikart took the win, but I think we are going to go back to green flag racing with William Lake's car judged to be out of the way. Away they go, up towards Allard for what is the 3rd time. There's number 27 of Chris Blakey, the gold car. He's being chased by Paul Travers, number 77. Cavan Granger, the championship leader, up behind them. Used to race in the Pre-03 touring cars, the white and maroon car. So battle is joined once again then. Jason Rees coming under a bit of pressure from the number 69 of Aidan Vilku in 4th position. It's the all-white E36 BMW. Here's a battle between Pywell and Schweikart for 2nd place. Number 76, that's Stuart Pywell. Gareth Pywell a little bit further back in the order in the Castrol liveried car. Super Touring look-alike. Here comes Schweikart on the inside, recovering from that slow start, but it is Ben Pearson, number 25, who leads the way. He's 3rd in the point standings in Class M1 coming into this meeting. Cavan Granger side by side there around Church Corner, having a go at the number 77 of Paul Travers. And that's almost standard road going, looking number 77 car, 330 CI. They're battling over 7th position overall. Vilku is leading Class M2, Pearson Class M1. Now Cavan Granger only down in 3rd in class at the moment, and he'll, if it stays like this, I think we'll lose his championship lead. The Cup Class is being led by Gareth Thomas further back. So they head up towards the complex for the 4th time. It's Ben Pearson out front in the number 25, the M235. There's the similar looking car of Jason Rees from Pontypool in South Wales. He's running in 4th position. He's got ahead of Aidan Vilku. There he is, being reeled in now by Chris Blakey, the man from Lincoln. Cavan Granger having another go at Paul Travers as they come out of Seagrave. Gets up alongside him. Is he going to go through? He certainly is. Good move there going into Noble. It's tricky conditions today for these rear-wheel drive BMWs. Out through Goodwood they go towards the back of the circuit. 18 cars left running after we lost Will Lake at the start of the race. It's Cavan Granger now clear of Paul Travers up into 2nd in class. The man he wants to get ahead of is Aidan Vilku, car number 69. There is the 69 in the look-alike of the famous Schnitzer BMWs, the livery there. Shades of Joachim Winkelhock, 1993 British Touring Car Champion, raced in those colours. Steve Soper was very successful as well. He's clear of Chris Blakey in the 27. There's Cavan Granger. Behind him, Paul Travers. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Stephen Schweikart, who's now back up into second place. He's 1.4 seconds off Ben Pearson out in front. Stuart Pywell in the dark green car is third. This championship open to just about any BMW model. Administered, as we said earlier, by the 750 Motor Club, guesting here with the BARC this weekend. Great to have them on board, and the 750 Formula as well. We'll see them out later on. There is number 87, Jamie Sturgis. He's running in the invitation class this weekend as a guest runner. Chasing number 68, that's Gareth Thomas from Swindon, leading the Cup class for the 325 Ti Compacts, the Compact Cup effectively. He's just behind the number 55, Rahim Balu, in his E36 M3, the yellow car. Number 9 of Jason Rees has been given the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. Your first offence, then that front is noted by the stewards. Your second, you get the black and white flag. Any more transgressions, you risk a 5-second penalty. 87 of Jamie Sturgis. Wonderful to look at, isn't it? The old M535i. I said earlier, it's a replica of the cars that raced in the Group A European Touring Car Championship in years gone by, before the likes of the 635 came in, so famous in the 80s. Jamie Sturgis giving chase to Gareth Thomas. He's in 13th overall. Behind him it's Andrew Phillips making his way up after his spin. There's Rahim Balu in the number 55 M3, running in class M1. As we say, the classes based on what engine types these BMWs have under their bonnets. Gareth Thomas leading the Cup class. He's leading their championship 7 points clear of Ernie Graham, who's a little further back down the order. Sam Walton, who's at the tail of the field, is third in their points. Sturgis makes his way through. Lead gap is over 4 seconds now. Ben Pearson pulling away. He's just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.74. And a few BMWs you saw yesterday as well, of course, in the Brick Car Endurance Championship. Number 44, that's Ben Haynes from Evesham in Worcestershire. He's currently running in 10th position. Third in class 6, it's Chris Blakey leading class 6. Second in class 6 is not Cavan Granger, 31, Paul Laramie, sorry. 5-second penalty for car number 9. He said if he transgressed again, he'd risk a penalty, and Jason Rees will have a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Well, there's our race leader. We've not seen much of Ben Pearson in this race because he's cleared off in front by over 4 seconds. Could be a bigger margin than that this time through. The very aggressive looking number 25, the M235i, looking for his first win of the season. Charges through the chicane, absolutely flying along. Still got 9 minutes to go though. Across the line he goes, 1:22.79 that time through. Sounding great as well, the number 25 M2. It's his lead gap, 5.6 seconds now. He's pulled away by over a second that time through. Now here comes Cavan Granger. He's got ahead of Chris Blakey. Granger will be up into 6th overall, but the man he needs to get ahead of is Aidan Vilku. I think Cavan Granger was delayed in that little schmozzle at the start. The Bisley Removals car. Can he remove Aidan Vilku from the class lead? He'll want to get maximum points in his class here to keep his narrow overall lead in the championship. Stephen Schweikart looking to capitalise as well with Paul Cook not here. There's a battle further back, number 75, that is of Craig Emerson from Leicestershire. He's ahead of one of the Cup class cars, number 61, that'll be Ernie Graham. Very experienced BMW racer. Second in the Cup class at the moment, but he's quite a way behind Gareth Thomas. see what the gap is between Vilko and Granger. It's over 3 seconds. Granger has got to make up. He's lapping a little bit slower at the moment. Jamie Sturgis now ahead of Rahim Baloo. It's a battle for 11th place. There's Gareth Thomas, so he's quite a way up the road from his class rivals in the Cup class. It's first of 2 races today for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Baloo fighting back there on the tail of Sturgis in the classic M535, and into the pits comes Jason Rees. Now, has he got a problem? Wait and see if he rejoins. I wonder if he thinks perhaps he's got a drive-through penalty. The 5-second penalty for track limits, it's not a drive-through or a stop-go, it's added to your race time, so for a penalty he doesn't need to come in. Yeah, I think he has gone back out. So he thought that, I think he may have thought that was a drive-through penalty. There's Andy Phillips, he's now caught up to the back of Gareth Thomas as he recovers from spinning on the opening lap. The AP Auto Care car. Rahim Baloo is dropping down the timing screen. Have we lost the yellow M3? Oh, a big slide there, the 44 car. A big fishtail for Ben Haynes. Somehow he saves the spin. Jamie Sturgis closes up on him as a result of that. Moves up alongside him. Yes, Rahim Baloo has not come through. There he is, in fact, he stopped on Woodham Hill. So Baloo has broken down and he's out of the race. As to the inside at Goodwood goes Sturgis, goes past Ben Haynes in the E46 330 CI. Where's he running in his class at the moment? He's third in class 6. Behind Paul Laramie. Rees dropping down the timing screen now because he went into the pits. Jason Rees. So that puts Aidan Vilko up into 4th overall. Cavan Granger is 5th. The yellow flag's out on Woodham Hill. Rahim Baloo is trying to limp his way back to the pits in the E36 M3, the classic shape BMW racer. This is the car that everyone wanted to race in Super Touring in the 1990s. Make his way through the chicane there. Gareth Thomas has met him at the worst possible place. He's trying to get over into the pit lane entrance. Nothing really he could do there. Gareth Thomas will lose out too. I think that's the 36 of Gareth Pywell that just got past him. Or was it our race leader lapping him? No, there's Pywell in the background. Yes, that was the leader coming through to lap him. So Ben Pearson was briefly impeded there. Nothing Rahim Baloo could do there. He had to get across the track to get into the pits. So the lead is 6.7 seconds now. There's our second place man, Stephen Schweikart. Recovered from a poor start up into second place. They're lapping Gareth Pywell. That's Pywell, the blue and red car with the Castrol livery. Aping slightly the Italian Super Turismo cars of the 1990s, raced by Emanuele Naspetti and Fabrizio Di Simone. Still Stuart Pywell, the dark green number 76 car in 3rd. They're all Class M1 cars, the top 3. Class M2 is still being led by Vilko. There's Paul Travers, the 77. He's running in 8th place, 3rd in Class M2 behind Cavan Granger. Now here comes Andy Phillips onto the tail of Ben Haynes. Recovered from that scare at the complex last time through where he got a real wiggle on. Just over 3.5 minutes of this race to go then for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Ben Pearson has come up to lap Jamie Sturgis. Ben Pearson currently 3rd in the Class M1 points, 6th overall. This will be his first win of the season. I think Rahim Baloo is heading back out. Yes, I saw a flash of yellow there. Yes, he is in the pit lane. So he's fixed whatever the problem was, maybe just done a reset on the car. The red and yellow striped flag is out at the complex. That means slippery surface. So the drivers have to be careful through there. Then again, it's been a slippery surface all day because of the drizzle we've been having. 75, that's Craig Emerson. He's being chased by Ernie Graham. They've been together all race long. Jason Rees now down in 6th place. having driven through the pit lane. He's got Cavan Granger on his tail. I don't think Granger is going to win the class here because he's still over 3 seconds behind Aidan Vilku. Still these two at it towards the back of the field. That's Emerson and Graham. There are a few good battles all the way down the order for the BMW Car Club. Can Ernie Graham take the place away there? Bounces up on the curb. Couple of laps to go then for Ben Pearson. 122.74 his fastest lap. See what the gap is over Stephen Schweikart this time through. 103.4 average around Thruxton. We said it's the fastest circuit in the UK. There's Rahim Baloo, he's going again. And the Prime Care Group number 55 car. Back of the field now, of course, because he stopped on Woodham Hill and then had to limp into the pits. Problem has been cleared. There's the 69 of Aidan Vilku. I think Jason Rees has got back ahead of him on the road, but the penalty will drop in behind him, of course. Chris Blakey continues to lead Class 6. Ostensibly for 6-cylinder cars, of course. There's a Class 4 as well for 4-cylinder BMWs. No entries in that this weekend, though. So less than a minute left on the clock now. The checkered flag will be out soon for Ben Pearson. Over 8 seconds clear now. He's pulled away by some 1.4 seconds on that last lap. Here he comes up to start his final lap. Away like a shot at the start of the race. Has controlled the pace ever since. Great looking car, isn't it? The M235i. 30 seconds left as he crosses the line. Rees has got back ahead of Vilku despite that trip through the pit lane. It's the last lap board being held out. There's Stuart Pywell. Not seen much of him in this race. In the green gold car. Oh, blows the engine. Goodness me. Stuart Pywell and spins on his own oil. That's a huge blow up. Now let's hope the other drivers see that and they see the oil. There'll be oil everywhere at Allard. That was a big blow up there for Stuart Pywell. Meanwhile, Ben Pearson won't have seen that. There is Pywell's car on the edge. He's in the middle of the circuit there, virtually having spun to a halt. He won't get the car moved. The engine's grenaded. Now the clock has counted down to 0. We're on the last lap now. I wonder if the officials might red flag this. Yes, the yellow flags are out at Allard. The oil flags will be out as well. Well, we hadn't seen Stuart Pywell for most of that race. Just as we picked up on him in that third place, the engine let go in spectacular fashion. That's the end of his weekend. Meanwhile, coming up to the checkered flag for a first win of the season in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is Ben Pearson. He takes the flag. Ben Pearson wins and wins Class M1. There's a car spun on the oil there. It's number 6 of Sam Walton, who was running to the tail of the field. Stephen Schweikart comes home in second, 10.5 seconds or so down on Ben Pearson. Completing the podium should be Jason Rees on the road. Now, what will the penalty do? We'll wait and see. We might see Aidan Vilku on an overall podium here. Some lap traffic coming in. Paul Laramie in 9th place. Jamie Sturges will be 10th. Oh, and Rahim Baloo's not going to make the flag after all. His problem has reoccurred. Now we'll wait confirmation on who's going to be in 3rd place overall. Rees crosses the line in 3rd place there with the black front end on the number 9 car we saw come through. The penalty will drop in behind Aidan Vilku, though. The track limits penalty, and in fact he got a further penalty as well. A further 10 seconds, another track limits offence for the number 9 car. Here comes Cavan Granger. Now he'll be 2nd in Class M2. Now what will that do to the overall Championship, because Steven Schweikart was second in his class. Vilku won his class. It's going to be very close in the overall championship. Have to go to the calculators for that one, I think. But Aidan Vilku will take an overall podium. There is the number 6 car of Sam Walton. Rahim Baloo does limp across the line. So, entertaining stuff there for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship here at their first race of the weekend at Thruxton. Bad luck there to Stuart Pywell, was on for a podium with his engine exploding going into the last lap. Ben Pearson it is who takes his first win of the season, just over 10.5 seconds clear of Steven Schweikart. Aidan Vilku wins Class M2 in third, and I think might be leading the championship overall now. We'll have to go to the calculators for that one. Jason Rees takes fourth despite his track limits penalty, and fifth place for Cavan Granger. Chris Blakey in sixth wins Class 6, and Paul Travers seventh. Stuart Pywell will not be classified because he didn't complete the last lap due to that blown engine. So next time Paul Laramie. Jamie Sturgis is the invitation class winner, then Andrew Phillips after his spin early on, Ben Haynes, Gareth Pywell, Gareth Thomas wins the Cup class ahead of Ernie Graham, and Craig Emerson, Sam Walton and Rahim Baloo complete the finishers. Stuart Pywell will not be classified as a finisher because we lost William Lake on the first lap. So let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Fermé to talk to our race winner.
There you go, your round 9 winner for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is Ben Pearson. Ben, I'll let you get your helmet off first, mate, because nobody else actually wants to join you over here. Look, everybody else is over there. Ben's over here. Ben, last year you set the lap record here. You just won the race now. You must like this place.
Yeah, I love it here. I've been racing here for over 12 years now, and it's brilliant. Love it. Love the high speed, right on the edge, limit of the car.
It looked actually when you got going, you got a bit of a gap, and that was it, really.
That was it. That was the main choice, main thing to do, because you don't want to get the draft from the car behind to keep up with you down the straights. So get a gap early on. But yeah, it was a bit slippery out there to start with. It's still a little bit damp.
Do you know what? Actually, I meant to talk to you about that, because I did see on the live stream we've got the yellow and red flag, obviously, which suggests there's oil or something slippy out. And there was it pretty slippy there?
There was some debris on the circuit, but there was just an accident coming out of Allard, and there's a load of coolant or oil on the circuit. So. Right. But yeah, it was still wet out the fast stuff at the back. I nearly lost it.
Well, well done anyway.
Thank you.
Very, very cool. Very, very relaxed. That's what I like to see. Well done, Ben. Good man indeed. Right, let's keep moving on, shall we? Who else can we go and find to talk to? Look at these two as well. Good stuff indeed. Look at here. Look who we got here. I want to chat to Aidan, winner in the M2 class, of course. Aidan, I'll let you get your helmet off. Fantastic. But yeah, what a great race, a win for Aidan Melko. I actually, in your 6th class, Chris Blakely took the win. In the Cup class, it was Gareth Thomas, and the Invitational, it was Jamie Sturgis, but he was the only one in the Invitational. But Aidan,
bit sweaty, bit hot.
That looked like it meant quite a lot to you.
It did, yes. So me and Cavan have been battling for the overall championship and M2 championship.
I had seen Cavan for a while.
And before this race, there was 1 point between us, wasn't there? Yeah, no. So now I should be ahead. So, say again? You've got a lap record. I don't know.
You see, Pywell, I need to take him out last lap. Go on.
I thought that, because I seen your lights in the distance, but I'll tell you what, Cavan.
Have you not?
It's hard work.
That's how I feel them. Look, guys, this is what I like to see, right? The fight between the championship between the two of you, but there's a lot of respect.
It meant a lot today. Yeah. It's my mum's second race being back with us. I was like, I've got to win. I had second at Alton.
Brilliant. No, good mate. You kept going. You didn't put one foot wrong, mate. You're there all the time. I couldn't catch him.
Fast track as well.
Guys, you've got to do it all again, all right? Yeah. So yeah, good to see you as well, Kevin. It was a bit like that. I didn't really know who wanted to talk at the time. Right, let's keep going, shall we? Let's find somebody else to talk to. Trucks are going out next, but so we've got a little bit of time. Let's have a look. Who we got down here? Number 6. I have no idea who we're walking towards and have a chat. Sam Walton. Sam, let's have a quick chat. How was it?
Quite hard today. Hard today. Yeah.
Was it greasy and slippy out there?
A little bit, maybe. A little bit. Somewhere near the end of the race, some oil got spilled at turn 1, which was, I spun on that one, but yeah.
Have we learned much from this one that we can bring into the race later?
Go faster.
Go fast. Well done, man. Thanks for talking to us. Right, stay live with us, everybody, if we can, because look what we've got coming up next. Yes, we have the 4th race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Let's make our way round, actually, shall we? See if we can go find Pointy. Hopefully we can just nip through the side. I think we can get through that gap, can't we, John? Let's keep going. Lovely day. Actually, look, blue skies above as well. Hopefully the rain clouds have disappeared for the weekend. A big thank you to you as well for tuning in, everybody. Big shout out to the Orange Army as well. Remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button on the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, or of course we're also live on the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. You keep up to speed with all of the action as it live. Pointy, we're live. Just watch what you're saying. Again, right, here we go. Fourth race of the weekend. Quite an emotional race 3 though, wasn't it?
Oh, I tell you what, the amount of people you could hear in the background talking about this result. Tom O'Rourke, I mean, he had to go and wash his contact lenses afterwards. Ryan put so much champagne in his face. But no, I mean, look, it just goes to show the amount of perseverance and persistence that Tom's put into the championship over the last couple of years, and what an amazing result for him here. The crowd went wild. Everybody in the media centre was going mad. I mean, we were watching it together, dancing around. I'm just so happy for him, and all the other drivers are so happy for him as well. You know, and I think that's big, that you've got that kind of environment here that, you know, just yes, your competition, but at the same time they really want to see drivers coming up.
Now, Pointy, listen, I think there's actually a little bit of oil or something being cleared up on the track, so I don't know if you want to take this and have a chat with a driver or two.
We can have a look who we can find. Why not? Yeah, let's. Who's got their door open? We've done Tom O'Rourke already. Let's have a chat to the two. So here we are with John Bowler. Now we'll see if John can hear me, obviously. We'll just unclip this for a minute. There we go. And I'll remember to clip that back in afterwards. So John, tell us, quite good luck that tyre lasted as long as it did in the last race.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it was on there. Just as we went across the checker flag, it blew out. Very lucky.
What created that issue? What happened there?
We don't know. We've sent it back to the manufacturer. They're having a look at it now as we speak, so we should have an answer. But we had ongoing about the last 2 to 3 laps. It was slowly running out. We were having issues with handling. There was a noticeable difference, and then just before Dave Jenkins overtook us on Church as we washed out onto the grass, which was unfortunate, but it was last lap, second to last corner.
Well, let's hope you keep all 6 tyres on the truck this race. At least you qualified for the race though, which is right, you know, so luckily if you'd got that blowout a bit earlier on, the DNF would have been an issue, wouldn't it?
That's right, so we're still collecting the points for the race, which is the main thing, and we'll just keep pressing on.
Alright then, watch this space. Now hold on, watch me do this now. There we go, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. There, right, we're safe, we've got evidence, see you later. Oh, well done. We'll lock him back in. Make sure it's locked. Good. Okay, we're safe. Team Bowler over there. We got it down here. See if we can hear Binty for a quick chat. We're in now with Adam Bint. Not had a chance to speak to Adam this weekend so far. We'll open you up for a second. Adam, how are we?
Oh, good, thank you.
Yeah, very good. Looking forward to race 4.
Yeah, we're on the front, so I'm not starting from the back, so hopefully we might be able to do something.
So yeah, I mean, how have you been finding Division 1 so far this year?
A lot of adjusting. Racing in Division 1's fine. I know all the guys raced with them before, but it's me getting used to driving this machine now and honing my skills in to drive it.
Yeah, certainly a big change in the expectation from other drivers perhaps, that you're used to being quite dominant on the track in Division 2, so obviously now having to rub shoulders with people that aren't as willing to give that space.
Yeah, again, a lot of them come from Division 2, but it's good we had a win at Pembrey last time out, so that gives my confidence in my lap times are coming down and down every time we go out. So
well, it's all about the points and the prizes. Adam, I'll clip you back in now. I take it this goes through here, and then this comes under here, and then we're locked in. There we go. I'm getting good at this. I could be on a team easily. We're just going to line it up, make sure it's locked in. That's good. Don't want the doors flying. Could you imagine if the door flew open mid-race and everyone was like, Pointy, open that door just before the race, what's going on there? Right, we're still clearing up some more, so we'll have a chat with Dave Smith, why not? Really pushing my hearing skills to the limit. Just move out of the way for John there, make sure this doesn't hit this. Probably not going to be able to see much of, of you because the camera's over here and you're strapped in very tightly. There's absolutely no movement in these hands devices, is there?
No, it's very tight, very cosy, very hot. I am
As soon as you hit something, you're not going to fall out of the seat, are you?
I hope not. I hope not. Definitely not.
How was the last race for you? Lots of action going on.
Yeah, I just seem to be spectating a lot this weekend. Staying 8th, 9th, qualified 8th, 9th. Consistently stand behind the leading pack, so hopefully pole position. I think the lap times are there. We'll just see how we go.
It's all to win now, though. I mean, you're at race 4. You've still got 2 races ahead of you, obviously. So let's see less spectating and more competing. Yeah.
Exactly that. Yeah, pole position on this race and the next race. So hopefully, we're gonna have some action now.
You've got to make it stick. You're soon to experience the pressure of Ryan Smith coming up behind you. There we go. They're all different, these nets are, aren't they? Right, we're strapped in. We'll leave him to it. There we go. Give the door a quick pull. Yep, lovely. Okay. Oh, gosh, right. I'll tell you what we need to do. Actually, I've got an interview to end all interviews. He'll hate me for it afterwards, but I think it'll be hilarious. He can see me coming. He's only little, but he's gonna... Hello, driver. Hello, you're live. So this is Stuart, a good friend of mine, and obviously the driver of one of the pace trucks. Now, believe it or not, there's a lot of kids out there that absolutely adore the pace truck. My son calls it the Batman pace truck because of the livery. Used to be the black and the yellow, now the grey and the yellow. Stuart, tell us, what's it like being, you know, just a good old-fashioned truck driver, getting to open races like this around some of the UK's best circuits?
It's definitely an experience to see all those trucks sort of like behind you, knowing that they're sort of like limited to 100 mile an hour and I'm limited to 56. So, you know, it's an experience.
What's the handling like in a normal road going tractor unit compared to what you'd find in obviously a custom built racing machine?
Obviously, I'm not going as fast as what they're going, so it's just like being on a normal road, really. It does tend to sort of like lull a little bit, but other than that, it's fine.
So obviously this MAN you've got here, how does it get up to your 56 limit? Does it deal with it quite well, considering you've got no trailer?
Yeah, no, it's quite good. Obviously on this one you've got performance mode, so just flick it into performance mode and away we go.
Performance mode for the pace truck. We could call it pace performance. You just need a little sticker on the button. What do you think?
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
Now, not only are you involved with driving the pace truck, but you also have a bit of a hand with changing tyres for GT at the weekends, as well as helping watch over all the truck show guys who obviously know you quite well.
That's right. Yeah. So I'm involved always. It's a good experience altogether.
And it's just good to be involved with everybody here, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's a good family atmosphere.
Right, I can hear all sorts of things beeping and going off in the background. Stuart, keep up the good work, and yeah, just think, the people that keep the country moving as it goes with the world of haulage, one day you might be pace truck driving. I need to come with you. What's happening?
Well, we have to, we need to stand here live. Because Ollie needs to take a picture for the BARC socials whilst we're here. So we're doing this live. There's Ollie.
You've got to do the pointy thumb. You've got to do the pointy thumb.
I am doing the pointy thumb.
All the selfies people take with me, it's so weird when people ask you for a photo. I'm like, what do you want a photo of?
I think we might be about to go very shortly. However, I just wanted to go chat to Marshall in a minute. Yeah, he knows I'm coming because it's the Orange Army. Let's go over. Yeah. They do a great job. And Steve, Steve. You told me, I'm starting on you, because you told me a lovely story actually yesterday. Now you marshal, don't you? But your daughter is over there, Libby, and you do it for her, don't you?
Yes, I do, yeah. So a few years ago she asked me if I'd want to come marshalling with her.
And I said, yeah, absolutely, share my time with all the kids. And yeah, she's been doing it ever since, and I actually really enjoy it as well. But yeah, primarily I do come and do it for her.
Brilliant. Do you know what? What a lovely story. I'm going to go find Libby. Let's go find Libby. Let's go. Yeah. Let's come with me, actually, and we can just go get with a little bit of time yet. We've still got the yellow flags on track here at Thruxton. Obviously, something is down on the circuit. I'm not too sure where, actually, but a little bit of work is going on. So stay with us a little bit. We are going to outrageously embarrass Libby Grace now over here. We've been joking all day that we're going to get her on camera, and she said no, you're not, you got us last year, so let's go get her again. She's not expecting this at all. I really hope she's here now. There she is. Yeah, I've seen her, don't worry, here she is. So let's just sneak up. Libby, up you come, Libby, because we've just been chatting to Dad.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, and he's been telling the story. He does this for you, doesn't he? Why did you want to become a marshal?
Well, it was quite a funny story. We was at the touring cars at Silverstone 4 or 5 years ago, and someone handed me a leaflet. I didn't even do a taste today. I literally just was like, Dad, let's sign up. I did the course and did SNAT for the touring cars is my first one, and the rest is history.
That's quite a big one to do, isn't it? Touring cars at Stetson for your first one. Does Dad come to every single one with you?
Yeah, he's my chauffeur, so he takes me everywhere. I don't drive.
Do you quite like the fact that he does assembly and you do part firme?
So normally I do assembly, he does part firme. So this weekend we swapped it around, but we do try our best to mix it up.
Yeah.
So we do some on track, some off track. So for touring cars, when we was here, we did pit lane. Because I enjoy for the touring cars for the pits. You get involved more.
Is that the best thing about being a marshal? Just getting especially part firme. I love part firme.
Yeah, it's amazing in here. Apart from like the oil spills and all of that, you make amazing friends.
Yeah.
I did Goodwood, and I made a very important person as a friend.
Who? Come on, tell us.
The Duke of Norfolk?
The Duke of Norfolk?
Yeah, so every time he came out the supercar paddock...
Do you not meet Duke of Richmond?
That's the one.
The Duke of Richmond, yes.
One of them, someone, I don't remember, okay? It was last year. But yeah, he came out, kept giving me fist bumps, and everyone got jealous.
Ah.
So, yeah, I make a...
Are you good with this year? 'Cause it's coming up.
Yeah, I'm at supercar paddock again. Dad's at Cathedral Road, so...
Brilliant. Well, I know a couple of people who work at Goodwood as well.
Yeah,
so
it's amazing though, I like it. The environment is different to like the trucks here, but it's still the most enjoyable time you can have.
Brilliant. Do you know what? You're saying it to the right person, because John works for Goodwood. So, Libby, thank you for all you do. Actually, can you just tell us, how does somebody, if somebody is interested and they think, actually, yeah, I quite fancy doing that, how do they get involved?
Oh, it's funny. I spoke to one of the BMW drivers earlier about that. His lab was looking into it. If you're a young age, you have to be a cadet marshal, so you only do paddock. But go on MS UK's website, and there's a bit about looking into marshalling. Just go on there, sign up, look at videos. Go with BARC or BMMC. I'm with BARC. It's the best thing ever.
Yeah.
They help, and honestly, the rest you'll enjoy.
Fantastic, Libby. Thank you so much. I promise I'll get you on camera. I have done as well. Let's just try and find out what's going on here, because the engines have all turned off now, so it looks like we've got a bit of a lengthy delay. I wonder as well if this is going to eat into our lunch break quite a bit. In fact, I'm not even so sure we're going to have a lunch break at the minute. Let's see if I can find out. Let's see if I can grab someone. We've got Simon in here. Let's just... Simon, what's going on? Have you got any information for me? I've just literally been the other side of assembly area, and I've just heard all the engines go off. What have you been told? I don't know.
Car's had an accident or something.
Right. So
cars always mess up for us trucks. They're not well behaved. They're suit the soldiers. Just do truck racing. Get rid of the cars.
Simon, I love you, man. Right, I better go before we all get in trouble. Let's keep going, shall we? I really need to find out what exactly has happened. Let's go get Pointy again, shall we, and see if he can give us a bit more information. Looks like, yeah, there is still, if you actually, John, I don't know if you can, just by the number 2, can you see the yellow and black flashing light there? When that goes, it will go full yellow, then it will go off completely, and once it goes off, that's when we can probably go back to racing. So hopefully we haven't got too long to wait, Pointy, we can go racing soon. I'm just chatting to Simon Cole. He's a big fan of the cars out on the track. And
I bet, yeah, there's nothing nicer than on a sunny day sitting in a 400-degree truck racing cab with no access to toilets, water and waiting for someone to clear the track of fluid. But hey, look, you know, this is racing. These things happen. I mean, obviously, trucks have never put any fluid down on track at all, ever.
I think there was a bit
mark
of
my
a
words.
tongue-in-cheek laugh from Simon Cole.
Don't know what you're talking about. No, don't know what he's even insinuated, actually, because trucks are perfect in every way. So
Why are you laughing?
I'm not. It's not an awkward laugh. This is just how I am all the time.
Right, I've got a challenge.
Go
for
on,
you.
let's
I've
have
got
a challenge.
for you,
Let's do
'cause
it.
You said to me
Quick
earlier,
thinking.
we didn't see it on camera, but you said you got a Mexican wave going.
I did, actually.
What are the odds, do you reckon, of us getting another one going?
We might be able to get. We're not
start
allowed
it.
on circuit. I know that.
Why are we not allowed?
So, well, because we'll get told off. We can start it here. Yeah, we could start it here and then see if we can get it to cross over there.
They might pick up on it.
Yeah, so we'll start it here, a Mexican wave.
Yeah.
Right,
They
you're going to
might
do the
pick up on it.
Mexican
Do
wave,
the Mexican wave.
and then it's going to go along there. Okay, right, you hold the microphone. I'll
Okay,
do
yeah,
that.
yeah, go on in. Pointy's going to do it. Here we go. We're going to try and get a Mexican wave from this side over to the other side of the circuit. Pointy is shouting right now, trying to explain to them. I think they're looking at him like he's a little bit mad, which isn't unusual, but we're going to try it anyway. I've got hold of the microphone because Pointy definitely doesn't need one. Here we go. We're going to start from this right-hand side, try and get it to the other side. Here we go. Mexican wave time. Here we go, here we go. I'm looking at the other side. Is the other side doing anything? Keep it going, keep it going. The other side haven't picked up on it. Point at the other side, haven't picked up on it yet. No, so we've got to do it again. We've got to do it again. Let's signal to them, like, wave, 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 wave. There we go, they've started. Okay, Pointy, let's start here again. We go there, there. There. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. There we go, we half got it. We've got some. It's supposed to go that way. It's a Mexican wave. It's supposed to keep going.
I'm impressed that we managed to get it to cross the track. I mean, look, it came a Mexican wave that surpassed the complex.
I'm more impressed that we've managed to fill this time so far. I'm completely making it up on the spot.
All original content as well.
It is, yeah. I
mean,
wonder whether... oh, hang on, I think Hollywood's calling.
That's right, yes, I am available. I tell you, it's flipping hot, isn't it? My
Do you know
goodness
what
me,
it is
it's
now?
getting
I
very
can't,
warm.
I can't take this off because there's, you know...
You're not allowed to... Oh, right, I thought you were about brands. You're not allowed to show different
Oh,
brands.
yeah, no, I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, no, it's so hot. But it's weird, isn't it? The rain and the sun, and it's been hot and muggy and close, and what's the opposite to close? You know, when your mum says, oh, it's close, isn't it close? What's the opposite to close?
Far away.
Yeah.
All right, Pointy, listen,
The
do you know what,
weather's
right?
far.
Do you know what? I've known you for a few years now.
Unfortunately for you, yeah.
No, okay, well, you said it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I don't know, though? I don't know about how you got involved with the British truck race. Tell us your story.
It's such a classic. It's incredible. So
I really hope it's good now.
It is. It's great. So, well, believe it or not, obviously anybody that knows me knows I'm a plumber during the day. Pointy plumber. Check it out on Instagram. Shameless plug. But yeah.
We get a commission if anybody hires you from this.
Just get me to 20,000 followers, I'll be happy then. Right. So yes, years and years ago, I actually used to be a chef. Believe it or not, crazy world of chefing. Hats off to any chefs out there watching. Probably not, because you'll be in a windowless, white painted box by now, getting shouted at by everybody. So yeah, hence why I didn't really stick it out with chefing. But I did do many years of chefing. And then one day, completely randomly, I get a phone call off a good friend of mine, Aaron, and I think I've mentioned him in this story before. And said, you know, how would you feel about travelling around Europe to be a chef for a race team? And I was like, what? Wow. Yeah, I'm thinking I'd really rather not go back to chefing, but you know what? It sounds like a laugh. I'll do it. And then from there, I was driving at Sainsbury's as a delivery driver at the time, and I went from there on a Thursday. They'd fly me out to the different European circuits, Mazzano, Albacete, Nogaro, you know, Zolder, all those, and then I'd cook for the team. They'd fly me back on the Monday, and it was an experience. It was interesting. It was so cool to be involved with it. But then from there, I ended up coming back to Pembury a few years transfers after that, and then my face stuck, and here I am now. They've not been able to get rid of me since.
Pointy, I know we have a bit of banter, we have a laugh, but the British Truck Racing Championship, our broadcast is a lot better for having you, so we are pleased. So fantastic. And listen, can you hear that? The trucks are firing up. The yellow flags have disappeared. Yes. That can only mean one thing. We are about to go racing. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Good stuff there from, excuse me, good stuff there from Pointy and Ian. I was able to eat my lunch while we had that bit of a break with the contents of Stuart Pywell's engine being cleared up from the track at Allard. So thank you to the marshals for clearing up the fluids from there. I think we are now almost ready to go racing with race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid for this race based on race 2 yesterday, which was won on the road by Ryan Smith, but for ignoring a black and orange flag, he was disqualified from the result, so he's going to start back on row 6 of the grid in front of the Division 2 truck, so he's got to fight his way through the order. Top 8 from race 2 yesterday are reversed for this one, so it will be David Smith, number 11, in pole position. We can see him down there at the prime position in the assembly area. He will start alongside Adam Bint, number 5. Incidentally, Adam Bint got a one-place penalty in the race earlier on today for contact with Ricky Collett at the chicane. Row 2 will be Stephen Powell alongside John Bowler. Tom O'Rourke, a very popular winner earlier today, will start alongside Michael Oliver on row 3, and David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver on row 4. Whatever Stuart's problem was in the race this morning, he has rectified. He's there in the assembly area. We'll start from 8th on the grid. Ricky Collett and Neil Yates will go from row 5. Hopefully Neil's truck is okay. He retired from the earlier race. Row 6, Martin Gibson alongside Ryan Smith. Then we've got the Division 2 trucks. Sammy Oyenan heads those up alongside Callum Eason, Archie Handy and Simon Cole, father and son together on row 8. And on row 9, Bradley Harvey. Hopefully John Powell will join in from the pit lane this time. Does say truck 6 pit lane starter on my grid sheet, so we should see the full complement of 18 trucks. We won't have Jake Evans, of course. His engine let go in practice yesterday, and of course no Graham Poole this weekend. We normally see 20 trucks, but Graham Poole was a late withdrawal from this weekend. So we'll shortly have the trucks out on track then. Fantastic racing from them so far. Now, I've just been told there will be 2 green flag laps, so 2 laps behind the pace truck, probably to just make sure the track is clear of that oil, and if there's any slippery patches, then just to let the drivers make sure that it's all okay. Again, full credit to the marshals for sweeping up the oil there. There'll be powder down on the oil slick from Stuart Pywell's car. And full credit to the other BMW Car Club drivers as well. The fact that nobody crashed out on that very big oil slick after that spectacular blow-up for Stuart Pywell. That's the end of his weekend. BMWs will be back out a little bit later on. We'll shortly see the trucks out on track. It's 4th of 5 races this weekend. Just looking at the rest of the timetable. After this, we'll have the 750 Formula cars out on track. We saw a race for them yesterday, won by David Reed. Then we'll have the second race for the Monoposto Racing Club Championship follow them. Then the Mini Challenge third race of the weekend, the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsports. Then our final truck race, another BMW race. Then the Monopostos, their third race of the weekend for the single-seaters. And then our parade of show trucks will end our programme. Hopefully we can bring you some of that at the end of the programme and take a look at some of the very beautiful trucks that are on display outside the circuit this weekend. Just waiting the trucks to be released from the assembly area then. David Smith on pole in the number 11. Former Division 2 champion, that was back nearly 15 years ago now. I'm from West Malling in the southeast. 30-second board has been displayed by the marshals down there, so we are about to get them out onto circuit. As we say, it will be 2 green flag laps, so Ian gets out of the way behind the barrier as the green flag waves. And here we go. Pace truck leads them out. Let's make sure everybody's there. David Smith and Adam Bint on the front row. Adam Bint looking for his 2nd win of the season in the Mercedes. Stephen Powell. John Boland. Tom O'Rourke going for his 2nd win of the day. As Michael Oliver, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, winner of race 2 to give him 8th place on the grid for this one. There's Ricky Collins, Neil Yates, none the worse for that retirement earlier on. There's Martin Gibson, Ryan Smith, 12th on the grid. And then will come the Division 2s, Sammy Oyena. Should be followed by Callum Eason, yes there he is, Tool Maniac truck. Out will be Archie Handy, then Simon Cole, and finally Bradley Harvey. John Powell is there. As he missed qualifying, he will have to start from the pit lane. Let's hope he gets a race this time, the new DAF. Love the paint job on that new machine. Close up from John, our cameraman there. Big thanks to all our camera crews this weekend for bringing us the action, braving the conditions. What's Stuart Oliver doing? Where's he going? This is the green flag lap, Stuart. I'm not sure what that was all about. Did he find some oil there? Haven't seen anyone power slide a truck like that since the days of Kurt Goranson. Used to drive in every race sideways. In the European Championship back in the late 80s, early 90s in his Volvo. Let's have a look at that again. Let's see what happened. Watch for Stuart Oliver. I'm not quite sure what that was all about. I reckon he found a slippery patch there. He'll probably tell us he meant to do that. We'll ask him about that after the race with Pointy. Father and son starting together. Archie Handy and Simon Cole. Simon looking for win number 3 in Division 2 this weekend. Looking to overhaul Jake Evans in the points, with Jake out for the weekend with engine failure. I believe they are going to do another lap behind the pace truck because of that oil that's down, which I think Stuart Oliver found. Ryan Smith will have his work cut out here to come through from 12th on the grid. Just ahead of the Division 2s back there. David Smith on pole, man from Kent. Adam Bint from Oxfordshire alongside him, both of them former Division 2 champions. The man on row 2 was a Division 2 champion as well, Stephen Powell. He had his first ever Division 1 win here at Thruxton a couple of years ago. Lights still on the pace truck, so it is going to go round again. John Bowler on the outside of the second row. His first Division 1 win was here a couple of years ago too. And Sammy Oyanen take his first Division 2 victory here. A few years ago, the Mad Croc Racing team with their Sisu won the Division 2 title with Mika Mäkinen. Was it about 2018, if I remember rightly? Possibly even earlier than that. John Powell pulls into the pits now. Hopefully he's going to be able to start from there this time. Didn't get away in the earlier race. In the Greenhouse Group machine, the green machine we're going to call that. As we said earlier, the truck's a lot greener than they used to be, running on biodiesel. HVO fuel supplied by BWOC and Sylvie Fleet Management. Ryan Smith alongside Martin Gibson, the pole sitter for race 3. one of the fluid tanks underneath the truck that had come adrift, which is why he got the black and orange flag, but he did not heed the flag. He continued to take the win on the road, was then disqualified for ignoring the black and orange flag. Callum Easton up there looking for his first Division 2 win as well. Bradley Harvey got his first win in the category yesterday. Archie Handy looking for his maiden, continuing to learn his craft, the youngster. Thanks again to all our partner sponsors: Freuhauf Trailers, Total Care, Napa Auto Parts, Valvoline Oils, Truck and Driver Magazine, GT Tyres, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Sylvie Fleet Management's BWOC Fuel, MV Commercial, Neil Yates Recovery, Neil of course on the grid for this race, and LTS Global Solutions. Who's ready to go truck racing once again? Jonathan Baker says good luck to Stephen Powell and Neil Yates in our comments. Do keep your comments coming in. I'll read them out as and when I can. Here we go then. Race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy Thruxton. The Convoy 2x2 heads up towards Woodham Hill. Lights are out on the pace truck. They will be unleashed this time. Can David Smith take his first ever Division 1 win? Can Adam Bint take his second? Will they hang on in front? Stephen Powell's had a stronger weekend after a tough start to the season with mechanical dramas. He'll fancy his chances here. Tom O'Rourke looking for a second win. He was flying earlier on.
Round 14 of the 2025 British Truck Racing Championship.
Here we go then. Round 14 of the championship. They go on to Donington in August after this. Then on to Snetterton. Trip to Le Mans in France. And then back to Brands Hatch in November for the fireworks meeting. And there's going to be some fireworks here in round 14 of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. David Smith and Adam Bint to lead them away. The red lights are on. Revs are up. The red lights are out. Here we go. Good start by John Bowler down the outside. Not a good start for Adam Bint. Stephen Powell's going to try and get up the inside. 3 and 4 abreast there for second place. I think our pole sitter David Smith has just held his lead. There's contact. Michael Oliver's been tagged by Tom O'Rourke. He keeps his foot in. Wallop. Off goes Michael Oliver. Great cloud of smoke. Is there anybody else involved in there? Well, Michael Oliver is off. Look at the state of the barrier. That may well be a race stoppage here. David Smith has held his lead. Stephen Powell second under fire from Adam Bint. Then Stuart Oliver's up to fourth. He's going up the inside of the Mercedes of Adam Bint. It was Bint getting a slow getaway that backed everybody else up there. David Jenkins was caught up there. He's got bodywork damage at the back. Now the race continuing on, but there is damage to the barrier there at Allard. The officials will assess that. Adam Bint has held that third place ahead of Stuart Oliver. Fifth place is John Bowler, but the red flag, as I expected, does come out. Race stopped with Michael Oliver off at Allard. I didn't see where his truck had ended up. There it is. Look at the state of Michael Oliver's truck. Tom O'Rourke involved as well. What a shame after his earlier victory. Let's hope both of those drivers are okay. That was a hard hit for Michael Oliver into the barrier. As he's climbing out, he's okay. He's climbing out through where the windscreen used to be. Look at that. Goodness me. Well, let's hope Michael's all right there. That, I'm almost certain, is the end of his weekend. He's all right. Gives a wave to the crowd. Crowd show their appreciation there. A spectacular crash coming out of Allard. And there will be a delay here while damage to the barriers is assessed.
Michael Oliver slid back onto the track, hit O'Rourke, and then got fired out to the right-hand side of the circuit, hit the barriers.
Let's hope Tom O'Rourke is okay as well. He was collected by Michael Oliver there. It all started there, I think, when Adam Bint was slow away. Everybody else just stacked up behind. And there we see it from the other angle. Michael Oliver off, and look on the right of your picture there. There's the damage to the barrier. And there will be a delay here while the trucks are removed and that barrier is replaced. But thankfully it appears both drivers involved are okay. There'll be there's a precaution taken to the medical centre for a checkup. But I would say that's the end of Michael Oliver's day. Such a shame. He's been having such a strong season this year. 5th in the points. And poor Tom O'Rourke after such a strong run earlier on. Right, let's have a look again. Adam Bint slow off the line from the front row. Stephen Powell and John Bowler go either side of him. Michael Oliver's behind Bint. Now Tom O'Rourke was squeezed up on the curb on the inside. Michael Oliver tries to move across, but O'Rourke's already there. Spins him sideways. Michael Oliver slews back across. David Jenkins is caught in the middle. Oliver cannons off O'Rourke into the barriers. It's very lucky that he didn't spin back into the traffic because several more trucks would have been involved as well. And in the smoke there, Michael Oliver comes to a halt, having collided with Tom O'Rourke, who went spinning out as well. There's the damage to the barrier. There is what's left of Michael Oliver's truck. Let's see it from the other angle here. There are the leading trucks. It was just behind those few. See the hole in the field as everybody else checked up to avoid it. We couldn't quite see it there behind the barriers. Exactly where William Lake went off as well in the BMW in the previous race. David Jenkins was caught up there as well. He's having a frustrating season. Adam Bint, just doesn't have any top-end pace. I think there's something the matter with the Mercedes. But then he finds another gear as they come out of Seagrave, so I'm not too sure what that was all about. We nearly lost Simon Cole there, who was leading Division 2. Ricky Collett was delayed in there as well. He was further back. And now they've got to clear up the mess that's been left behind. 2 trucks, damaged barriers. Thankfully, driver's okay. Thanks for your comments coming in. Flat Spider says, come on, Dave Jenkins. T says, good luck, John Bowler. The Jamesy boy up in Scotland cheering on Tom O'Rourke. Well, he didn't get very far, unfortunately. Fraser Lochte says, reminds me of Neil Yates at Brands Hatch with the damage to the guardrail from early this season. Yeah, at least Michael Oliver didn't do a rail slide along the top of the barrier there. Neil Yates did a stunt worthy of Tony Hawk, didn't he? That's called a 50-50 according to our director. He knows a bit more about skateboarding than me. And now the telehandler being brought in to start to repair the damage. We'll need the heavy recovery vehicles here for Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke's trucks. I wonder if any of Neil Yates' recovery vehicles are here. I think there's some of them in the paddock. I'm not sure they're being used for recovery this weekend. But I would say that's the end of Michael Oliver's weekend. The Olivers don't seem to have much luck here at Thruxton, do they? Stewart's Volvo got wrecked here last season in qualifying. Stewart retired from the earlier race today, and now this for Michael. Let's hope Tom O'Rourke. The damage doesn't look major for Tom O'Rourke, so hopefully he can repair. But it looks like chassis damage for Michael Oliver. And I would say that's him out for the weekend, sadly. So a pause in proceedings then. And we'll be back underway just as soon as the debris is cleared and the barrier is repaired.
You can probably hear some of the banter going on in the background, but that's discussions with John Powell. John, new truck for you today. Never been out in it before. It's not quite happening, is it? What's the problem? So you've not got any problems with the truck here? You're quite happy with it? And what about this race then? Are you going to get back out on it? Because you were lined up there as the red flag came out, so are you going to go back out when they come back? No, I mean you were in the pit lane exit, ready to go when the red flag came out. So there's going to be a restart. Obviously, you're going to be in that restart. Good, that's the main thing. So keeping his cards close to his chest, I think, is the answer from John. He's smiling all over his face now. John, good luck. So, now then, where's Ricky got it? Have we got Ricky? Truck still down here. See if I can get a quick word with Ricky. I don't know, he's sitting in his cab. He's a little guy, is Ricky. Hey up, Ricky. You alright? Good to see you. I think you were the truck following that melee when it all happened in front of you.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It all kicked off in front of me, and to be honest, I didn't know which way so much more, but I didn't know which way to go.
And Michael Oliver obviously went off, we think, on his own looking at the TV pictures, but with the dust and all that down there, it was obviously very visible, a very difficult visibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good to see you're here. There's one or two others that I think just got a little touch in there, so there's a bit of work to do, but it's going to take a bit of time for the barrier to be repaired now. You know more than me, so there you go, that's the answer then. So I'm assuming it's now lunch break then, so because it should have been lunch break after your race. Okay, good news. Well done, Ricky. Anyway, you're back unscathed and ready to race again.
Yep, ready to go.
Well done, mate.
So yeah, all the trucks have been sent back to the pit lane behind the pace trucks. So it's down there at the complex that now you'll see all the trucks making their way past. You've heard them towards with Ricky Collett. It should be at least a half an hour delay. And then we will see what happens after that. So the Thruxton staff will be working down there at the complex, and once the barriers are in a safe position, we will continue the afternoon actions. That means we're taking lunch now. So if you want to grab something to eat, now it's a very good time.
I haven't heard that officially, but I'm assuming that's the case. If we've got a half hour delay.
That's it, yeah, everyone's been sent away. So we'll bring you any news that we get it, otherwise we'll be back once we get racing back underway. We expect it to be at least half an hour, so if you want to grab some bites to eat, many outlets all the way down the front.
A lot of people will be coming through as well into the infield, hopefully during the lunch break, just to have a look at the trucks, look at the cars, chat with everybody. Just a reminder that the Thruxton tunnel has to close. Yeah, it's reopened now. It will close about 5 minutes before the start of the truck race. So that's when you need to be back to the side of the track you wish to be. So from the back end, make sure you go back 5 minutes before. Wherever they can't at the moment, they're repairing the barrier. But yeah, you could be right, there might be a swap around in the moment. If we get any news, then I would expect it to go. Yeah, thanks very much. Well, we'll be back when we have more information on when our next race is getting underway. For now, though, big thanks to all our staff, all the track staff, who've been working very hard. Thanks. forward while the staff stays away. Continue to come up soon as
Yes, hello everybody. As you probably gathered, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a delay. The trucks have come back into the paddock as well, so whilst the work goes on, looks like we've got a little bit of time to fill. So I've come down to the mini outer paddock actually. It's not often we venture this far deep in. Want to find some of the drivers if we can, just to have a quick chat with. Guys, is Chris about? Chris, where are you? Chris, come over here, my man, over here. I feel bad because I haven't spoken to Chris yet this weekend. Chris, good to see you. By the way, what a fantastic battle you had with David Taylor in that last race.
Entertaining, wasn't it? It was good fun.
It certainly was.
It was good fun.
What have you made of your weekend so far?
A lot of learning curves again.
Yeah.
We've had, what do we have? Practice, we lost power steering. Qualifying, we had some issues with the setup. First race, we completely messed up with the weights and the fuel. So, second race, we came out and gave everything. And we got second place.
Excellent stuff, and of course you've still got one more to go as well. Listen, Chris, I think it's about time we got to know you a little bit better, though. So, it's great people say that. Don't worry, just some quick fire questions. Nothing too much to worry about.
Colour?
Okay, what is your favourite colour?
Don't know. Blue.
Blue.
Oh, we've got green.
Red's the right answer. Yeah, green. Green. Okay, look, first question, very, very simple. I want to know what was your first ever race. Okay, you can go back to karting, whatever it was. Can you remember what it was, what you were driving, and where you finished?
I was in a Mark II Astra GTE when I was back rallying, and I was about 21. That was at...
Only a couple of years ago.
Yeah, exactly. At Longcross, and I can't remember the position then, but yeah, it was good days.
First, I think it was. Yeah, hang on, I've got it in my ear. Yeah, first.
That's it, first, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, just nobody check that, please. Second question. Right, we're here at Thruxton. Of course, there's something going on at Silverstone, I've heard. I've heard a rumour there's something going on at Silverstone. Do you prefer Thruxton or Silverstone?
Ooh, that's a hard comment. Thruxton's nice and fast, it's good, I do enjoy it. Silverstone I've only done once, obviously new to circuit racing, so I've done Thruxton a few times practicing. So far, Thruxton enjoying it.
Good man, that's what I like to hear. Okay, right. You look like a man who likes his reality TV.
Go on then.
I got no substance for that at all. Would you rather spend an hour watching Love Island or X Factor?
Oh, X Factor. Bit
Yeah?
of singing, yeah.
Okay.
That is the one, isn't it?
He's a Love Island man, right there, right?
Yeah.
I'm too, actually. Yeah. Okay, right, fair enough. Okay, right. Right, would you rather race at the Nürburgring, the full Nürburgring, or Le Mans, the full Le Salle circuit?
Le Mans.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you ever done either?
No. But I think I fancy Le Mans.
Okay, fantastic. Right, of course you race minis, fantastic for the mini challenge. Do you like the new modern style, or do you prefer the old classic style? Or you're not really fussed?
I'm not really fussed, to be honest with you. I grew up with the classic style in my family with rallying and stuff like that, and now do this modern stuff, so I love both of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, this weekend at Thruxton, it's been a little bit up and down, the weather, hasn't it? We've had, so 1 minute it's been completely bone dry, the next it's been a little bit damp and wet. Would you rather have a dry race or a wet race? If you could just, there's no middle ground, it's either wet or dry.
I've only raced in the dry, but I've practiced in the wet, and I fancy a bit of wet.
Okay.
But we'll stick with the dry for now.
We'll stick with the dry for now. Okay, let me ask you this one then. Are you a night in or night out kind of guy?
Oh, depends, doesn't it, really?
What, if X Factor's on?
Well, exactly, if X Factor's on. If it's a Friday night after a long week, let's go out and have it. But sometimes I like time in as well with the family, so yeah, a bit of both.
Good answer, good answer. Right, fish and chips or pie and chips?
Fish and
Any
chips.
pie you like?
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, you're obviously a race driver, you're into your sport. If you had to sit down and spend 2 hours watching telly, would you rather watch a football match or cricket?
Football match.
Who's your team?
Tottenham.
Yeah, I'm surprised you said that quietly. Chris, I really feel like we've got to know you now, so thank you so much. Best of luck for the race a little bit later as well. Thank you. Chris, everybody. Woo, woo, woo. Right, let's keep going. Look, David Taylor's desperate to... Yeah, no, David, I've got some questions to ask you over here as well, so come on, over we go. We're desperately filling right now because obviously the red flag with the trucks, there's a bit of damage to the barrier, so it looks like we might have a little bit of a delay here. So listen, David, we've spoken a little bit already, but let's really get to know you, okay, David Taylor. I want to know what your first race was. I want to know where it was, what you were driving, and where you finished. Now you can go, I don't know if you did karting or not, but you can go all the way back to karting, whatever.
I started racing when I was 28. That was the first time I stepped into a competition car in the Scottish XR2 Championship.
Yeah.
Went out my first 2 races and won them.
Nice. Okay.
Third overall in class.
Yeah.
My newcomer first, times 2.
Really?
So,
okay.
Ever since that, I just kept the motorsport blood. And when my dad passed away in 2012, I really needed an outlet.
Yeah.
So that was what I needed to do.
Motorsport was it?
My mental health wasn't good, it's still not good, and obviously do try to help other people that aren't like that.
Alright, well look, I'll tell you what, David, let's put a smile on your face because I've got some silly quick fire questions for you. Yeah, alright. Now, I know you quite well. Would you rather sit down and watch Love Island or X Factor?
None.
No, you have to, you've got to choose one. No sitting on the fence here. Can't, Love Island, it's good.
It's got to be X Factor.
No.
It's got to be seeing Simon Cowell's face.
Come on, Love Island's
I'll do
brilliant.
Love Island just for you then.
Yeah, Love Island's good. I don't why. No, you know. Right, David. Would you rather race at the Nürburgring or Le Mans?
Le Mans.
Okay. Any reason? Just
fastest track in the world.
All right, fair enough. Okay, right. You obviously race minis. Do you like the modern style? Do you prefer the old classic style?
No,
you know,
I like the modern. Yeah, modern.
Okay.
Nice close racing, but sometimes it does get too close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Look. It's been a bit funny, the weather. Would you rather it was completely bone dry or it was just completely wet?
Well, you're not from Scotland, so you don't get 4 seasons in one day, so yeah, completely dry.
Completely dry. Yeah, that's true, actually. I can't remember the last time. I mean, I've never been to Knockhill, by the way. Never in my life.
You need to speak to Alan Gower and get him on your Toka package.
Yeah, I might have an opportunity to be there later in the year. You never know. Right, you're a night in or night out kind of guy?
Both.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Fish and chips or pie and chips?
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips. Okay.
From Scotland, come on.
Yeah, but that's just that's not that's just a British thing, isn't it?
No, by the sea thing.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm just chatting rubbish here, guys.
Yeah, well, we are definitely filling. Dundee. Okay, yeah, no, well. Right, football or cricket, Dave?
Cricket, because I don't like football.
All right, nice one. Look, best of luck for race 3 a little bit late. It's good to see you again as well.
Brands if you're there.
I don't know if I'm at Brands. I'm not sure if I'm there, but we'll keep moving around, shall we? Let's go see who else we can find to talk about. There's Freddie Hewitt just testing his car a little bit. I do know the next race, 750 Formula, have headed up to the assembly area, but as I said, we could have a little bit of a lengthy delay. Let's go talk to Paul Sawyer again. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, but not everybody knows this. He's actually a pretty well-known DJ as well, so I wonder if he's quite happy to open up and talk about that. Of course, part of the Silver Lake racing team. Let's move our way around, shall we, and see if Paul is about. Wonder if he's got his decks with him as well, and I wonder if he'd let me have a go. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Is Paul about? There's Paul. Yes, there he is. Paul Sawyer, we're coming to talk to you. As you could imagine, we've got a red flag, so we're just filling, really. We're not going to lie about it. It is what it is. Oh, look, we've got a sim over there as well. And there's Rob Lewis as well. Rob, give his camera a wave. It's good to see you, mate. Really good to see you. Right, Paul, just telling everybody, I hope you don't mind, that obviously this is a hobby, but you're actually a DJ, aren't you, as well?
I am indeed.
So can you tell us a little bit, how did you get into music?
Well, I've always been into music from an early age, playing piano and violin and all sorts of things, and then as I got a bit older, into my early 20s, I discovered DJing.
A bit older, early 20s.
Yeah, I'm probably old enough to be your dad, Ian.
I think so, you'd be surprised.
So, early 90s, I went over to Ibiza and basically spent quite a bit of time over there. And
isn't that every, 21-year-old's dream?
Yeah. And I ended up touring for 10 years, basically, around the world, so doing all sorts of gigs. And then just started my record label a bit later on. And then
Which is? Tell everybody.
So it's Crafted, and we've got 3 or 4 labels actually, releasing all sorts of different house music. And we've done quite a lot of radio production as well. So 2020 we got invited to Radio 1, and we had a residency on there for 3 years. So that was a nice thing.
Can you give any of your artists a bit of a plug?
Yeah, so there's loads. I mean, my label, we run together with Simon Sinfield. There's lots of decent artists like Sonia Scott and Stobie, Madison Palmer, there's loads from all around the world. So yeah, it's great.
Amazing. And of course, part of this wonderful team, the Silver Lake, they've looked after you for a while now, haven't they?
They have, yeah. So the second year with them. It's been great actually, because they invited me to come and drive in the C1 last year as well. Yeah. So that was an experience.
I know you know Rob Lewis very well as well.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Just close your ears, Rob. Close your ears. Listen, race 3 coming up a little bit late. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a delay actually. But what do you make of your weekend?
Well, last race could have been a bit better. Got myself up to second. Just the tyres went on the front. So I lost a couple of places, which was a bit disappointing. But so next one, I'm just going to go all out. I've got to go all out. I've got to get that.
This is why we love a final race of the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, just got to make sure I'm not on the grass.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Paul, thank you so much. Great to see you again, by the way. Let's just have a quick look. Is somebody in this? Is somebody in the sim? Somebody's in. Right, let's have a little look. This is Formula 1. We're not interested in this. Yeah, we're not interested. In fact, let's have a quick look. Let's just see how he gets on. It's just we hit the grass a little bit. Put a little bit of pressure on you now, aren't we? Oh! It's not my fault. I'm really sorry.
Shall we do a buy now?
Yeah, go on then. Go on then. What game is this? It's about 20 years old, isn't it?
Older than me, this game.
Is it F1 2005 or something? You know, 2010. We think it might be 2010. Anyway, right. Let's move out. Mind you, it's a pretty cool sim rig, isn't it? That is pretty awesome. Thank you anyway, guys. I really appreciate it. Let's move around. We'll see you later. We're desperately filling in a minute. Let's keep going around, shall we? Look, I wanted to get pointy on that. In fact, yesterday I tried to get the show opening on the Sizzler, but every time I went over to try and ask permission, they kept saying they have to come back in half an hour, and it never happened. But I'm going to see if I can get me and Pointy on that up there. So I'm going to keep moving around there. Look, there's Ollie taking some photos. Ollie and Ollie taking photos of Ollie there. Right, this is Freddie Hewitt is down here. Of course, he's your 2024 champion. Where is... There is Freddie Hewitt. I'm just coming in here for it. Well, Freddie, look, you looked a bit disappointed after the race earlier.
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend. A lot of problems. Lost a good friend of ours over the weekend as well.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear
that. It's been a bit of a write-off, really. But we look to hopefully improve in the last race and have fun.
Listen, let's move on from this weekend and talk about last year. Some slightly happier times, of course. It was a great year, wasn't it?
It was a good year. Managed to really sort of grab a good hold of the championship early on and maintain it, really, which was the best thing.
Why is this series so good?
Why is it so good? Because you can do it on a budget. Like we're doing this on between 10 and 12 grand a year. So it's great for newcomers coming into the series. It's obviously great with a feeder. If you know you're looking to go that further extra mile in racing, to look at a Cooper in the challenge or a JCW in the challenge, it's a good sort of place to propel yourself forwards in that.
Yeah, and look, we do have one more race still to go, so let's just quickly touch on that. We're going to end this weekend on a high, I see, and actually you've just got there full Charlie written on your dash there. Nice touch.
Yeah, it's nice. Unfortunately we lost him yesterday. It was a really close friend, and really it's to go out there in that last race and do it for him, really, because that's what he'd have wanted.
Brilliant. I know you will, Freddie. Top man. Thanks for talking to us. Good to see you again as well. We'll leave the Mini, shall we, now, and make our way down a little bit further, see who else we can go have a quick chat to, see if anybody else is hanging around at the minute. I wonder if James Dudley is milling around anywhere. There is that James? James? Is that James? Come on, James. Come on. God, this is good, isn't it? Look. This is all inflatable. This is fantastic. Look at it. Oh, sorry, John. Didn't see that. Look. Look at this, all inflatable. Look at that. Brilliant, nice and easy to set up. James, we haven't really spoken before actually, so it's good to see you. What have you made of your campaign so far?
A bit slow to start. We were terrible at Silverstone. We had 2 blown engines. So we've come back.
Yeah.
It's lasted. We got race 3 to go, so touch wood, it all...
We're fingers crossed a little bit, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, we only had a test session at Landau just a couple of days before. Performed really well. We think we got a valve stem oil issue, but it's getting there. It's just tweaking it now to how I like it, and obviously Thruxton.
James, we've got a bit of an audience coming down here, so let's keep this going, shall we? I've got some quick fire questions for you, because as I say, I don't really know you, and I really want to find out more about you. Okay, so I want to know what your first ever race was, what you were driving, where it was, and where you finished. You can go back to karting if you did karting.
Oh God, can't remember. Really can't remember.
Do you not remember like what the series was?
Done a little bit of karting years ago,
So, yeah,
but
okay.
yeah, literally it was so. Well, you're talking 20 years ago.
Okay.
Not got a good enough memory for that.
Hang on. I'm just hearing whatever it was you finished first, though. That's what I've just been told. So well done.
No, it won out, but we do have a little claim to fame. Me and the boys, we had Mark Webber come down to the racetrack. He was having a stag do with a bunch of his friends, and we all merged out. And
Mark Webber was having a stag do down at the racetrack.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So me and the boys all looked at each other and went, "Oh, come on, we'll all merge out." And we all merged out and we all overtook him. So he came off afterwards and he was like, "How many of you went out there then?" And we were like, just looking around. And he was like, "Come up." We shook all our hands. He was absolutely great. He was great to talk to. But that's quite a memorable one. But other than that, my first wheel in anger, as you can see with the badge on the back.
Yeah. The rookie badge, of course, the X.
So, yeah, the first race was literally...
Just as we're covering it up.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Right, I want to know then, you look like a reality TV kind of guy to me. Would you rather sit down for an hour and watch Love Island or X Factor?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Love Island for the drama.
Yeah, I like Love Island. Why nobody wants to admit... You all like Love Island, don't you? Yeah, you do. You do. You like Love Island. Yeah. Yeah, I like Love Island. Right, James, would you rather go racing at the Nürburgring or Le Mans? Full circuits.
Le Mans.
Why is that?
The ring scares me.
Fair enough. Have you ever been there?
No. Don't want to.
Doesn't sound like you're going to go either, does it? Right, you race, of course, in the Mini Challenge Clubsport. Do you like the more modern style Mini, or do you still sort of like the old classic look?
I love the original.
Yeah.
There's nothing quite like it, but the newer gen, I actually own one of these, and it's the longest car I've ever had.
Really?
So yeah, back home we've got a blue one, which is well. Yeah. Well, what
you
we
had
did,
half of one.
we stole the engine out of it for Silverstone.
Right.
So when we blew the engine in this one, the boys drove back to Cardiff, nicked the engine out of my road going one, and drove back to Silverstone, and we threw it in there.
Overnight you fit it. Great job, guys. Fantastic. And he blew that one up as well. Right, okay. Would you... right, this weather, it's been a bit funny this weekend, hasn't it? Right, 1 minute it's been a little bit damp, then it's dry, and it's a little bit damp, but it's not properly rained at all, has it? So would you rather it just stay stone dry, or would you just like it just to be wet? One or the other?
I like it to stay dry at this point because of the setup that we've tried in race 1 and 2. We just want to make sure that we're carrying it forward and we can actually get the most of what we're trying to do out of the car now. We made a couple of subtle changes. We went backwards on one of them, and we're hoping we're making steps forwards now. So like in the last 3 laps of race 2, I managed to get the times down, and I was closing onto the back of Sawyer and Freya. So I was like, right, I learned how to drive it again then, and it was like, right, I can feel it now. So
that S53 battle is good though, isn't it, between you lot? It's fantastic to watch.
Well, to be honest, it's really close, and no one really realises until you get behind the wheel that Thruxton is really hard to overtake on.
Yeah.
Because you always got that worry. Like I say, at the end of the day, it's club racing. You know, last thing you want to do is put it in a driver's door to someone at the Club Chicane or something along those lines. So me and Freya almost came together the other day like that, which I was like, hoping and praying. We both had brake fade. It just literally, it was like identical things happened to both of our cars at the same time, and I was just trying to keep it pointing straight at that point, and I was like, come on, let's come out the other side, and thankfully nothing, you know, everything was evaded, so it was like, touch wood, we don't have an incident like that again.
Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, let's a couple more questions. We'll whiz through these for you. Night in or night out kind of guy?
More of a night in now. I'm getting old.
Yeah, join the club. Yeah, you reach a certain age, and that's that. Right, fish and chips or pie and chips? Any pie you like as well, bro.
Got to be a Clark's pie and chips.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Right, football or cricket?
Football.
You said that with a not fan.
Yeah, if it's motorsport, I'll watch it all day long.
Listen, I'm still in awe of this this tent you've got. How long does it take to inflate?
3 to 4 minutes.
Brilliant,
it's brilliant. When we were looking,
no more hanging around with gazebo poles and things.
No, well that's it. We were looking at gazebos because obviously we wanted to have something, because we knew we weren't in the garages for this one, so we wanted something to like house us all. And it was like 3 to 4 hours to put up a gazebo, and I was like, not a chance, not a chance. All of us, we just want to rock up here and just do what we need to do. Like, so I seen this on Race Cars Direct. The guy was absolutely brilliant. Sent a guy up to go and get it, and it's more than done the job today.
Does it come with an inflatable base so we can make it turn into a bouncy castle? Because it looks a lot of fun.
Do you know what? Everyone who's commented on it says this looks like a bouncy castle. But the guy who races in another series had 5 of these made, so he was like, look, he said, I got 5 of them, and you know, selling off the rest, so stepped in.
James, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. It's James, everyone! Woo, 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 woo! Right, we're going to carry on. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Love Island's the best. Let's keep going down, shall we? And moving on. I'm going to. I'll drop some paper. Apparently, I'll pick it up later. Not to worry about that. But thank you for that. And yes, we're going to make our way down a little bit. I'm going to see if I can get a bit of an update as to what's happened. Let's cut down actually to Paddock. I don't know if we've really been showing you down live into the paddock today. We've done a number of interviews down here, of course, but we haven't actually walked through the paddock live for the Truck Racing Championship. So let's make our way through, shall we, and see if anybody's about. Simon Cole's down there. I wonder if Archie Handy is around. I don't know if we've really spoken too much of him. Is Archie around? Is Archie here? Simon, is Archie here? Is he? Archie. It looks like Archie Handy isn't here. I'll tell you. Is he? No, yeah, grab him a sec, because I'm just getting a little bit concerned about this up here, actually, John. Look at this. We are about to get, it's not going to last long. Look at that. That is pretty grim, isn't it? That we are about to get rained on quite heavy, I think. He's coming now. Here he is. Here's Archie. Come on, Archie. Let's do it professionally, shall we? And go here. Archie, have you heard anything? Do we know what's going to happen? Because obviously the fourth race has had to stop for now.
I have no idea. Honestly, I'm just waiting and seeing what they say, when to get back in and get back out.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Listen, let's talk about your journey in motorsport, because I know you from your junior days. Bit of a step up, these trucks, aren't they?
Oh, massively. From the little Fiestas that I used to race.
They were fun though, weren't they?
Oh, they were quality, honestly. Absolute quality. To one of these machines, it's absolutely brilliant.
What's it like racing? I mean, it's a family affair for you guys, isn't it? What's the paddock atmosphere must always be so nice. You guys always make us feel so welcome.
Yeah, it is massively family orientated here, even like with other teams and that. Everyone wants to help everyone to get back out and all stuff like that. So it's a really good championship to be in.
Yeah.
It is very family orientated. Everyone, like I said, everyone wants to help everyone.
Are you in this for the long term? What's sort of the plan in sort of 5-6 years? You are obviously one day going to be the British Truck Racing Champion, of course.
Yes, hopefully. Obviously, that's always going to be an achievement I want to get. But long term, obviously, yeah, I want to stay in trucks now. Since moving up into them from the cars, I don't want to get back in the cars. This is just a totally different buzz and feeling.
I saw you pulling out. Sorry to interrupt. I saw you pulling out a little bit earlier, ahead of race 4, actually, and I just thought, you're so high up. You're so young as well. Like, do you get butterflies, and do you notice the crowd when you pull out as well? Because it's absolutely full here, isn't it?
Yeah. As you're going around on that first lap, you see everyone like the amount of people that turn up for these events is unreal. It really is. The amount of support.
How many autographs you sign on a weekend, do you reckon?
Oh, I don't even know. Honestly, I would say a good couple thousand, I reckon.
Wow.
There is everyone always, constantly, from early in the morning till late at night.
Is that why you're hiding in your trailer now?
Yeah.
Just have a break?
Yeah. My arm's hurting after that first one, doing all the autograph signing on the grid walk.
Look, Archie, it's so nice to see you, mate. I love chatting to you, I really do. It's good to see you. It's started to rain as well. Good luck. Still 2 more truck races to go. Let's make our way down. We are going to try get out of this rain actually if we can, but yes, we're moving into the heart really of the British Truck Racing Championship paddock here at Thruxton this weekend. Thank you everybody for tuning in as well. Just to give you an update, you're not missing anything on track. There was of course an incident in race 4 for the British Truck Racing Championship. It's damaged one of the barriers here at Thruxton, so that is why we are just walking around chatting to as many people as we possibly can. A little bit of work going on here as well, as you can see, so you're not missing any on track action at all. Let's keep moving down. It's certainly the busiest part of the paddock, this, isn't it? We could do with one of these as well, by the way, couldn't we? One of these little golf buggies, that would be handy. I'm trying to get us out the rain as well. I promise, John, it is starting to come down quite heavy. Look at this, by the way, on the ground. I don't know if you can see that. It's green. It is absolutely green. So lovely stuff. I'm just going to try and keep my trainers clear. So let's keep going down. So I want to make our way actually back to the assembly area because I believe there's still a number of these 750 Formula cars in there, so it'd be good to have a quick chat with some of those guys. It looks like maybe they might potentially run that race first. I don't know, that's just me just saying it because I know they're already in assembly. So let's head on down, let's see if we can get an official update from somebody as to when we might get racing again. Obviously there will not going to be any lunch break anymore, and let's head on down and around. We'll walk right past the podium for the British Truck Racing Championship as well. So yes, there is a curfew here today at Thruxton, but it's not till 6:30, so we actually had an hour and a half extra in the timetable, plus of course the 45 minutes that we've gained by getting rid of the lunch break too. So we've gained quite a bit of time back, so I don't think there's necessarily too much concern as of yet. I'm pretty confident we will finish all of the races so far, but now I'm just making my way back into the assembly area with John, and as you can see the 750 Formula drivers are getting ready, so let's have a quick chat with some of them, shall we? And please thank you for tuning in and bearing with us whilst we're here. This is Motorsport, it's live, things do happen, so we're going to take a little walk around. If you tuned in yesterday, you will have probably watched the race, and it was a cracker as well. David Reed took the win in that one. Richard Rothery was in second, and Bill Cowley in third. In Class B, it was Matthew Twynham who took the win. Let's go down and just have a quick chat with some of the drivers. It's not a championship I'm massively au fait with, but I think, is this Convoy? Ah, it is Convoy. I just had to guess there a little bit. I'm very well. These weights don't help, but it is motorsport, isn't it? And you guys have been in here a while now, haven't you?
10 minutes or so, yeah. I mean, we'd like to get going quite soon.
Have you heard then that you guys are going to go out next and the truck race will be pushed back a bit? Or
We've heard it both ways. One is that the trucks are going first, and the other is that we're going first.
Okay, so we don't know.
We just don't know.
Listen, let's talk about the 750 Formula. It's obviously the oldest continuously racing championship, I believe, in the world, 1949. That's quite something special to be a part of.
It's fantastic, yeah. They started as Austin 7 specials, and then moved on to using Reliant parts, 850 or 750 then 850. And in the early 2000s switched to using Fiat engines. So we're all running a Fiat 1.1 engine from a Punto or a Seicento.
No way. Seicento, go on.
Yeah. It's tuned slightly. We have a regulation cam. The best ones are putting out about 100 horsepower, but with me on board it weighs just over 480 kilos.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
So around here this track is so big and so fast that for us, apart from braking for the chicane and the complex, it's flat out for the rest of the way.
I was going to say, it's like 2 braking points, and of course you've got slick tyres as well, so this rain.
Yeah, as long as it's just passing showers like this, it's okay.
I think so. There is. We were just showing everybody on screen actually the darkness of some of the clouds we've got. However, then we've got blue sky there. A little bit more cloud, then a bit more blue sky. You just want it dry, don't we?
We live for the blue sky. Yeah.
We live for the blue sky. Conway, thank you so much for talking to us. Really, really do appreciate it. So good stuff indeed. We caught up with Bill Cowley yesterday, but here he is again, and it is one of the best-looking cars here this week. I know we caught up yesterday, but quite frankly, we're filling for a lot of time as well at the minute. So, Bill, we spoke about your family, but let's talk a little bit more about you. When did you start racing?
I started racing 2001 at...
You don't look old enough.
I was 9-year-old, go-karts, at Mark Windley's granddad's circuit, kart circuit. Yes, that's when I started racing.
And I suppose it was always going to happen, wasn't it, with your family history?
Yeah, it cost my dad a lot of money. So no, I did the old karting, the British Championships and stuff like that. Did all right in them, to be fair. But as per, everything cost a lot of money to get further up the ladder, so this was the next step for us. We already had the car, so rebuilt it, and here we are now.
A lot of love for it, I've got to be honest as well. I bet it's an absolute joy to drive, isn't it?
No. No, to be fair, this year, this is the best we've got it working, handling-wise. I can't fault the handling, to be fair. It's as good as it's going to get. Without destroying the look of the car for a better aero. And to be fair, there's a lot of history in it, and I think that's, as it is, that's how it's going to stay forever. So
good. I'm glad about that, but I don't have to drive it. So,
no, but I am biased. It does look pretty, doesn't she?
She does look pretty. Bill, great to see you again. Thanks for talking to us. Who have we got here?
Colin Marshall.
Right, Colin. Listen, I want to know about your racing history.
Started in cars at 76, 50 years.
Yep.
And karting before that.
Okay. You got the bug from a young age then?
Yeah, rallying.
Have you?
Yeah, done 8 years rallying, stage rallying.
What's your favourite type? Do you miss rallying at all?
No. Yeah, it was okay. We won some championships, but I like to race against somebody where when you're rallying, you're in the car. You're
just against the clock, aren't you? Really, you are against.
Yeah,
others,
against the clock. You're racing against yourself all the time, so and you can't see whether you're winning or losing.
You like that wheel to wheel.
Yeah.
So why 750 Formula?
Well, I've only just come in 750 Formula. I bought a car off Dave Robson, which was once a championship-winning car. And prior to that, I was in the Mazda 7 Series, and prior to that, low cost, and then lots of other cars before that.
Which car do you look back at with the most fondness, would you say?
Yeah, probably a Malak I drove in about 83, 84.
Yeah.
Mark 18 Malak, which I won quite a few races with.
Nice. Well, Colin, we're so glad that you're part of the grid. We really, really are. Thank you for talking to us and sharing your story with us. I really appreciate it. Thank you, and good luck, of course, for the race whenever it might happen. Right, I'm just going to head off and see if I can get some information and find out what is going to happen next. Is it going to be the 750 Formula to head out, or are we going to get the 4th British Truck Racing Championship on the go very, very soon? We're going to find out. I'm just going to dip off very quickly, and I'll come back with an update as soon as I can.
Well, thanks so much to Ian for going around the paddock for us while we have this enforced delay. The trucks involved in the incident up at Allard have been cleared. Those of Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver back to the paddock using the heavy recovery vehicles, thanks to Boar Hunt Recovery, who are in charge of that this weekend. Now, as we can see, the barriers behind the vehicles there are being replaced. There's a section of Armco barrier had to be replaced, which is the reason for this enforced delay. We have not had notification yet in the commentary box on what's going to happen next with this BARC event here at Thruxton today. But thank you for your patience during the enforced delay. Those of you who missed the incident earlier, the opening lap of our 4th truck race of the weekend saw a tangle between Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke, and they went off into the barriers at Allard. The barrier was damaged and the race had to be stopped. Thankfully, the drivers, I can tell you, are okay. But a section of barrier having to be replaced. We'll see it again here. Start of race 4 of the weekend for the trucks. David Smith got away in the lead. Adam Bint a bit slow away from the outside of the front row, and the trucks went 3 wide behind. Tom O'Rourke on the inside with the Scottish flag on the front of his truck. He was a little slow coming out of Allard. He clipped the back of Michael Oliver as he tried to move across, then squashed Dave Jenkins. Oliver got sideways, came back in. He then hit Tom O'Rourke and then spun into the barriers. That's what caused the damage to the barrier. Thankfully, no other trucks got involved. Everybody else slowed up and avoided that incident. And there you can see the damage to the Armco barrier caused by that impact from Michael Oliver's truck, and there are the remains of Michael Oliver's truck. I don't think that will be racing again today. Tom O'Rourke escaped without major damage. Just out of our view there behind the barriers on the left of our shot from the complex. David Smith took the lead, but the race didn't last much longer before the red flag came out. Stephen Powell was second, Adam Bintz dropping back into third. Stuart Oliver made a decent start after retiring from race 3 earlier on. David Jenkins was caught up. You see him at the back of the grid there, at the back of the field there with some damage. I think Ian's got another update for us down in the paddock area.
Yes, everybody, I do have a little update for you, not a particularly massive one, but I think you can probably tell this kind of gives the game away as to what is coming up next. The 750 Formula, unfortunately those chaps, they are going to have to wait a little bit longer because they have had the instruction to start bringing the trucks in to the assembly area. They're just going to line up single file and hopefully get them going. We're still not sure on an exact restart time yet, but as you can see, the wheels are literally starting to become in motion. So it will be the 4th race for the British Truck Racing Championship going out next. 750 Formula will have to wait a little bit longer, but it looks like things are starting to happen and we won't have to wait too long. I'm going to go update Pointy and we'll be back on the track, hopefully, fingers crossed, very, very soon.
Okay, thanks very much to Ian. Just a reminder that our next action on BARC TV comes up on the 26th and 27th of July. It's in 3 weeks' time. And it's our overseas trip to Zandvoort, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix. And we'll be there with Caterham Motorsports. Caterham's various classes, the 7 Championship UK, the 310Rs, the 270Rs, and so forth. The Road Sports and Academy as well. They'll be out in the Netherlands racing at Zandvoort. And we'll have all the action from that one for you on the 26th and 27th of July. Do not miss the Caterham Motorsport Championships from the Zandvoort circuit in the Netherlands, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix. That's all coming up in 3 weeks' time. For now, we wait for that barrier repair to be completed. So thanks again for your patience, everyone. We will be back underway with our British Truck Racing Championship race number 4 in as soon a time as we are able. Following the trucks, we'll have the 750 Formula, then the Monopostos will be back out for race 2. Mini Challenge Clubsport will follow that, then our final truck race, then the BMWs and the Monopostos for their final race. As we say, the timetable will be pushed back. Curfew here at Thruxton is 6:30 p.m, so hopefully we can get all the races in before then. There is a window at the end of the programme where the show truck parade was due to take place, so that may have to be shortened, but we'll wait and see what the officials decide, and we'll be back underway just as soon as we can.
Once the track is safe to do so, we will have a rerun of the British Truck Racing Championship. So trucks will be back very shortly onto the circuit. They're going to be lining up in the assembly area very shortly, and then once the track is safe to go, we will continue with racing. We've got 7 races still scheduled, but with a slightly different order to the timetable. So trucks will be up next, followed by 750 Formula, Monoposto, Mini Challenge, BMW, Monoposto again, and then the final truck race will now take place at the end of the day. So we will have trucks, British trucks, onto the circuit as soon as possible, and then their final race of the weekend will also be the final race on the programme. So That's what is coming up next here at Thruxton. We couldn't be too far away, I don't think, from resuming the racing action. And thanks for staying with us. We'll be back very shortly with the rerun then.
Okay, we have just had an update from BARC. There is going to be a new running order, which has been issued. The truck race will take place next, followed by the 750 Formula, then the Monoposto and Mini Challenge. I can tell you race 5 for the British Truck Racing Championship has been moved to the end of the programme. That's the change in the running order. So after the Mini Challenge race, we will then see the BMW Car Club, then the Monoposto race, and then the British Truck Racing Championship race number 5 is going to take place as the last race on the programme. So a slight change in the running order for later on, but we will be back underway shortly with race 4 for the trucks.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, closing our lunch break. Sit down the food and on our side of the yard. Going to go much very quickly.
Yes, everybody, welcome back. This is a good sign, isn't it? We have trucks in the assembly area. Why? Why did we even do that?
I was just turning my back on you, and you decided to go with it. So we did the big, kind of boy band opening. It was great. I loved it.
Yeah, we do look like a aging boy band.
Failed boy band.
Failed boy
But
band.
definitely from the 90s.
Definitely. Yeah, we had 0 number 1 hits.
Getting on a bit.
0 top 50 hits.
I don't know. I had a top 3. I had a number 2.
Okay, right, let's move on from that because we do have trucks in the assembly area almost ready to go. I still don't have official word on the exact race start time, but
in a bit.
This can only be
It'll be in a bit, yeah.
Pointy, you're going to go chat to some of the drivers in here before we do that. I've been asking some of the mini challenge drivers some questions, some quick fire questions. I'm going to ask them to you. Some of them aren't relevant, however, we'll skip over those ones. Right, you look like a reality TV kind of guy to me.
Possibly.
Wonder why I think that.
This is reality after all.
This is reality. Well, yeah, okay, right. If you had to sit down for an hour and watch either Love Island or X Factor, what are you watching? You have to watch it as well. Got to choose one.
Oh no! Can I put it on mute?
No.
I can't put it on mute.
You
I have to listen.
You have to sit there. There's nothing else in the room except a chair and the telly, and the volume is ramped right up, and there's nothing you can. There's no door. There's no window. You can't leave.
It'd have to be X Factor, I suppose. I can't listen to Love Island. I'd like to watch Love Island without the sound on, but I just couldn't listen to it.
Okay, a bit disappointed there, but right.
Yeah, I'm sure Love Island will be fine. Someone's watching it for some reason, so
I really like it.
One of my best mates watches Love Island as well. He loves it.
I like watch it.
Yeah, I can see 50% draw to it, but other than that, I just no.
Okay, let's move on. Right, are you a night in or night out kind of guy?
Oh, wow. Okay, you know what? If you ask the other half, my wife Charlie, who sees me once or twice a week, if she's lucky, I think she'd probably say I'm a night out.
I think she'd probably say she is lucky to only see you once or twice a week.
Definitely a night out kind of guy. There's always something to do. There's always people to see. Anybody that says they're lonely is just not trying hard enough. Okay,
that's
a quote.
Yeah, just here we might be cut off air in a minute, but right, let's get into it. Right, finish the sentence.
Okay.
Chips with
full stop.
That's a great answer.
No, mayo.
Okay.
And cheese, but mayo.
Okay.
Gotta be mayo. Belgium style. I once went to, there's a place called Grand Place, which is in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, and there was this little kind of alleyway off it. There's loads of little roads. There's an entire street of kebab shops that goes up this hill. And I was like, wow, what is this place? And they had huge jars of mayonnaise that was thicker than yogurt, with these big squirty, squeaky thingies hang like cow's udders. And you'd literally go and you'd just ask for chips, and they give you the best chips in the world with just this massive little mound of mayo. Oh wow.
You can certainly tell we're not under any time pressure right now, can't you? This line of questions and answers.
I'm just waiting for us to get offered a contract to go and do a little kind of world tour thing.
Yeah.
Chips around the world with Pointy and Ian.
Yeah, I can see that. Actually. Okay, right. Let's move on. Would you rather attend a football match or a game of cricket?
Rather attend a funeral. Probably cricket, but then sunburn. So yeah, still cricket.
All right, Pointy. Thank you so much.
I've ruined that for you, haven't I?
Yeah, I'm not going to ask anymore.
I've answered incorrectly to every single question.
I don't know why I expected it to be any other way, but listen, before we get taken off air, I'm going to give you that. You go chat to some drivers.
Taking a larger.
I'm getting out of here. I'm gone.
Taking a larger. Taking a larger. Well, that did not go the way he wanted, did it, ladies and gentlemen? If you're watching this at home, we're still asking what you dip your chicane nugget in here at Thruxton Circuit. So make sure you let us know in the comments, and you might as well let us know about your chip sauce as well. Mayo's obviously the best. Right, let's see. He's got a helmet on. Let's have a chat to Simon Cole. We've got a moment here before we lose all the drivers. You can hold that. There you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Morse. Simon, how are we doing? Good results for you this weekend so far, but it's getting a bit warm in this cab, isn't it?
Yeah, very hot now. And all this messing about, I don't know what's going on here today.
I don't think anybody does. It's fine. It's just this racing. Sometimes things happen beyond people's controls. We've got to squeeze this racing somewhere, though. So I suppose we should be grateful. The guys at home, grateful that we're getting this, fourth race of the weekend in.
Well, yeah, we have had that before. I think it's time curfew here as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got to be time crucial. So I don't know if they're cutting this to 10 minutes or not. I don't know. Sometimes they do that, but yeah, I just want to get out there, get another win under my belt if I can.
We're still trying to fix the railings, I think, and obviously lunch break was used for that as well. 3 minutes. How do you feel about 3 minutes?
No, I don't.
There we go, that'll do, he says. Simon Cole, 3 minutes left to go. Hopefully 2 races left of the weekend then. We're going to, where are you starting in Division 2 for this one?
Near the back. I think it's. We had a great start. It was a shame earlier. I got a great start. Got to the end. I think I was about 7th overall, and then the incident happened, and that's racing.
Speaking about other teams, got a couple of rookies joining us with Division 2 this year. How are you feeling with the pressure from the likes of Bradley Harvey, Jake Evans, Callum Eason?
Yeah, I feel alright. I've been doing this long enough, and the boys done really well, to be honest with you. Bradley's got John's winning truck, so it's a good truck anyway. So it's a good start for him. Jake's a good driver, so no, it's good for the sport. It's good for the sport.
It is very good for the sport. Right, we'll leave you with that. You can strap him back in because do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I tell you what though, it's quite funny when you see in the set. We never get to see this, but if you look at the size of these things, 5.5 ton monsters sat in the same assembly area as these. Look at these tiny little things over here. This is crazy. Not many people on the British Truck Racing Championship page will be getting to see this very often. But they're so small. I'd like to see a world where we could race 2 things on the same track at the same time. I think if we get enough people to comment on that, although yeah, I can't see one of these coming off very well against the other one. Have we got time? Speak to Neil Yates perhaps. He's on the other side typically. Hi. Cooey, we'll clip you out for a second. Neil, how are we?
Yeah, very good, very hot.
It is very hot. Now, obviously we got a cheeky little trophy handed out to you yesterday. What was it like to finally receive that piece of silverware?
Absolutely amazing. There we go. Yay!
Yeah. You've been waiting a long time for that, haven't you?
I have indeed, but I'm working on it. We'll soon be up there. We're getting there.
And obviously where are we starting in this race now? Race 4 of the weekend.
Yeah, it keeps changing. I'm just following the guy in front until I get in front of him.
That's it. That's the important bit. It's all right to follow them around on the outlap, but then you really want to try and get in front of them afterwards, yeah?
That's the plan. We're getting to the front, eh?
And we've seen one of your recovery trucks, MYR Big Wreckers, suspending Graham Pull's race truck for most of the weekend. I think this is a personal invention of yours, I believe.
Yeah, it was just a little design to try and speed up recovery in terms of a total lift of the truck. Minimal damage.
Minimal damage. That's if they've left their trucks with minimal damage in the first place, obviously.
Yeah, that's picking up the pieces.
That's it. Maybe you should just invent a bucket next.
Yeah, we get a JCB.
That's it. That'll do. And we'll be back to the 80s before you know it. Right, we'll clip you back in. Thank you for talking to us. I believe we've probably got 1 minute left now before the race. 1 minute. Come this way. So let's just get some random mechanics. This guy looks like he's way too relaxed. What's your name?
Steve.
Hi Steve, where'd you come from?
Cyprus.
You come from Cyprus?
Come from Cyprus for the racing.
Just for the racing. I take
racing.
it you weren't born in. You don't sound like you were born in Cyprus.
From Stockport.
Right, that makes more sense. the accent matches now, doesn't it? So you came all the way over for this weekend?
Yes.
What's it been like for you?
It's a cracking weekend. I've been here before. Love Thruxton, and we're going to try and do Donington and do Le Mans as well.
Le Mans. Okay, were you at Le Mans last year? Come over here. Come in the middle. Tell the folks at home about Le Mans, what you thought of it.
I think Le Mans is probably one of the best circuits that we've been to. We used to do Nürburgring, but Le Mans is definitely better than that for all of us as a championship. Absolutely brilliant.
The experience is just next level, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's go along over here. Then we're tired of speaking to. Actually, we got a driver. He's on the other side. He's on the wrong side. Doesn't matter. Let's speak to you guys. Coming in. What's your name?
Fraj.
Now, you originally got involved with the truck racing off the back of the truck shows, didn't you?
That's correct, yeah.
What made you, what was wrong with you when you decided to come over to the racing?
Well, do it as a job, so I might as well do it at weekends as well.
Because who needs a weekend off, right?
Exactly.
Well, I go do plumbing in the week just so I don't have to do this at the weekend.
No, it's good fun being involved. Good to see truck on track and be part of it all.
What's the big what's it like not having to show and shine with your obviously commercial that you used to bring along with you? It's a bit of a far cry really looking after one of these.
Oh yeah, you're a lot more involved, everything's going on in tits, things like that, so yeah, happy days.
Happy days indeed. What more do you want from the guy? We've lost Harry. Oh no, where's he gone?
Yeah.
Daz, Papa Dazarus.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm alright, are you?
How's your hand?
It's fine now, thank you.
Let's see it, show the camera. Wow, so it looks perfectly normal, whereas we were at Pembury, weren't we? Yes. Decided to have a fallout with some lighter fluid, and yeah, let's just say it looked a bit squidgy for a few days after that.
Definitely wasn't my brightest moment in life.
Wasn't, was it? But these things happen to learn from, don't
yes.
they?
Don't play with lighter fluid.
Don't put anything you see a flame picture on, just leave it alone. Especially when you're a grown man.
Yeah.
Excellent. What about you, sir? What's your name?
Josh.
Josh. Hello, Josh.
Hello.
I know all their names, it's just an easier way of saying them, you know. How's your weekend been so far?
Excellent.
Excellent. Yeah. Again, you know, you've obviously come to the racing a little bit later on. How long have you been involved now?
4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years. And have you always been on the bowlers team?
No, only the last 3 seasons. I come with Fraj. We'll come as a duo.
Come as a duo, so you can't have one without the other?
That's it.
Is that in the contract?
We had to buy one, get one free.
Which one was free?
Josh was free.
Oh, I see. Right, you're the one that got slipped in the basket because they had to.
I'm unloved.
You are?
I'm unloved.
You are unloved. You're underappreciated.
His haircut.
You think it's his... Yeah, that is...
Ask him about his new boots.
You got new... No, I was going to say, they are not new boots.
Some new ones for Donington.
New boots for Donington. Tell us all about them.
I've got some lovely new boots for Donington. I'll show you them.
Oh, thanks. What a
big secret.
What a synopsis. Watch this space for Josh's new boots. They're on the way out now, though, so that's all time we've got for messing around in the assembly area. So we'll throw up to Dave. He'll run you through the running order, and we'll get you some racing underway here at Thruxton.
Cheers to Pointy and Ian once again, filling in time during our enforced delay there. You can see there where the sections of barrier have been replaced. Well done to the Thruxton Circuit team, to I believe it's Pat Blakeney who's still the circuit manager here. Circuit owned, of course, by Alex Thistlethwaite, the noted historic racer and leased to the British Automobile Racing Club. So they're on their rolling lap once again. Let's remind you of the grid for race 4 for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. David Smith and Adam Bint on the front row. Second row, Stephen Powell and John Bowler. We won't have row 3. I don't think Tom O'Rourke's there. Michael Oliver definitely isn't. His truck is wrecked. Row 4, David Jenkins hopefully is there. Stuart Oliver as well. On row 5, Ricky Collett and Neil Yates. Ryan Smith back on row 6 alongside 101 Martin Gibson. Then we've got Division 2, Sammy Oyanen and Callum Eason on row 7. The 8th row, Archie Handy and Simon Cole. And on row 9, Bradley Harvey, with John Powell hopefully able to start this time from the pits. No Graham Poole, as you've heard, his truck being used in a demonstration by Neil Yates Recovery this weekend on the back of one of his heavy recovery vehicles. and no Jake Evans. Tom O'Rourke is there. Fair play to the MV Commercial team. He's going to start from the pit lane along with John Powell. Excellent. They've had plenty of time to fix it during that enforced delay while the barrier was replaced, and good to see John Powell's ready to go this time as well. So we should hopefully have 17 trucks out there for this one. For a full 15-minute race, we'll get all the truck action in. As we say, the final truck race has been moved, though, to the end of the programme to change the timetable round a little. Next up will be the 750 Motor Club's 750 Formula, but the trucks on their rolling start. Now, the light's still flashing on the pace truck. We'll wait to see if it does just one lap, and then the trucks will be released. David Smith on pole, still looking for his first Division 1 win. He's had a couple of podiums this season. Adam Bint alongside, a winner at Pembrey. Stephen Powell still looking for his first win of the season as well. David Jenkins back out with a bit of bodywork missing from the front of his truck. There's the 5 Division 2 trucks towards the back. So row 3 missing from the grid, but we know one of them, Tom O'Rourke, is starting from the pit lane. Sun now out here at Thruxton. It's warmed up here, and we're about to be warmed up again with the rerun of race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, round 14 of the season. It's keeping it steady behind the pace truck. Lights are still on the pace truck, so we'll wait and see if it does pull in this time. We may do a second lap, we will wait and see. It's keeping it steady at the moment. Or are they going to line up on the grid first of all? The pace truck is still out there. Looks like they are going to pause on the grid first of all. We've not seen this so far this weekend, except for the grid walk this morning. So row 3 is missing. Jenkins and Oliver are both there. Collett and Yates. I think everybody else is there. Yes, they are. Will we see another new winner in Division 2, I wonder? Bradley Harvey broke his duck yesterday. Simon Coles had 2 wins. Chance to catch up with Jake Evans in the points. Lining them up ready for the rolling start. Can Ryan Smith come through from 12th place on the grid? Well, he'll make up a couple of places. No Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke starting from the rear. And the Olivers seem to be jinxed at Thruxton, don't they? Stewart crashed last year, Michael this year. Stewart a retirement this morning's race, race 3.
With truck racing at the beginning and the end of this afternoon. 1 minute forward is being shown. Next couple will come the 30-second board, and then the pace truck will leave the race truck off onto the hopefully the final formation lap. 30-second board is now shown.
So the GT tyres MAN in position at the front of the field, one of the championship partners, of course. All trucks running on GT tyres.
the way now as the pace truck is away. The rest of the field then.
Okay, here we go then.
Final formation lap.
Thank you again for your patience, everyone, during the enforced delay. Quick hello to Paul Bauscher, who's watching from up at Allard, where the incident took place there. Right, to Billy, watching from the USA. Thanks for all your comments coming in. Thank you for your patience while the repairs were carried out by the circuit team there. Thank you to all the circuit staff here at Thruxton. Sami Ojanen leads the Division 2 trucks in the Sisu Finnish-built truck. Callum Eason alongside. Then the Volvo and the Iveco, Andy and Cole. Who's going to be our fourth winner of the weekend then? Wins so far in Division 1 for Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver and Tom O'Rourke. Wins Division 2 for Simon Cole on 2 occasions, and for Bradley Harvey, who starts from the back. Just keeping it steady in the sunshine here at Thruxton. Can David Smith hang on in front? Is he going to take his first Division 1 victory of his career? The former Division 2 champion. Both are, well, in fact, our top 3 on the grid are former Division 2 champions. Lights go out on the pace truck. We're going racing this time by as the convoy heads out of church. The rumble begins to rise from these 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines. Calm before the storm here on the Thruxton Circuit. 2 more trucks waiting to join from the pits. Who knows what's going to happen over the next 15 minutes. David Smith in the white MAN, the black Mercedes of Adam Bintz. Steve Powell in white and red. In blue and red it's John Bowler. Stuart Oliver's got a great chance here from what is now effectively the 3rd row of the grid. So has David Jenkins, a chance to improve his weekend. Pace truck pulls into pit lane then. Time for round 14 of the British Truck Racing Championship of 2025. David Smith and Adam Bint ready to lead them away. The red lights are on. They go out now. And off we go. The rerun of race round number 14 of the season. A better start this time by Adam Bint up there on the outside. It's David Smith who has the early lead from pole position. Stephen Powell slots in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver trying to get around the outside. Bint kicks up a bit of dust on the outside as they go up towards the complex. It's side by side still between the 2 front row men. David Jenkins has clipped the back of John Bowler. Tries to get round the outside of him. Stephen Powell trying to make it 3 wide. It's David Smith who leads the way then. Bint side by side with Powell. Then it's Bowler, Jenkins, Stuart Oliver. Ricky Collins made a decent start as well. Ryan Smith is in there in the traffic somewhere. He's made up 1 place already ahead of Martin Gibson in the 101. He's going for Neil Yates in the 33. Ryan Smith on the move early on then, but it's David Smith who leads the way in the number 11. Stephen Powell up into second place. David Jenkins trying to get round the outside. I don't think he'll get round John Bowler at Goodwood, the long right-hander. Keeps his foot in though. Bowler's going to move across and have a go at Adam Bint. Stephen Powell's put a wheel onto the dust there. Keeps it going though. They head towards Church Corner with third and fourth side by side. David Smith leads from Stephen Powell. Here comes John Bowler barrelling up the inside of Adam Bint. Look at that. Two trucks side by side are in the fastest corner in the country, and Bowler's made it stick. Stuart Oliver's up to fifth. He's got ahead of David Jenkins. Now here comes Oliver in the bonneted Volvo up the inside, attacking Adam Bint. Jenkins fights back. Behind him, Ricky Collett. Then I think Ryan Smith is behind Collett in the 95. Into the club chicane for the first time. It is David Smith who leads David Jenkins. May have bounced off Stuart Oliver there. He's gone wide. He's going to have to cut the chicane. That'll lose him some time. It's not David's weekend at all. Now he's alongside his arch rival of the last few years, Ryan Smith. Ducks in behind Stuart Oliver, cuts across Smith. You're not getting past me, he says. David Jenkins will be fired up now, channeling his anger into an attack back again. There's Martin Gibson a little bit further back behind Ricky Collett. Then it's Neil Yates there, 8th, 9th and 10th. Simon Cole leads Division 2 in the early stages. Tom O'Rourke came through in 15th place. To the complex go the leading group. Ryan Smith on the tail of David Jenkins. It's David Smith who still has the lead. He is a very defensive driver, is David. He proved that at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend in race 5 when he tried for many laps to hold off Ryan Smith. He was no way going to let Ryan past him. Adam Bint again kicking up the dust. He's a little bit wayward in this one in the Mercedes. Ryan Smith up the inside. He won't get past David Jenkins there. He gives it a good go though. Might get him at Church Corner. And he forces Jenkins to go wide. They didn't leave him any room at all. Jenkins onto the grass. You can tell they're deadly rivals, those two. David Smith continues to set the pace from Steve Powell. Smith's run a bit wide there coming out of Church. This could be Steve Powell's opportunity to take the lead for the first time this weekend. In Division 2, meanwhile, it's Simon Cole up front. He's clear of Sami Ojanen. Tom O'Rourke is in among the Division 2 trucks, and Powell under fire in turn from John Bowler. Three of them fighting for the lead. Ryan Smith trying to get around Stuart Oliver. He won't get through there. Closing up on Adam Bint as well. Oliver rather being held up by Adam Bint. He'll get past him down the straight. Adam Bint's slowed there. I think the Mercedes might have a problem. Ryan Smith goes through as well. Stephen Powell, meanwhile, is all over David Smith for the lead. Ricky Collett going past Adam Bint. That Mercedes is slowing down, I think, as they complete their second lap. Into lap 3, the fastest lap is with John Bowler, 1:39.557. He's going for the leaders. Into the complex, David Smith from Stephen Powell. John Bowler in third. A little bit of a slide there from David Smith. He'll try his hardest to make his MAN the widest MAN in the UK right now, but he's gone a bit wide out of Seagrave. Needs to keep his foot in here. Stephen Powell in the Neil Yates Recovery sponsored MAN is alongside him. He could take the lead here with a bit of luck going into Goodwood. David Smith though moves across him. We said he was a defensive driver, and that's allowed John Bowler a run up the outside of the number 14. Great race between these three. Bowler's trying to go round both of them, and that's bringing Stuart Oliver into play as well in the number 7. Here they come then towards Village and Church. John Bowler, can he go all the way round the outside at Church Corner? There's no way he's going to get through there, surely. No, David Smith holds him back. Powell's up there as well. Here comes Oliver, and Ryan Smith's up there in 5th. He started 12th, remember. Well, it became 10th when a couple of trucks didn't start, started from pit lane. 3 wide as they come up towards, and David Smith slowing. John Bowler round the outside. Bowler's gone from 3rd to 1st, but they're all slowing. And we have a full course yellow because Archie Handy's come to a stop at the chicane. Yeah, full course yellow, I think. It briefly showed us full course yellow on the timing screen. Now I think they've gone back to green again. Yeah, virtual safety car showing on the boards. It went yellow, then back to green, then back to yellow again on the timing screen. So virtual safety car is out effectively. We have a full course yellow because Archie Handy has stopped at the chicane. That's the reason for that. Where's our Division 2 leader? There he is, Simon Cole, with Tom O'Rourke behind him. John Powell did come out into the race this time, I can tell you, but then went back into the pits. Now, John Bowler has given David Smith the lead back because he took the lead there as the virtual safety car came out. So John Bowler has given David Smith the lead back. It was just as they came up to the chicane, they were all overlapping, that the virtual safety car was thrown. David Smith has been given the lead back by John Bowler. So they circulate at reduced pace, not bringing out the pace truck, of course. Smith from Bowler, Stephen Powell, Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to strike. There's the reason Archie Handy's truck has pulled up at the chicane. Of course, if a truck was to go straight on the chicane, it would collect it there. So that's, as a safety measure, the full course yellow being brought out. John Powell still having teething troubles with the DAF. Unfortunately, he's pulled into the pits.
But the problem at this stage is the Archie Handy truck is not moving away. So if that means
Spectators in the grandstands overlooking the club chicane. Let's see if the recovery vehicle is going to be brought in to remove Archie Handy's Volvo, the ex-Paul McComiskey truck. Ryan Smith nicely poised in 5th place, just ahead of David Jenkins. Ricky Collett's going well up there in 7th, ahead of Adam Bint. Then Gibson and Yates round out the first 10. Then we've got our Division 2 leader, Simon Cole. Second in Division 2 is Sammy Oerman. Then Bradley Harvey, Callum Eason and, well, Archie Handy out of the race.
Second is John Bowler. So it looks like he made that move for the yellow zone. In 3rd position is Steve Powell. With 4th position...
6.5 minutes of the race to go, because of course the clock does not stop during a full course yellow. Not too sure what's going to happen here. Whether they are going to bring in a vehicle to remove Archie Handy's truck. If we continue under yellow, of course, then it will mean David Smith will take his first ever Division 1 win. So under the virtual safety car, or should that be virtual safety truck here at Thruxton? Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith in 4th and 5th, just desperate to strike there. With it being a virtual safety car, it could go back to green at any point around the lap. Once the hazard is clear at the chicane. There is Archie Handy's truck, just awaiting recovery. Billy in the USA has picked David Jenkins to follow. Right to Glenn Harrop, says hello to John Bowler. King Wise, also watching in America, supporting David Smith. Des says keep on trucking, we will soon. It's the battle for second in Division 2, Sammy Owen and Bradley Harvey. 13th and 14th overall. Not too sure what's going to happen here, whether we're going to conclude the race under virtual safety car, because I can't see any recovery vehicles on the move. You can't very well use the conventional Thruxton recovery vehicle, the pickup truck, to tow Archie Handy's 5-ton Volvo away.
Two championship contenders, the two main championship contenders, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith together, he's 4th and 5th, with Oliver ahead. Got that confirmation that there's not delayed moments to go on our screen. The virtual safety car will be coming in this lap. So, get to the control line, the race will resume. 3 minutes on the clock.
3 minutes remaining in this race. No sign of what's going to happen at the moment. We don't. VSC in this lap has come up on the timing screen, so I think as they come back towards the line, we are going to go back to green flag racing. So we're going to continue with Archie Handy's truck at the chicane.
Second and third so far this season. Lead,
So with 2 minutes 20 or so left on the clock, we're going to get a sprint finish of a couple of laps here. Can David Smith hang on? We're going back to green. Revs are up and we're away, and down towards Allard. David Smith does lead them off ahead of John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Now, these are the three to watch: Oliver, Ryan Smith and Jenkins. And Oliver under attack from Ryan Smith as they head up towards the complex. These three will be hoping the next three behind them fight each other, and they are doing. Ryan Smith up onto the outside of Stuart Oliver. Oliver takes him wide. David Jenkins getting involved as well. Stephen Powell looking in his mirror saying, yes, that's exactly what we need you to do. You fight each other, us three will get away at the front. John Bowler under fire from Powell now. Out into the country they go. Ryan Smith all over the back of Stuart Oliver. 19 championships between them. Stuart Oliver leading this year's points after Ryan Smith had some mechanical problems in the last round at Pembrey. Ryan Smith not too good health-wise in the run-up to the event, he was telling us. He's been suffering with kidney stones over the last couple of weeks, unfortunately. Racing through the pain barrier here today. Not slowing him down though. David Smith continues to lead. He'll be coming round to start his last lap this time. Here comes David Jenkins on the attack further back. 6 of them together at the front, but it's 3 for the lead. John Bowler looking to attack. Can David Smith hang on for his first ever Division 1 victory? He's been Division 2 champion in the past. He's having to take it easy through the chicane with that extra obstacle on the outside. Ryan Smith cuts fairly fine over the curbs there at the chicane. Stephen Powell's going for second place on the inside up towards Allard. He's up on the curb there, tries to do a Tom O'Rourke from earlier on, but John Bowler's having none of it. He holds him off, and David Smith says, yep, that's right, you battle each other, I'll increase my lead. It's all playing into David Smith's hands at the moment. Can he hang on for victory? John Bowler's fighting back now. 6 of them line astern. We've certainly got ourselves a convoy in this one, but it's not a Mack with a tanker on the back that's leading it, and the driver isn't Rubber Duck, it's an MAN, and it's David Smith out in front of it. Stephen Powell trying to attack John Bowler for second place. David Smith, he's had a couple of podiums since his return to racing in Division 1, but he's yet to win. Can he hang on? Ryan Smith back in 5th position, chasing Stuart Oliver. This will be important for the championship, especially as Stuart Oliver had a non-finish earlier this weekend. Ryan Smith had a no score yesterday with that disqualification from race 2. But John Bowler is going for it here. Are we going to see a last bend lunge into the chicane from John Bowler in the number 14, the man from Stockport? On the tail of the man from Kent, David Smith. Bowler's going for it. David Smith has got to defend here into the chicane. Smith having a go at Oliver further back, but it's all about David Smith and John Bowler at the front of the field. Now, if they tangle, the third place man, Stephen Powell, will be through. It is a yellow flag zone. We're just hearing in the background there at the chicane, so he won't be able to make the move. The yellow lights will be on there, so it looks like David Smith has done enough. Here they come across the line. Well, the clock had counted down to 0 on our monitor. I think we're doing one more lap. Well, the clock had counted down to 0 on our monitor, but they are going for one more lap. The checkered flag did not come out, so David Smith has one more lap to resist. John Bowler, one more lap to attack. Stuart Oliver up onto the tail of Stephen Powell now. Smith in 5th, Jenkins 6th. We thought it was going to be checkered flag at that time, but there's still 1 more minute left on the clock. Here they come. John Bowler on the attack. It's like the side window has disappeared from John Bowler's cab. Maybe that's for a bit of ventilation. He's working very hard there, closing up on David Smith. Has a look as they go towards Village. Still David Smith holds him off. Little bit sideways, Bowler's going for it. Smith trying to move across on him as they come up towards the chicane. Remember, the yellow flags are still out at the chicane here. Bowler moves back across. He's trying to get around the outside. Looks like the windscreen's broken on John Bowler's truck as well. He won't get past into the chicane because there's the yellow flag zone there because of the stranded truck of Archie Handy. So they're going to have to come through here line astern. I think David Smith will have done enough. Here they come over the line. Now, will the checkered flag go out this time? No, there's still a few seconds left. There's another lap to resist. Ryan Smith up onto the curb there. So a little bit of confusion over the timing of this race. So apologies there. So David Smith continues to lead. Real tension here in our penultimate race for the trucks here at Thruxton, and Bowler's really going for it. David Smith was hoping to see the checkered flag that time through, but they were a few seconds early. He's gone a little bit wide there, and still John Bowler, despite the fact his windscreen's broken on the number 14, is still going for it. Stephen Powell in 3rd. Oh, this is brilliant stuff. 6 of them in convoy. This race going on a little longer than we thought. And now here comes Ryan Smith. He's got to run up the outside. Oliver's joined them. And Jenkins. It's a shame they can't take last bend lunges into the final chicane with the yellow flags being out. There was a green light flashing there at Village as well. So whether there's the yellow out at Goodwood too, I'm not sure. Not sure we've lost anybody else. So here they come up towards the final chicane. They've got to get any moves done before they hit the yellow flag zone. Here they come then. It is going to be checkered flag this time through. Into the chicane. David Smith, I think, has done enough. Bowler 2nd, Powell 3rd, then Oliver, Smith and Jenkins. So close, but no change in the order. David Smith accelerates away. Will he see the checkered flag this time? Yes, at last it goes out. David Smith takes his first ever Division 1 win. Now, Bowler, Powell, Oliver, Smith and Jenkins. 2.8 seconds covers all 6 of them. And who's going to win Division 2? We didn't really get a chance to focus on Division 2 there. It looks like it is going to be Simon Cole in 12th place. There he is. Cole leads home Bradley Harvey. Sammy Oyanen will be 3rd. So congratulations to... Hang on. Who's created an extra chicane in the middle of the chicane? Who was responsible for that? That was in a yellow flag zone as well. Somebody needs to mind their P's and Q's. But congratulations to David Smith. He takes the win. So David Smith can celebrate his first Division 1 victory. John Bowler in second place, despite a broken windscreen and a bit of damage on Stephen Powell's truck as well, but they held on for the podium as Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith got busy battling behind. The provisional result then of race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Smith the winner, ahead of John Bowler by just over a second. Powell third, ahead of Oliver, Smith and Jenkins. Ricky Collett in seventh, I think that's his best result of the season, ahead of Martin Gibson. Adam Bint ninth, Neil Yates 10th, and Tom O'Rourke from the pit lane to 11th. Simon Cole in 12th wins Division 2. That's his hat-trick for the weekend. Then Bradley Harvey, Sammy Oyanen, and behind them the final finisher was Callum Easton. We lost Archie Handy, he pulled up at the chicane. John Powell pulled into the pits, still teething troubles with the new DAF. And of course, Michael Oliver did not take the start, his truck damaged from earlier on. Just a reminder, no F1 spoilers in our chat, please. Plenty of us will want to watch Formula 1 later on today. But for now, we concentrate on truck racing. It'll be over to Pointy and Ian very shortly. A fine race there, a 6-truck convoy at the front of the field. Apologies for the slight confusion over the timing of the race there. Time counted down to 0 a bit too quickly on my monitor. Next up on track, it will be the 750 Formula cars that we saw in the assembly area earlier on, the oldest club racing series of all. Great to have them here this weekend as our guest Formula. The trucks will shortly make their way into Parc Fermé. And then we'll bring out the 750 Formula. Of course, race 5 for the trucks move back in the timetable to the end of the day. Okay, we can now head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé to hear from first-time Division 1 winner David Smith.
Hello! Right, well, we managed to get that race done, and what another great result we've had. Another different winner, the 4th time this weekend. We've got John Bowler here getting us trapped. What on earth has happened to that? I'm not even going to touch that, but that is the wind probably, with the amount of speed they've got. You imagine this is a brick wall going through the air at 100 miles an hour, and that is absolutely gone. Wow. Daz, what we're going to be able to fix that?
Yes, we have a spare one, so I'm going to throw it in now.
Spare one?
Yeah.
We get John out of the cab whilst we're waiting for Dave Smith to show up as well. I don't know where Dave Smith is. He's still doing a parade lap, I think.
Aye.
Well done, sir. What a battle.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a good race, that. Bit tricky, you know, we're getting a bit of forward draft.
I mean, what happens with that situation? You obviously carried on, but, you know, does it affect you in any way?
Yeah, there's bits of glass flying around the cab.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, visor down, and yeah, just cracked on.
Just literally?
Yeah, that's it.
What, literally cracked on? My God. Just waiting for Dave Smith, who's a lot slower now the race has finished than he was during the race. But obviously, bit of a battle for you so far today, this weekend in general. You've got to be happy with that podium.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, second, we've been pushing for all weekend. Had teething issues, but we all do. So yeah, it's just nice to have a bit of a result, and hopefully we'll get one in the next race.
And there we go. Yeah, you were positive about the points in the race before, even though with your pop tyre. But now look at you, we've got a podium, silverware to hand out straight away, so don't wander off.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent. Right, very quickly then, I know we haven't got time at all, and Dave went the scenic route back to for the Parc Fermé for some reason. Dave, incredible race. We haven't got much time. How do you feel?
Emotional, to be fair. It's been a tiring day. So,
I mean, it's about time, to be honest.
Yeah, it is about time. It's been a long time. But yeah, it's good. It's a bloody good feeling.
I mean, to get it out there, to make it stick, you know, you're under pressure. That top three were on your tail the whole time.
Yeah, it's such a disjointed race, you know, having waiting around, you know. So I had pole, obviously, and so your head's going anyway. So I just had to stay tidy. Nice and tidy, kept it tight, and that's all we had to do.
I mean, just to put it into perspective as well, things like the restart from the previous race, that, you know, did you a bit because you had a good start in that race. This race you had another good start, but then you had the virtual safety car, everybody bunched up behind you, and we know sometimes that's a death warrant for a pole position.
Yeah, like I say, like to go pole position on a restart, your head's all over the place. After a good start, like you say, and then the virtual safety car, yeah, and a couple of them went past me because they didn't see it. So my head was all over the place. I just had to keep it together, sort myself out, and just pulled it home.
Just keep pushing. Right, I'll leave you to the circuit commentary. How do you feel about that result, Mrs?
Absolutely over the moon.
Absolutely over the moon. She climbed over the fence of Parc Fermé. I was like, can you wait that side so we can get you in camera? No, she said, no. I'm climbing over, she says. Right, let's make our way round. The trucks, of course, are massively delayed. I believe the last race of the day for the trucks is pushed quite considerably on, which means that it won't be at the 3:30 time anymore. So keep an eye out. I'm sure Dave will keep you updated with the changing times on there. But until then, I'm going to throw you back to Dave Goddard, who's going to give you some info on the next race up, because they have been waiting a very long time. So thank you to everybody down here in the paddock. Back to you, Dave.
Weekend, but it's unusual for that to happen. Well, I think I'm in the best position for non-pole position for the last race.
Yeah, thanks, Pointy. We're just waiting for Archie Handy's truck to be transported back into the paddock, and then we will have the 750 Formula Championship next up for their second of two races this weekend. One of our guest classes from the 750 Motor Club here this weekend. And they'll be lining up very shortly. We'll bring up the grid for our second race for them, based on the second fastest time for each driver for yesterday's qualifying session. We'll hopefully see 15 cars out there for this one. Richard Rothery will be on pole in the PRS 1B alongside David Reed, yesterday's winner in the HRD Mark II. Matthew Twynham, first the Class B cars for the drivers who've been further down the results, the less experienced drivers on row 2, alongside Mark Windley, who led the championship coming into this weekend. Row 3, Jake Doherty in the car built by his grandfather Bob Simpson, alongside Bill Cowley in the car built by his grandfather, Bill Cowley Sr. Row 4, Simon Bolter and Richard Jenkins. Richard failed to start yesterday's race, so hopefully he's there for this one. Row 5, Colin Marshall and Conway Dorr in the race kits Falcon. Row 6 will have number 70, Martin Depper, not to be confused with the ex-British touring car racer of the same name in the Centaur, and Hugh Davies in his Derby. Row 7, Alan Bunter and Martin Kemp. They failed to start yesterday. I did see Martin Kemp in the assembly area, though, in the race kits Falcon, and Steve Boother's Derby at the back of the grid. Well, this is the oldest form of club racing in the UK, the oldest continuously running championship in the UK, we believe, in the world. Started in 1949. Even Formula One hadn't been invented then. And originally, hence the name 750 Formula, they used 750cc Austin 7 engines, hence the name 750 Motor Club, originally for Austin 7s. Then moved on in later years to 850cc Reliant power plants, and they now use 1100cc Fiat engines in these cars, based on units from the Punto or the Fiat Seicento. There's a couple of the cars on the grid. That's the low-slung race kits Falcon machine of Martin Kemp. We didn't see that car out yesterday after a problem in qualifying towards the back of the grid. A lot of these cars home-built by their drivers and their teams, these small sports cars. Several of them from the Derby mark, founded by the late great Dick Harvey, a very famous competitor and car builder in this championship. But cars can't be bought off the shelf, if you like, to compete in 750 Formula. The ethos is drivers racing their own creations. It's the number 17, the PRS 1B of Richard Rothery on pole position. A lot of these cars were built by drivers of years gone by. We mentioned the number 3, the Simpson 750, the SS as it used to be known. That was built by Bob Simpson. He raced that car for over 50 years in this championship, and now passed it to his grandson Jake Doherty. That's the blue number 3 machine. Yesterday David Reed took the win in the number 33 car, the HRD Mark II, built by Dave Hodkin. He used to race that car. That's the yellow car, second on the grid for this race. Richard Rothery in the PRS was second, and Bill Cowley Jr., if you like, in the car built by Bill Cowley Sr., his grandfather, finished third. They had a great fight, those three. Mark Windley joining in later on as well, who led the championship coming into this weekend in the Derby. We are missing a couple of cars. I don't think we've got Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd RR. Alan Bunter, the ex-stock car racer, not there in the Bunter-built Shark 8. And Steve Boother's Derby is not there. So we're missing 3 cars. Had problems in qualifying yesterday. So I think we've got a dozen cars out there for this second race of the weekend. It's 15 minutes for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Richard Rothery, the blue car with the orange stripes on pole. The yellow number 33 of Dave Reed alongside him. Second row, Matthew Twynham, the first of the Class B cars, the British Racing Green Derby Mark V. It's the number 69 of Mark Windley, the Derby MP88, the sort of lemon yellow and black car. Looks like a bit like a single-seater with the wheels covered on the outside there. Bill Cowley on row 3 alongside Jake Doherty. 5-second board is held aloft then. Or are we going to get another green flag lap here? 5-second boards normally hung out from the starter's rostrum, not walked across the track like that. You get the 1 minute board and the third. Yes, I think we are going to get another green flag lap here for our 750 Formula machines. Looking back on the yes, the green flag wave, so we get an additional green flag lap. 750 Formulas. Looking back at the history of it, a British racing formula for 2-seater sports racing cars, originally Austin 7 powered. I already mentioned one of the great figures in the history of this championship was Dick Harvey, who worked with it for more than 50 years, producing his Derby branded cars from his business in High Wycombe, Dick Harvey Racing Services. Engines built and tuned by Dick Harvey still race around the world. He's even written books on the formula and how to prepare a car for it. One of the great drivers for the Derby Mark was Mick Harris, who won the championship in 750 Formula no fewer than 10 times over his career. He was rebuilding his car after a shunt a few years ago. Has not reappeared since. His wife Sue Harris used to race with him for many years. They actually met through racing together here in the 750 Motor Club. There's the Race Kits Falcon, driven by Conway Dorr. We heard from him a little earlier on. That car failed to finish yesterday's race, so hoping for better fortunes here. Same underneath as the car of Martin Kemp further back, but Martin's got the all-enveloping body, a bit like a sports racer. Colin Marshall out there as well. We heard from him earlier, the number 44 in the SDAR 24, the car built by Dave Robson, who used to race in this championship. But if you're looking for a relatively cheap way to go motor racing, this could be the category for you. There's the Cowley Mark IV. One of our commenters compared the shape of that to a smaller shape of a Lotus Elise yesterday. I can see the resemblance there.
Sports car style formula, fully bodied cars. And it's on pole position, then David Bartholomew gets the win. David Bartholomew's car that won the championship last year. Richard Rothery, the driver hadn't yet won a race.
Class B for the drivers who've not finished in the overall top 6 of the championship or not finished on the overall podium. That's how the classes work. There's the very intriguingly bodied race kits Falcon of Martin Kemp towards the back, the blue machine. And that's sort of overall body. We're missing a few cars from the grid, but we are now ready to go racing over the next 15 minutes with the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. A dozen cars out there. Matthew Twynham, the first of the Class B cars on the grid from the second row. The 5-second board is now held aloft. The red lights have come on. Revs are up and away we go. And down towards Allard for the first time. Reed gets away well from the outside of the front row. Super start by Twynham through into second. He cuts ahead of the pole sitter in the 17, Richard Rothery. And Cowley's got ahead as well from the third row of the grid. A poor start by Richard Rothery. He's down to fourth place. Could be lower than that as Mark Windley's coming up as well. Cowley shoots up the inside into the complex very late on the brakes and he's up to second. The leader's gone wide, but gathers it up again. David Reed leads the way, but Bill Cowley is on an absolute mission. Look at the 77 car around the outside. He nearly got the lead on the outside at Seagrave. Got so much momentum off the line there. Twynham is third in the Derby. Then we've got the 17, the PRS of Rothery in fourth place. Mark Windley is fifth, and then sixth behind him. Is that Richard Jenkins? Yes, I think he is there on the grid in the Shepherd RR01B. Yes, I thought that car wasn't there, but he has made it out onto the grid. He missed yesterday's race. We know a couple of other cars are missing from the grid. Hugh Davies is not there. He raced yesterday but pulled off into the pits, so that's a car we're missing. We mentioned Alan Bunter's not there. Likewise, Steve Boother's not out in this one. So they head up Woodham Hill for the first time, and Cowley now under fire from Matthew Twynham in the number 56, still looking for his first overall podium. Cowley's run very wide there, but he snakes the car back in again. Is he having trouble braking? Is that why he's carrying so much momentum there? Holding second behind Reed, so it's Reed from Cowley, Twynham third, then Rothery, Windley. Jenkins is there in sixth position, the yellow car. He's got Jake Doherty in the Bob Simpson built machine behind him. Grandad Bob Simpson, you say, raced that car for well over 50 years in various evolutions. Colin Marshall is 8th, Conway Dorr 9th, then it's Simon Bolter in 10th. Martin Kemp and Martin Depper round out the field, and here comes Cowley again under the rear wing almost of David Reed's car. He is so fired up here. Look how close he is to the back of David Reed there. Bill Cowley is really fired up here in this second race of the weekend. Must be all that waiting to get the truck race concluded. He goes for the inside at Goodwood. That's a brave place to go for an overtake. They bounce off each other, goodness me. And David Reed goes grass cutting. He's heading for the A303. Goodness gracious. The speed they go down there, that could have been nasty. David Reed has recovered and now will be on a recovery drive. So Bill Cowley takes the lead. Twynham is second. Richard Rothery's recovered from that slow start. He's up there in third place. Twynham's going for the lead now. It's going to be three wide into the chicane. Just look at this. Cowley drops back into third. He hadn't got the slipstream, but Richard Rothery had. And the man from Reading is about to take the lead. Cowley very, very late on the brakes again. I'm saying very late on the brakes. I don't think he's got any brakes. He's just sliding the car in to get it slowed there. He's going back round the outside of Rothery. Twynham's somehow come out with the lead. This is an absolute belter of a race. So Matthew Twynham in the Class B Derby takes the lead. Remember, Class B is for drivers who've not yet scored an overall podium or top 6 in the championship. Well, Matthew Twynham could be saying goodbye to his Class B days if he wins this. Swing their way through the complex. Mark Windley is fourth. Doherty is up into 5th place. David Reed came through in 6th, so watch for him recovering through the field. Rothery's done the fastest lap, 1:29.655. So I draw breath as things start to calm down again. This Race Parts 750 Formula second race of the weekend, and into the pits, that's Conway Dorr again. Looks like 2 retirements for him this weekend, sadly. In the Race Kits Falcon, the less bodied version, you might say, of the Race Kits Falcon than Martin Kemp's version. Into Parc Fermé he goes. So we're down to 11 cars. Here's the first 3 of them. Twynham, Cowley and Rothery. Rothery to the inside. They may be small, these cars. We've lost somebody else into the pits as well. I've been told Martin Kemp has pulled into the pits as well in his Race Kits Falcon. Not a good day for the Race Kits, Mark. So Twynham keeps the lead. Rothery up into 2nd place. Again, Cowley very wide into the chicane. He's really taking some risks here. Tries to fight back onto the tail of Richard Rothery. He's got the momentum, he's into the slipstream. And Matthew Twynham, this is impressive stuff out in front. Now, is David Reed making his recovery drive? He certainly is. He's just done the fastest lap of the race back in 6th place, 1:27.971. He's only half a second off Jake Doherty in the Simpson 750F. Rothery under intense pressure. In the background there, we saw David Reed on the tail of 5th place, and he could be on the tail of Mark Windley in 4th in his Derby. Out into the country they go for the 4th time. Cowley has a look on the inside at Goodwood. Tried it there once and made a bit of contact with David Reed, sending him off onto the grass. Thinks better of an attack this time. This is great stuff from the Race Parts 750 formula. And we said yesterday, proof that you don't need a big grid of cars, you don't need big cars, you don't need big engines, you don't need a big budget to have brilliant motor racing. That's what they're proving here this weekend. And Richard Rothery is going for the inside, takes the lead into the chicane, or does he? Matthew Twynham fights back around the outside. He's taken the Bill Cowley line, and he's held the lead. This is cracking stuff. Look at Cowley sideways there. Throws it through the chicane like a cart, and it's worked. He's closed back up again. Here comes Rothery. He's right on the rear wing of Matthew Twynham's Derby. These three are going clear of the rest. David Reed up until he is up into 4th place, though. He's lapping on about the same pace as these three. Let's see if Reed can close in. Of course, if these three start trading places and losing time, there's David Reed. He's bringing Doherty and Windley with him. Windley's gone down to 6th place. And Richard Jenkins in the 26 in the Shepherd RR01B is about 8.5 seconds back now in 7th place. Can Bill Cowley fight his way back to the front of the field in the Cowley Mark IV? It's calmed down a bit now after that frantic start. Chasing Richard Rothery for 2nd place. There is David Reed. He's coming after them, look. After going wide onto the grass at Village Corner earlier on, he was forced wide by Bill Cowley. Jake Doherty keeping pace with him. Up into the chicane come the leaders, and Bill Cowley nearly went straight on there. He's taking more and more risks into the chicane every time. I don't know whether he's having brake fade or something. You can see a little tiny bit of damage on the outside front corner of Reed's car there. That'll be caused by his trip through the grass. So Rothery been able to break clear of Cowley a little after Cowley made that mistake into the chicane. So he's dropped back into 3rd, and Richard Rothery is free to attack Matthew Twynham, who's looking for his maiden win. Richard Rothery has had a couple of wins already this year. It was in the that was last year, apologies. He had a couple of wins. Rothery yet to win this year. It was Mark Windley who won the opening races at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. At Silverstone, it was a double for Bill Cowley. David Reed won the 2 races at Mallory Park. So Reed has 3 wins to his name this year. He won yesterday. Matthew Twynham leads the points in Class B. He's further down in 9th place in the overall championship. He's under pressure here from Richard Rothery, who's going to go for the lead into the chicane. They're side by side on the run up the hill. Is he going to get through on the inside? Yes, he is. Richard Rothery goes into the lead in the PRS. Back around the outside, though, comes Twynham. Can he beat it on the break? He's got him back again. How is Matthew Twynham doing that? This is brilliant stuff, and he moves across on him there towards the pit wall. He squeezes Rothery. This is going to allow Bill Cowley to come back into the game as well. There's Cowley, but he's being reeled in by David Reed, who's just done another fastest lap, 1:27.349 for the 33, the HRD Mark II, the Dave Hodkin built machine. Hodkin Race Developments, I think HRD stands for. PRS. I know built single-seaters as well. Steve Pearce used to race a PRS quite successfully in Formula Ford. Matthew Twynham, 5.5 minutes of the race to go. Is he about to break his duck in 750 Formula? Are we going to have a Class B car win overall? I can't remember the last time that happened. It's not a Class B car. Class B for the driver, as we've explained in the stats. But Richard Rothery is not finished yet. Out towards Village, then to Church. Out of Church corner. Round the outside into the chicane seems to be the place to do it, and that's where Rothery's going. I'll take on Matthew Twynham at his own game, he says. He gets round the outside. Is Twynham going to zap him back again into the chicane, into the brake area? He's going to go round him again, look! Here comes Twynham, he's done it again! Oh, brilliant! Magnificent bit of driving. And David Reed, I can see in the background, has got ahead of Bill Cowley into 3rd place. So maybe Cowley is having braking or handling issues with the Cowley Mark IV. Now his last lap was a little bit slower. So Reed's up into 3rd place. And he's going to go after these two now. Yes, he's definitely going after them. Look, the gap between them was just over a second that time through. David Reed's got the leaders in his sights. And because they're battling each other, they haven't realised they're being reeled in. Well, Reed's got past his nemesis from earlier on, Bill Cowley, and then he's coming up behind Richard Rothery. Remember me, he says. I was up with you on the opening lap. Now, is Cowley going to be able to close as well? We could have a 4-way lead fight here shortly. And Jake Doherty's not far away either. He's only 1.3 seconds back off Cowley. Here comes the yellow machine. That's the HRD Mark II of David Reed. Doesn't look dissimilar to the Derby that Mick Harris raced for many years. Coming up on Richard Rothery. It's Matthew Twynham who leads again. Rothery's going to get into the slipstream on the run up to the chicane. Which side's he going to go? He's going to go to the inside. We'll get the move done before the chicane. But you watch Twynham go back round the outside of him. Into the chicane again. Rothery, this time he's wise to him, moves across, or is he? Twynham back round the outside. He's going to do it again. Cuts in again, holds the lead. Oh, this is superb. David Reed made a mistake there. He got sideways, has gone over the curb, so he's lost some momentum. That's going to allow Cowley to close back in as well. No, it's Simpson up into fourth. Simpson up into 4th place of Jake Doherty now. I'm so used to saying Bob Simpson for that car because he's been racing it for so many years. But it's his grandson at the wheel now, and he's up to 4th. I think Bill Cowley is struggling with the Cowley. Although his lap time last time was only a 10th off his personal best. Rothery will try again. Still Twynham leads. Only 2.5 minutes of this race still to go. What a magnificent race this has been. Reed in 3rd, Doherty 4th. Can we get all 5 of them up together for the last lap? How is Richard Rothery going to defend if he gets the lead back into the chicane? That's what he's planning. The Derby and the PRS nose to tail, the HRD reeling them in. Here comes Richard Rothery. Here comes David Reed back into the equation. Well, this has already been one of the best races that I've seen this weekend, and Twynham is squeezing Rothery. Look at Reed. He spotted a gap on the outside. He could get both of them here with a bit of luck. Rothery gets ahead of Twynham, who's not going to get back around the outside this time because Reed is there. Reed's going to be late on the brakes around the outside. Can he take the lead from the 17? They're side by side. They almost touch. Over the grass goes Richard Rothery. He comes out with the lead, but he's lost momentum there. Look at Doherty. He's going to go through the middle of all of them. Oh, my goodness. Where did he find the space there? And over the line to start, I think, is the last lap. Jake Doherty has gone from 4th to 1st in one move. That's the overtake of the season. How did he get through there? I can't wait to see a replay of that. That's amazing driving from Jake Doherty, because Richard Rothery went over the grass. He came back on. David Reed tried to go around the outside. Doherty just saw a gap and went through the middle of 3 of them. Now, can he hang on for his first win? Reed is 2nd, Twynham 3rd, Rothery is 4th, Cowley's back into this as well. This is amazing. There's only 50 seconds left of this race. Can we not tell this lot to do a few more laps? This has been the race of the weekend. Here comes Cowley into the equation now. He's back up the inside on Richard Rothery, who could be relegated to 5th here. Running wide onto the ground. Oh, Doherty's slowing. Oh, what a disappointment for Jake Doherty. The car has let him down. Oh, that's so sad after that brilliant overtaking move. The number 3 has slowed right down. He's out of it. Let's hope he can at least make the finish after that. So it's 4 of them for the win into the final chicane. David Reed, Richard Rothery. What's Matthew Twynham going to do into the chicane? This is where he's stronger. Dives up the inside onto the brakes. He's got the lead now. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? There's only a few seconds left. They're still at it at the front. Twynham from Reed up towards the line. Reed jinks out from the slipstream. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? Yes, it is. It's a photo finish. I think Twynham got it. But I'm going to wait confirmation of that. I don't know. What an incredible race. Confirmation, Matthew Twynham has won it. The man who's never scored a podium before. We've got a Class B car taking the win. 1.139 of a second. I have not the words to sum that race up. That's the best race I've seen this year, I think. David Reed second, Richard Rothery third, Cowley fourth. It's Richard Jenkins fifth, ahead of Simon Bolter. We never had a chance to look at the rest of the field. Mark Windley slowing up there as well. He comes down in eighth. And poor Jake Doherty, after that amazing move through the middle of the chicane, was so close to his first win, and then the car let him down half a lap later. I think I can safely say that is one of the best motor races I've ever seen. And I've been commentating on this sport for nearly 20 years. So the race parts 750 Formula then. Matthew Twynham, who's never even been on the podium before, takes his first ever victory. David Reed fighting back from 6th up to 2nd. Richard Rothery 3rd. Bill Cowley 4th. He was using all the road and more to take that 4th place. Richard Jenkins is 5th ahead of Simon Bolter. Then Colin Marshall, Mark Windley, who was struggling in the closing stages. Poor Jake Doherty was so close to his first win. Martin Depper was next home. And we lost Conway Dorr and Martin Kemp into the pits. I definitely need a cold shower after that one. That is one of the best races I've ever seen.
Here's into the chicane. Matt Twynham, a first-time winner in car racing, a first-time winner in the race part 750 Formula Championship, and every single lap, pretty much, he had to go round the outside of cars.
Matthew Twynham deserves that victory, though. The way he charged through at the chicane on every lap. We're going to have a look back at some of the highlights of that epic race. Cowley and Reed nearly coming to grief there, coming out of Goodwood for the first time towards Village. David Reed went grass tracking and rejoined in 6th place. That was the start of an epic comeback drive by David Reed, but that was only one of the stories in that race. Because it was the battle between Twynham, Rothery and Cowley in the early stages. Twynham repeatedly going round the outside. I don't know how he was managing that into the chicane. Cowley was flinging the Cowley Mark IV around with abandon behind them. Matthew Twynham, another run into the chicane, just brilliantly done on every lap, judging it so well on that wider line. Cowley was getting more and more erratic behind them, and he eventually dropped back a little as these two continued to slug it out into the chicane on every lap. Absolute joy to watch, but then along came the cavalry charge from further back, David Reed. It's Twynham again round the outside. Reed was getting closer and closer, having got ahead of Cowley on his recovery drive. And then into the chicane they came. Twynham went around the outside the next lap around, as Reed just bided his time. Try and take the lead back again. He made a mistake at one point at the chicane, then up the outside into the chicane with a couple of laps to go. And this is the most amazing corner I've ever seen. Reed came round into the lead. Twynham was in the middle. 2 into 1 didn't quite go. They almost touched. Rothery had to jink over the grass. He came out in front, but then as he moved across, Reed and Twynham went wide. Doherty, I don't know how he fit the car through the middle there. Straight through the middle of all of them to go from 4th to 1st in one move. That was what happened to Martin Kemp. His car went up in smoke early on. And then disaster struck Jake Doherty half a lap later as the car let him down. Let's head down to Ian to find out if he can sum up that race. What an epic.
You sat there for about an hour and a half while the track was prepared.
Every second Batman on Matthew Tynan. Wow, what a race. That is what motorsport is all about, isn't it? Matt, at the minute, is just doing his duties with the on-circuit commentary. Let's grab David Reed for a chat, shall we? That was breathless, wasn't it? Oh,
yeah.
My word.
Yeah. Say I got pushed by Bill when I came off. But then caught back up again. And then the throttle stuck open 4 laps from the end.
Oh my goodness.
And I was really struggling to slow it down for the slower corners. That's why you saw me go a bit, yeah. It was really close though, almost had him at the end.
I was going to say, you must be delighted with P2 despite all the issues you've had then.
Yeah, I think P2 is quite a good result, having come off, got back on the circuit, caught everyone up. Yeah, and then had a throttle stick open, so yeah. I'm quite pleased.
It's been a pretty good day for you, isn't it? And a bit of a long wait, but it's been worth it in the end, isn't it? Nice one, top stuff. David Reed there. Let's go get Matthew. There he is. Matt, let's grab him. Look at him. He's the happiest man right now I've ever seen in Thruxton, and rightly so as well, because that, oh my word. I don't even know what I was watching. It was unbelievable.
It was, yeah, I mean, it was so close the whole way. And I got these guys in my mirrors, and the blue and the yellow, they're so fast in a straight line. And the only option I had was to outbrake them. So every lap, I just thought, well, I'll try and outbrake them.
Do you know, I talked to a lot of people. I was talking to people at 750 Formula a little bit earlier, and, you know, they're saying, look, we'd like to see more cars, but... And I said, well, it only takes 2 to have a race. There's 5 of you going for the win.
That was a good race on it, yeah. I was like counting down laps. I was looking at my screen, it said 8 laps, 9 laps, and I was thinking, come on, this has got to be it, this has got to be it. And I'm going into that chicane last or first, whatever happens. And luckily I pulled it off, you know. But it's such fair racing. Do you know what I mean? That's what's so good about this community. Nobody touches each other, there's no problems, it's just amazing. Absolutely amazing, incredible.
The beauty of it for you as well, that's such a double win as well, because Class B win an overall win.
Yeah. I'm no longer in Class B, so...
Oh, you're not?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Not according to this
well,
to TSL.
No, but I've just been kicked out of it by winning this. Yeah.
Oh, well, congratulations! I think.
Is that double Class B? I've been trying to get the Class B clossed off for ages now, and it's gone. But no, and thank you to everyone, Kat, Mum, John, Greg, everyone that's helped me. Plus all these guys here. The community is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. You know, and it makes it worthwhile. You know.
All I can say is thank you to you guys for coming out and playing, putting on that show. That was unbelievable.
I can't wait to watch it back on the TV later. Yeah.
Do. Well done. Congratulations. Massive smile on your face. More racing action coming up for you. Just a quick reminder, as I'm sure Dave's already told you, slight change to the timetable. Of course, the British Truck Racing Championship Race 5 has now been bumped to the last race of the day. Coming up, though, we have the second Monoposto Racing Championship race of the weekend. They're making their way out on track right now. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with a couple of the drivers. Let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, finally we get to our second race of the weekend for the Monoposto Racing Club. I remember race 1 a little bit earlier. It's finished behind the safety car. In fact, the safety car did the most laps of in front of anybody else. However, now though, hopefully we're going to keep blue skies above and we're going to get a cracking race. We come down here to have a quick chat with Rodney Toffs down here. Let's see if we can just jump in. Hello guys, how are you doing? Rodney, how are we doing? I just wanted to come find out a little bit more about the car, if you could tell us some more information about it.
It's a Tom's Toyota from 1996.
96, yeah.
Ex-Formula 3, in period Christian Horner drove one.
Wow, okay. I'll tell you what, these Monoposto Racing Club, it's something special, isn't it? What does it mean to you when you look around and see all these cars and you're sat behind the wheel here?
It's a good club to be in, and it caters for all system cars, so it's a fantastic thing to do.
It is fantastic. What are you expecting from this race? Hopefully a few more racing laps, eh?
Yes, yeah, that'd be nice.
And you've had a bit of a wait, but look,
to finish would be nice.
Yeah. Fingers crossed, right? I'm crossing my fingers and toes for you. All right, there we go. Good stuff. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? I think we've got a little bit of time. We've got Kirsty Mansell here. I wanted to have a quick chat with Kirsty as well. Kirsty, how are we doing? Are we ready for this one?
Yeah, super ready.
Super ready. I like that. Listen, race 1, bit of a damn squid for everybody, wasn't it? Let's fingers crossed we get some racing action. What can we do here?
Just really pushing. there's one other guy in front of me that I just need to get past him just super quickly.
It's going to be spicy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be spicy. Thank you so much. Right, here we go. Time to get racing. Second race of the weekend for the Monoposto Racing Club. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Well, thanks, Ian. I still haven't got my breath back from the 750 Formula race yet, so we'll quickly run you through the grid for the Monoposto Racing Club's race number 2, set by qualifying yesterday. Will be George Line in pole position ahead of Nigel Davis. Correction, it's set by the results of the race earlier, of course. So George Line, Nigel Davis on the front row. Second row of the grid, Mark Harrison and Felix Baggett. Then Andrew Pryke and Will Cox on row 3. So it's mainly Formula 3 cars towards the front of the grid for this one. Fourth row, we've got Matthew Houghton and Anya Garner. Matthew Houghton, the first of the smaller capacity Jedis. Andrew Wheels and Martin Wright will complete the top 10 on this grid. The sixth row, we have Phil Chappell and Richard Biles, then Julian Hoskins and Jim Spencer, Phil Davis and Damon Bland, Anthony Gauntlet and Jamie Malloy in the Tatus Formula Renault had to start at the back for the earlier race. Kyle Wallace and Joe Goodwin completing the top 20. Row 11, we've got Kirsty Mansell and Terry Clark. Rodney Toff, we just heard from, starts alongside David Spencer. David Jones and Tom Roper picked up some damage in the earlier race. Simon Tate and James Williams. We saw James drop out of race 1 after a spin. Chris Levy and Kevin McClurg were caught up in that as well. So we've got some quick Formula 3 cars by the look of things towards the back of the field for this one, completing the top 30 on the grid. Tom Wheatley will start from towards the back, and Malcolm Scott as well. Tom Roper and Kirsty Mansell for some reason listed twice, so I'm not sure what's happened there.
This is a repeat of the earlier race. We've now got rain coming down.
Yeah, a couple of our quicker Formula 3 cars starting from the back. I think that's Tom Roper's car down there. At the back of the field.
On row 10, 32 and 76, that's 2 Terry Clark, 76 on Richard Biles, row 11, 52 and 66, 52 Phil Capel, 60 Damon Malloy, 1 minute show. On row 12 and 8, 12 is Phil Davis, 8 Martin Wright, row 13, 17, 25, 17 Clark, 25 Spencer, row 14, 41.
So this will be a 15-minute race. Oh, we've lost one car already. Number 67, Andrew Wheels. He's pulled up on his way to the grid. That's the points leader in the Moto 1400 class. So he's out of it. And George Line's lined up on the second row there. So I think that grid graphic we had may have been incorrect. They get underway for the green flag lap. Must have been an amended grid released, which hasn't reached me in the commentary box. Apologies for this. So they're going to head round on their green flag lap. Well, there must have been an amended grid released, because the grid we can see in front of us, I don't think matches what was on our graphics. I'm not sure it matches what's on TSL timing either. Let me have another look. Let's go to my laptop. I think yes, the confusion is I don't think the pole sitter's there. I don't think Tom Wheatley's out, because we saw him spin in race 1. Nigel Davis was on the front row, so yes, I think there must have been a few amendments to the grid. It looks like it is Nigel Davis on the front row, then Wilcox and George Line on row 2. So the confusion's come about because I think Tom Wheatley is missing. Now there's Nigel Davis, Cox, Line, then Andrew Pryke. So it does match what what is on TSL timing. But without our pole sitter. That clears that bit of confusion. Apologies for that bit of confusion. So the grid we got through for our graphics was not correct, unfortunately. Apologies there. But anyway, we soldier on. Starting from the back of the line up there, that's Tom Roper, number 38. He went out in the first race, of course, with some damage. Cars come up to the grid. So Nigel Davis, the black car with the white wings, will lead them away, along with Will Cox in his classic Rolts. The red and white Rolt RT3, number 44. George Lyne in blue and yellow. Took the win earlier on. He's unbeaten so far this year in terms of overall race wins in his Formula 3 Dallara. Then Andrew Pryke, the white car with the red and blue flashes. 93 Mark Harrison, white with the Red Bull logos. He's in the Mono 2000 category with his older Dallara. So Nigel Davis looks like he's alone on the front row for this 15-minute race for the Monoposto Racing Club. Five-second board is held aloft. There we go, revs are up and away they go, and it's a quick start by George Lyne from the second row, trying to go through the middle, and he does so, takes the lead into the first corner. We've got one of the Jedis, that's Anthony Gauntlet, starting from the pit lane in the number 20. So up towards the complex they go, and look at the lead that George Lyne has got already in the 51 car. Davis in second place, Cox is third, fourth place is Andrew Pryke, then we've got Mark Harrison rounding up the top five, Kevin McClurg, I think that is in behind him, as the Formula 3 cars, young and old, go through the first corner together. Felix Baggett, the red and Dayglow yellow car, number 16, is next in the order as they go up towards the back of the circuit for the first time. Diving through there is Kevin McClurg, past Felix Baggett, fast Mark Harrison as well. Chris Levy is in behind them in the number 57. Out on the far side of the circuit, then George Lyne it is, who has already gone clear from the second row of the grid. Now you can see the true speed through Church Corner as they come up towards Woodham Hill. Kevin McClurg been racing various single-seaters for many years now. Will Cox attacking Nigel Davis for second place. The classic Rolt on the inside, challenging the Dallara, doesn't quite manage to get through. Thankfully, it looks like the drizzle has stayed away this time for the moment being, and we're going to get some green flag racing in. After the problems we had in the first race, Andrew Pryke in fourth position, then it's McClurg, Baggett, Williams, and the rest of them. So we are missing a few cars off the grid after damage. I know Will Cox has dropped back there into the complex. Through come Davis, Pryke, McClurg as well. Has Will Cox got a problem there possibly? He's holding off Felix Baggett, but the more modern Formula 3 cars probably able to brake much later due to their better downforce. Andrew Pryke holding off Kevin McClurg. But it's George Lyne already at the end of the first lap, over 3.5 seconds clear at the front of the field. He's off into the distance. Now dodging around McClurg further back. That looks like James Williams in the number 89 car. He's repaired his damage from race one. Well, there's George Lyne. He's away and gone. The race is all about second place at the moment between the other Formula 3 cars, and here they are, four of them together now. Felix Baggett has moved up behind Kevin McClurg. When we can, we'll focus on some of the smaller cars further back as well. Andrew Pryke's gone through in the slipstream there into second place, and either side of Nigel Davis, goodness me, Kevin McClurg and Felix Baggett monstering through there. Davis gets shuffled back. That's James Williams' repaired car behind them, I think. Yes, there he is, back of this group of F3 cars. Then we've got Will Cox leading the classic category. What about the other classes? 2000 class is being led by Mark Harrison, who's been relegated down the order on that opening lap. 1800 class by Julian Hoskins in the Vector. Then the M1400 class, we've only got one runner in that now, unfortunately, with Andrew Wheels out. It's Martin Wright who's leading that, and into the pit lane comes number 52, which is Phil Chappell in the Formula Vauxhall Lotus car. He's out of the race, unfortunately. That M1000 is being led by Matthew Houghton. He's a long way down the order, normally up there with the front runners. He's only 16th at the moment. 1600 class led by Kyle Wallace in the Formula Renault. Chris Levy attacking Will Cox, who's starting to fall back a little in the classic class pace-setting roles, the holder of the Tiedemann Trophy. And behind him, Malcolm Scott, who I think started from towards the back of the lineup, has made his way up nicely. There's Mark Harrison in the Red Bull lookalike, well, the RB lookalike with the white livery, I suppose. Shades of Isaac Hadjar. And Liam Lawson. It's Mark Harrison, the Worcestershire driver, at the wheel of that car today. Oh, somebody's off. That's Andrew Pryke. Now, he was in the top three. He was second, but he's gone off. That's coming out of Noble, possibly. Or is that... no, that's at Allard, I think. But he's gone off there. It's coming out just opposite where the trucks went off earlier on, so he's very much out of the race. Hope there's not too much damage to the Dallara. That's going to put Kevin McClurg into second place. There was a close battle going on there for second, so whether it's boiled over and we've had a collision... Will Cox in the beautiful Rolt RT3 continues on towards the lower reaches of the top 10 now. Further back in the order, the number 4, that's Joe Goodwin, Van Diemen Formula Ford 1600. It's now been fitted with wings, just ahead of Kirsty Mansell, who we heard from earlier. The rain has started to come down again. I put the commentator's curse on that good and proper, didn't I? Sorry, everyone. 98 Rodney Toff, the Cornishman, has had a spin in the Tom's Toyota, the ex-Christian Horner car. And we're starting to see some spins as the track becomes slick. 41 Damon Bland, behind 83 of David Spencer. I think the safety car is coming out because of the changing conditions and because of Andrew Pryke's car being off at Allard. Yeah, safety car is being scrambled, I think. There's the 25, that's Jim Spencer, with his Reynard 883 running in the classic category. Beautiful old Formula 3 car. So the pack slows down. There's Felix Baggett. He's up to second now, ahead of Kevin McClurg. There's Rodney Toft's lapped car after his spin in front of them. Well, this is going to wipe out George Lyne's lead. He was leading by over 13 seconds at the time of the safety car. Damon Bland is a veteran of Monoposto racing and also the old Formula 4 open single-seater series run by 750 Motor Club a few years ago. Based in Switzerland now, Damon. So we've lost Andrew Pryke. Phil Chappell pulled into the pits. There's the 4 and the 27. 2 Formula Ford cars. One has been refitted with the rear wing, one hasn't. Quite a lot of modifications you can make to your single-seater for Monoposto racing. Well, there's our leader. George Lyne will have a few back markers behind him here. There's David Jones, the 47, the 15 of Simon Tate, and Rodney Toft, so he's got a cushion of 3 back markers as we get ready for the restarts. Andrew Pryke's car being recovered. Dallara F308s from the 2008 Formula 3 season with a Volkswagen power plant. There's the recovery truck. Safety car driven by Evelyn Buanik leads them up towards the complex. Felix Baggett in second. McClurg third, Williams fourth. They're all in the same class. Nigel Davers in the slightly older Dallara leads class F3B, number 77, the 2002 spec Dallara. Classic class still led by Cox. Mark Harrison leads the 2000 class, Mono 2000. Moto 1000 by Houghton, who's now up to 12th. And Hoskins in 13th leads the 1800 category in the Vector, the yellow car there. The Moto 1400 class is led by the number 8 there, that's Martin Wright in his Dallara. Further back in the order, Kyle Wallace leads the 1600 division in the black Formula Renault number 13. There's the little Jedi of Anthony Gauntlet. He started from the pit lanes up to 15th place. He's got 76 behind him, which is the classic machine of Richard Biles. That's the Formula Vauxhall Lotus, the only one running now. The other one of Phil Chappell has retired. Steady behind the safety car, just over 5 minutes of this race to go. It's Kirsty Mansell, the 27, in behind the number 4 Joe Goodwin, the 95 Van Diemen. Very similar to the car that Kevin McGarrity came so close to winning the British Formula Ford Championship in 1995. It was in Ducham's livery, lost out to Baz Linders in the Swift. White flag showing that there are service vehicles on the circuit at Allard. And in fact the race is being red flagged. Most likely due to the earlier delays. The clerk of the course has agreed to call a halt, because the telehandler is going to have to be brought on, that's why. I imagine that will be result declared. And if so, it'll be another win for George Lyne. So the race being stopped. We haven't had full confirmation that it has been checkered flagged yet. But we saw the provisional standings there. Just going to wait and see what will happen here. Car's being brought back round by the safety car. So the red flag has been thrown. Because the heavy machinery is going to have to be brought on to recover Andrew Pryke's car. And we await instruction on what's going to happen next from David Cartwright, our senior clerk of the course this weekend. So the car's being brought to a halt then. There's Andrew Wheels' car. That pulled off before the start of the race. There's Andrew Pryke's Dallara being given a lift back to the paddock, quite literally. And we await news on what's going to happen with a restart, if any. There was about just over 4.5 minutes left on the clock when the race was stopped, but of course the event running behind after the earlier delays, so I imagine we won't see a restart, but we'll wait and see. There's Felix Baggett, the number 16. Just talking to one of the team down there. One of a couple of cars in this race, one run by the Fern GP team, Kirsty Mansell and Tom Roper also run by them. So the cars are still on track. They've not been taken back to the paddock, which is a positive sign that we might get a restart. Just awaiting any news to be confirmed on that.
The reason they're stopped up there with you is that we understand we may get a restart. Well, that's what I just said. How long was left on the clock?
It was only 4 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah.
But also, these cars are supposed to be racing again after just 2 more races.
Indeed, and we're only 2 hours away from the curfew, and we've got 4 more races or whatever.
Yeah, but surely they've got time.
And, of course, we've got a problem out there at the moment that they're trying to deal with. We don't know how long the delay is going to be.
I think that's been done. Or at least the one at Allard. They found there was a second car out there as well, but they've not at Allard, it's pulled off as a complex, so that should be fairly simple. Don't think there's any barrier damage. But yeah, how the current process looks like there's decisions to be made whether there needs to be a restart. So you kind of think we don't have time for that.
Surely they're not going to restart it over at just 4 minutes, because what you're going to get, 1 lap, maybe 2 laps if you're lucky.
The problem is it takes time though, it doesn't take more than 4 minutes to do that. You've got the green flag, got the green grid and anything that is associated with it.
Thing is as well, of course, these cars are due out again in what, another hour, hour and a half?
Yeah, probably an hour.
Yeah, an hour probably, so I'm sure the guys in the cars would be happy or not.
Right, we are told there is going to be a restart to our Monoposto Championship race. It'll be a green flag lap followed by a 5-minute sprint. So they will get some further racing laps in. As you say, there were just under 5 minutes left when the red flag came out. Probably to make up for losing most of race 1 earlier on behind the safety car.
Well, the problem is, of course, they're running a bit tight.
Conditions brightening up again here at Thruxton. There's the 67 car being towed off, Andrew Wheels' car.
I don't think they can have anything on.
Just looking at the points championships for the various classes of the Monoposto Racing Club. We're at the halfway point of their season. They've already been to Silverstone twice and to Anglesey. George Line is clear at the top of Class F3A. F3B, it's Tom Wheatley who's missing from the grid for this one. The 2000 class, it's Mark Harrison at the top ahead of Terry Clark. 2000 Classic being led by Will Cox, head of Richard Biles. Moto 1000 class is Matthew Horton, head of Paul Hudson, who's not here this weekend. Nigel Davis has been push-started there, trying to get the Dallara going. Moto 1400's led by Andrew Wheels, but he's out of this race. Saw his car being towed in. Kyle Wallace leads the 1600 class. 7 points ahead of Tom Dackins, who's not out this weekend. And the 1800's led by Julian Hoskins ahead of Phil Davis. The race will resume over 5 minutes. They'll get a green flag lap to warm up their tyres.
How many times each hour? All weekend. Cars coming to the pit lane, the cars probably sitting there stationary. They probably, if they get the full 5 minutes, they could do 4 laps, because they're very quick. Quite quick, yeah. I think George Ryan did a 1:13, so that's averagely getting up to 115 miles per hour around here. One of the quickest cars I've been here.
So the grid largely formed up then. Anthony Gauntlet has struck lucky because he's back on the grid, started the initial race in the pit lanes. A couple of cars come into the pit lane, looks like the old Reynards from the Spencers in the pit lane. David and Jim Spencer have pulled in. Now, will they rejoin from the pit lane? We'll wait and see. Maybe coming in to change tyres. David Spencer's car pushed back into the garage. So George Line on pole this time by the look of things. So I think they're lined up in the order that they were in when the race was stopped. Yes, Felix Baggett alongside him. Thanks for your comments coming in. Hi to Eclipse Frax. I think I've pronounced that properly. He's cheering on number 66. Which is Jamie Malloy in the Tatus. That's the white car on the right of your picture, the Formula Renault machine. Billy Buzz Smith, watching in America, was cheering on Jim Spencer. I'm guessing that's because he's the namesake of NASCAR driver Jimmy Spencer. Hi to Carl Brownsell. You know him from his daughter Holly's support of Jock Borthwick's charity campaigns over the last few years. Hi to Holly if you're watching too. Hi to Dan Bartlett, one of our regular viewers. Pit Road Productions. And everybody else watching here today. Do subscribe to British Automobile Racing Club on YouTube. Give the stream a like. So we're about to go racing once again. It's going to be a 5-minute sprint for the Monoposto Racing Club with their single-seaters. Andrew Pryke is okay after his prang up at Allard. That's a shame, he was running second. Anthony Gauntley's got his hand in the air there. Don't tell me he's having trouble again.
Never a good thing. Anyway.
Let's see if he moves off when the green flag lap gets underway, which it does now. Yes, he does move away. Okay, George Line and Felix Baggett lead them off. Kevin McClurg is next, then James Williams. Rest of the pack follows behind. What's going to happen this time then? Well, anything can happen in the next 5 minutes. It'll only be a short sprint of around 3 or 4 laps. These two were close together throughout the first running of this one, Joe Goodwin and Kirsty Mansell. Nigel Davies, Chris Levy, Malcolm Scott with a better starting position this time, ahead of Will Cox, then Mark Harrison. Blue and orange car there, number 24, Matthew Houghton. Normally see him up there with the front runners. David Jones in the classic Formula Ford 2000 car towards the back. Well, it's in the 1800 category here, so running a slightly different engine. We saw him out, as you say, at the Thruxton Retro. Felix Baggett nearly hit the back of George Line there. George Line is pulling up to do a practice start, I think. Just to get a bit of heat into his tyres. There's Tom Roper, he's risen through the field from the back very nicely. So the blue and yellow car of George Line and the front of the grid was leading by 13 seconds when the red flag came out. The red and Dayglow yellow Fern GP run car of Felix Baggett alongside. The black and orange car of Kevin McClurg, the black, silver and orange of James Williams. They're the front 2 rows for this 5 minutes sprint for the line for the Monoposto Racing Club. They have another race coming up towards the end of the programme as well. Waiting for the last few cars to get into line. Just under 30 cars out there. A few casualties in the first running. Most notable being Andrew Pryke. The 5-second board is now held aloft. Revs are up and away they go. Away goes George Line into the lead once again. James Williams up into third place. Kevin McClurg is either not there or hasn't got away off the grid there. We couldn't quite see because of the pit wall, but I'm not sure if Kevin McClurg was there or whether he stalled on the line. But Line leads the way then, ahead of Baggett. Third place is Williams, up to fourth is Chris Levy, as they make their way through the complex for the first time. Kirsty Mansell a bit sideways there in the Formula Ford Miguel, the French-built machine. Will Cox side by side with Matthew Horton. Watch for the Jedi coming through this time, the M1000 class pace setter. James Williams making up for his retirement earlier on, up there in third position. Out on the far side of the circuit, they charge their way towards Church Corner. Now we really get to see the speed through this section of the circuit. There go the top three. Levy is in 4th place, then Nigel Davis is 5th, Malcolm Scott in 6th, Mark Harrison, Houghton is next, then Cox. Side by side, further back Tom Roper, and the 62 car, that's Anya Garner. Heard from her earlier after race 1. Mark Harrison staying ahead of the little 1000cc screaming motorcycle engine Jedi of Matthew Horton. Through the chicane they go. There goes James Williams chasing after our leading pair. Well, lines away by nearly 2 seconds. He's going to take the win, barring any car problems. Battle is for second between Baggott and Williams. Yeah, Kevin McClurg did complete the first lap in 17th place, so he must have stalled on the line. James Williams getting ready to attack for second place on the back of the 16 of Felix Baggott. Here they come. Flying through, they're always too quick for our camera. Full credit though to all our camera teams as Felix Baggott ploughs off coming through Church. Has something broken there. Suddenly went straight on heading into Village and Church. He's on the grass trying to rejoin. Now, he was definitely heading for the A303 there. Where he is, he's got going again, ahead of Mark Harrison, so he's down to about 6th position. Scary moment there, going straight on at Village into the grass. Line leads over the line. Gap back to, well, we can't tell you what the gap back is to James Williams because George Lyne's transponder isn't working. So it's James Williams showing at the top of the times, so we'll have to wait and see when the timekeepers correct it. Williams second, Levy is third now in the 57 car, 2 minutes of the race to go. Baggott is indeed down to 6th position. Pick up on the various class leaders further back. Levy leads Class F3B. Harrison the 2000s, M1000 is Horton. Cox leads the Classics. Pick up on the rest in a moment. This is the battle for around 12th position further back. Yes, Martin Wright just ahead of Kevin McClurg recovering. Hear the howl of the motorcycle engine cars out there over on the far side of the circuit. There's Malcolm Scott, racing Formula 3 spec single-seaters for many years in various championships now. Just over a minute of this race still to go. Leader's gone over the line to complete his 3rd lap. I think we'll get one more lap out of this. Mark Harrison under fire from the little Jedi. There's the roll behind him of Will Cox. Matthew Houghton moving through on the inside. He's up into 6th place now from his relatively lowly grid position. Behind them is Anya Garner. Roper and McClurg next. Inside, Garner moves past Will Cox. McClurg in the black car will try and move past the classic Rolt next. There's our leader. Driven off into the distance again, George Lyne. There's no stopping him this season. In the 51, through the chicane. Now 10 seconds on the clock. Is he going to get one more lap here? Across the line he goes. There's a couple of back markers ahead. Yes, the race continues on. It's going to come up on the back markers towards Allard and then towards the complex. The last lap per board is out. Who's he coming up to lap? It's Jim Spencer in the 25, Rodney Toft as well in the number 98 in the Tom's Toyota. David Jones is also lapped there. He leads by nearly 7 seconds over James Williams in 2nd place. George Lyne absolutely dominant here today. This will put him on a hat-trick going into the finale. Baggott's back up into 4th place. He's got ahead of Malcolm Scott. Horton, as we saw, is up to 6th, then Garner, McClurg. Harrison, Cox have fallen back, as has Nigel Davis. He's dropping down the order. In fact, he hasn't yet come through on this lap, so whether we've lost the number 77, I'm not sure. I think we may have done. Well, George Lyne laps Kirsty Mansell, He's heading for victory once again. It's going to be a perfect record so far this year for the number 51 Formula 3 machine. Checkered flag is being readied. Out of the final chicane, it's another win for George Line in the Monoposto Championship this year. James Williams will come over in second. In fact, Williams had closed in on that last lap. Oh, we've lost Simon Tate there, number 15 in the cloud of steam. Williams came over in second. It's Baggett comes in third. He passed Chris Levy on the last lap. Malcolm Scott comes across the line fifth, then Houghton in sixth place. He wins the M1000 class. And a good recovery by Kevin McClurg for seventh. We'll give you the class winners shortly. Here's Julian Hoskins in the Vector. Rare car these days, the Formula Ford Vector from 1993. He'll win the 1800 class. Here comes the number 4, that's Joe Goodwin's 95 Van Diemen. Company founded, of course, by the Furman family. Comes across the line 17th place. 19th place, I should say. Timing screen's correcting itself there. So George Line takes the win, and he wins Class F3A ahead of James Williams and Felix Baggett. Class F3B going to Chris Levy in fourth place. Result confirmed then, provisionally of course. Line from Williams, Baggett and Levy. Malcolm Scott a good fifth place. Matthew Horton, the first motorcycle engine car home, in sixth, wins Class M1000. Good run through the field by Kevin McClurg for seventh ahead of Anya Garner. Mark Harrison wins Class 2000. Will Cox wins the 2000 Classic Division. Tom Roper, Anthony Gauntlet. Martin Wright's the only finisher in Class M1400. Julian Hoskins, another win in the 1800 category. And further back in the order, the 1600 class went to Kyle Wallace in his Van Diemen Formula Renner. 26 cars in total went the distance in that one. Fastest lap going to our race winner, 1 minute 11.565 for George Line, as the drivers wave thank you to the marshals and the spectators for supporting them. And we can hand down to Ian shortly in Parc Fermé to talk to our race winner and hopefully some of our class winners too.
As far as I'm aware, you were third, yeah.
Well, we got there in the end, didn't we? It's been a difficult day, hasn't it, for the Monoposto Racing Championship, but at least we got to the checkered flag this time under racing conditions. We were told, actually, all the drivers were supposed to come in and stay in their car. James very kindly got out for us, though. James, how do you cope with a race like that? Because it was so up and down. You had the break, of course, with the red flag, then it was a 5-minute shootout. How'd you get your head around it all?
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. The cars don't really like being sat, so by the time that we were sat on the grid, everything's already red hot engine wise, and they don't particularly like running like that, so tyres go cold and then it start again, so but it's good fun.
Well, you know you finished P2, don't you?
Yeah. It would be happy if I was P1, but it's George is far too fast for that, so
he's doing well, isn't he? Congratulations, James, anyway. I think they might want you to get back in the car very quickly. In fact, they want to get things going very quickly. I wonder if we can make our way down to George Line if we can. We've got in fact, there's Kevin McClurg actually, because Kevin, it was going so well, wasn't it?
Yes, until I dropped the clutch and it stalled.
Oh no, because you were running third, and then of course we had the restart. And oh, I'm sorry, mate, that was a shame.
I've got to get it right next time.
Yeah, you do. But thanks for entertaining us anyway. Yeah, there we go. Let's keep going down, shall we? A mini challenge air out next. Not just yet. Let's make our way. See if I'm going to have to move. They're straight through it. Fantastic, no worries. Right, we've got George Lyne's car down here. He's already got out. He's disappeared off somewhere. I don't know where he's gone, but by my calculations, this man here, George Lyne, that is 9 wins out of 9 in the Monoposto Racing Championship so far this season. He is certainly the man to beat. He is absolutely flying. What's about to be flying is the Mini Challenge Clubsport over there. However, one thing that's a little bit concerning, if we just pan up, John, this is a rain cloud coming in and it is blowing literally right over our heads now. I would expect a wet race for the Mini Challenge. There they go, they make their way out on track and it's time for the final race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, very threatening skies, and it's already raining over at the back of the circuit. Look towards Noble. So this is going to be a tricky one for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsports.
Because they've already started to clear the area, John. So the Mini's going out.
So let's have a quick look at the grid then. Based on the results of the race we saw earlier, it's Ollie Wilmot on pole in the number 70 car, looking for 6 out of 6 this year, alongside Andy Langley in the 42. Second row, 41, Ian Trundley, and 53, Neil Clark. Freddie Hewitt and Steve Webb start on row 3, then Ben Trundley and Freya Belk on row 4. Paul Sawyer and James Dudley round up the top 10. Hopefully Chris Johnson is there behind them. Of course, his car broke down at the start of race number 2. There's a gap behind them, and we get the 3 Coopers, Dan Truman and Chris Aram will start together, and then we have David Taylor, the Scotsman, at the back of the field, just looking to see if Chris Johnson is there further back. There's Paul Sawyer coming through. Yes, the orange car, Chris Johnson, is there. So it looks like we have the full 14 car complements. We caught up with a couple of the drivers in the assembly area a little earlier.
Right, here we go, everybody. It's time for round 6 of the Mini Challenge Clubsport here at Thruxton. Final race of the weekend for them. Bit of a wait for everybody and a little bit of rain coming down, but nothing too serious. Let's go chat to Steve Webb here, because we haven't really spoken to Steve yet this weekend. Steve, I spoke to most of the drivers because we had a bit of a delay earlier, but I haven't spoken to you yet. How's your weekend been?
Yeah, it's been alright. Yeah, a bit up and down, but just getting the car to handle properly. I seem on top of it now, so yeah, not too bad.
Were you out at Silverstone?
Where was I at Silverstone?
Yeah, where you racing?
Oh yeah, I was racing. Yeah.
How did that go?
Yeah, it was alright in the end. Yeah, I think we got 3 thirds. So
that's all right then.
Yeah, not too bad.
Fine. What can we do here in this? I always love the final race of a weekend for a championship. Are you the same? Are you a little bit more? Do you know what? I'm gonna just be a little bit more aggressive.
Just give it and see how we go. Really, got to be done, hasn't it?
Steve, good luck, mate. Great to see you as well. Thank you very much for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Who else can we go talk to? Just turn around here. Actually, the number 53 of Neil Clark. We haven't spoken to him. In fact, I'm not even sure he's in the car. So let's just move down again. Have a quick chat with Andy Langley. See how he's feeling ahead of this one. Andy, last dance here this weekend. Elbows out.
Yeah, we'll be giving it everything as always. So. Yeah, should be fun. Looking forward to it. Bit of drizzle, which is going to make it spicy again. First couple of laps. So, yeah, should be good.
Top man. Best of luck, Andy. Really appreciate your time this weekend as well. Let's just jump around here because.
Okay, so we had to interrupt there because the cars are ready on the grid. We're about to get this race underway. Race 3 for the Mini Challenge Clubsport. The 5-second board is held aloft. Can Ollie Wilmot make it a hat-trick? Can Andy Langley and Dan Truman make it hat-tricks in their classes? We're about to find out. We're underway. It's going to be slip and slide out there for the Mini Challenge Clubsport in this one. It's Andy Langley who's once again made the start for the 3rd time this weekend. Cooper's come in behind. Dan Truman leads them way ahead of Dave Taylor. He's got ahead of Chris Aram, the ex-rallyman, off the grid. Up towards Allard and the complex they go for the first time. Through the complex, see the rain coming down. It is Andy Langley who leads the way. Ollie Wilmot in second. Freddie Hewitt is up into 3rd from the 3rd row of the grid. He's got Ian Trundley behind him. Who's that charging around the outside up into 5th position? Looks like Neil Clark, yes, in the green machine. Then Steve Webb up into 6th place. And look at the rain as they hit the back of the circuit. That's the heaviest it's been all day. going to struggle to see where they're going. Only one or two of these cars able to use their headlights, of course. Up towards Goodwood for the first time. Cooper's in there with Chris Johnson, who struggled earlier on. It was, I believe, a transmission breakage off the grid in race 2 that brought out the safety car with his stranded car, but he's back out there. Well, the weather won't make up its mind what to do. 1 lap to the next, I'm thinking this one. Freddie Hewitt challenging Ollie Wilmot for second place, but Andy Langley it is, the man from Norfolk in the Norfolk Cars Run. Mini who leads the way. It's Norfolk Cars, one of the sponsors of this series, along with AirTech Motorsports, Garmin and Absolute Alignments. Up on the curb there, Andy Langley, but it continues leads. Silver Lake are also sponsors of this championship, Silver Lake Vehicle Recycling. Seen them on Paul Sawyer's car this weekend, DJ Paul Sawyer as we call him. 4th place Ian Trundley, Neil Clark in 5th. 6th is Steve Webb, he's running well. Then Freya Belk's got ahead of the 16 of Ben Trundley. Sawyer 9th and Dudley is 10th. To the complex, Ollie Wilmot up with race leader Andy Langley now. They swing their way onto the wettest part of the circuit, down on the exit of the complex. You can see the rain is diagonal down there, getting towards horizontal now. Yes, we've only got rain at the moment on half of the circuit, the half we're looking at now. It's almost like being at Silverstone, isn't it? Normally there you get rain on one side of the circuit and bright sunshine on the other. The inside there, Wilmot had a look, but Andy Langley holds the lead. Are we going to have an overall win for a S53? Ollie Wilmot's won every race outright so far. Langley's won the S53 class in every race. Freddie Hewitt staying with them. Now they hit the drier part of the circuit up towards Woodham Hill. Hewitt in 3rd. These 3 have already gone clear of the rest of the field. Here comes Ollie Wilmot round the outside now into the chicane. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers from these 2? It's Langley, he holds the lead on the inside. Over the curbs they go. How far ahead of Ian Trundley are they? He was 3 seconds back on the previous laps. These 3 have well and truly driven away. Wilmot has a look to the inside. 42 of Andy Langley moves to cover him. Here's our Cooper leader, Dan Truman, looking to stay unbeaten in the class this year. He's 11th position. Freddie Hewitt, of course, the reigning champion, and somebody is off there. That's Ben Trundley, I think. Now, has he had an off there, or is he pulling over to retire? Chris Johnson's dropped back as well to the tail of the field behind the Coopers, so he's got a problem. So Ben Trundley is pulling over. Yeah, he's got the indicator on, so he's got a problem. And he's sensibly pulling it into the marshal's post and will back it behind the barrier. Nicely done there by Ben Trundley. He's out of the race, though, sadly. Norfolk Cars with some work to do on that machine. Freya Belk holding off DJ Paul Sawyer. Here comes James Dudley, the Welshman. We spoke to him in the paddock earlier on. Loving his racing this weekend. Got the novice cross on the back of his car, a newcomer this year. BMW Mini's an ideal introduction to saloon car racing. And look, Freddie Hewitt's got through into P2. He's ahead of Ollie Wilmot. Wilmot's with the fastest lap of the race, but it won't be bettered on this one. He's fighting back though up the inside on the slightly drier part of the circuit here. The area around the pit straight is the drier part. Wilmot goes back through into 2nd place behind Langley. These 3 are 6 seconds clear of Ian Trundley now. We know Ben Trundley's out of the race. Across the line they go, line astern. Fastest lap by Freddie Hewitt, 1:35.631. These 3 separated by just over half a second. Just under 90 miles an hour average around the Thruxton Circuit for the S56s. Freddie Hewitt's going for it again up the outside. Look how close these 3 are for the lead of this race. Somehow Andy Langley hanging on. 7.5 seconds clear of Ian Trundley now. Neil Clark is 5th. Steve Webb in 6th place. Sawyer 7th, then Dudley. Freya Belk's lost a couple of places down to 9th, then the Coopers, because we've lost Ben Trundley, of course, and Chris Johnson may be having problems again because he's running at the back of the field behind the less powerful Mini Coopers as opposed to the supercharged machinery further ahead. Wilmot has a look there at Goodwood. Nope, Langley holds him off. Here's a battle further back. These are two of the Coopers and Chris Johnson in the S53. David Taylor from Dundee at the head of this group. He's done some film stunt driving in the past. Chris Johnson drawing up alongside him, and yes, the more powerful car will go through. Now Ollie Wilmot's got to run for the lead as they come into the chicane. He's down the inside. Surely he's going to get the move done. Yes, he does. Wilmot into the lead then. He'll now try and pull away to go for 6 wins out of 6 this year. Also, we've seen some slightly different BMW Minis in this category of the Mini Challenge in the past. We've seen the Clubman Estate cars. And even Stephen Berry used to race his Mini Coupe in this division. Rather bizarre looking machine that was. Not seen it out this year though. Through the complex, up on the curb there slightly Freddie Hewitt. He wants to get into P2. Wilmot with the new fastest lap of the race, 1:33.256, so it's certainly starting to dry out again out there. Chris Johnson ahead of his Cooper rivals. We're in different classes, so Johnson should be able to pull away as the circuit dries. Now David Taylor renewing his rivalry with Chris Aram from earlier on. They're fighting for second in the Cooper class. Well up the road, about 7 seconds away is Dan Truman, and Aram gets through. These two collided in race 2 earlier on the chicane, but they managed to keep going. To the complex, Taylor has a look up the inside. Aram, I think, will be able to hold him off though. Yes, he does so. These two have been a few inches apart all weekend. Here are the leaders, and now Andy Langley is under pressure from Freddie Hewitt for that second place. Langley still leading Class S53 though, well clear of Paul Sawyer, second in the class, and Freya Belk is third. It's the other front runner in S53. Ben Trundley is out of the race. Here comes Paul Sawyer at the chicane, trying to get round the outside of Steve Webb. Can't quite do so. James Dudley behind them. They've got Freya Belk on their tails. She's been with the Mini Challenge for a few years now. James Dudley up the inside is going to take Sawyer into Allard. Good move by James Dudley. Learning very quickly in the Mini Challenge. He's up to P7 now. Here's Dan Truman, the Cooper class leader. And here are our overall leaders. Freddie Hewitt has got through into second place. I thought he might be. S56, the more powerful car. Although as I say that, he runs wide at Goodwood. That's the wetter part of the circuit. So as conditions start to dry, the S56s will start to prevail. The midfield battle. Just under 6 minutes of this race to go. Settling down a little now. Freddie Hewitt trying to go after Ollie Wilmot. It's the Swiss-based driver who continues to lead. I believe he works in the skiing industry over in Switzerland. Certainly hasn't been downhill for him this weekend. On the contrary, this season he's unbeaten so far. Here comes Paul Sawyer. Onto the tail of Steve Webb. Here comes Freya Belk with her headlights on, attacking James Dudley. Dudley had a think about going for the inside on Sawyer, who I think he's missed his braking point there, trying to carry momentum around the outside. Can he get it stopped in time? We'll go over the curb. He manages to get ahead of Steve Webb, but will that count because he cut the chicane slightly? Yes, Paul Sawyer braking too late there for the chicane. I thought he was going to go straight on, have to cut across the runoff area, but he managed to save it just about. He's up into P6 as a result of that little bit of heroics. Here are our friends in the Coopers, Taylor and Aram. They've had a great battle all weekend. Taylor runs a little wide there. Oh, we're going to have a repeat of the tangle from earlier on. Aram nearly spun it. That's exactly where they came together in race 2, those two. You behave yourselves, lads. Well, Aram's through to second in the class. Just over 4 minutes left, and Wilmot is pulling away in the lead. Now is Freddie Hewitt going to hang on for a podium this time? He dropped to 5th in both of the earlier races this weekend. Andy Langley still leads the S53 class. Looking good here for Ollie Wilmot. Over the line he goes, completing his 7th lap. 1.5 seconds clear just over of Freddie Hewitt. Langley in 3rd place, a further 1.8 back. Now here comes James Dudley again, attacking Steve Webb. He's getting more and more bold. Is the Welshman into the chicane every time. Up the inside, he's going to get the move done. On the inside of the 231 of Steve Webb. Yes, he's done it. Now going after Paul Sawyer for P6. Sawyer 2nd in the S53 class. Wilmot and Hewitt have both been given the black and white flag as a warning for exceeding track limits. The 2 leaders. So they need to be careful here, because another transgression, they might get a time penalty. And that would give Andy Langley the overall advantage. Here's Neil Clark ahead of Ian Trundley in the battle for 4th place. Not seen much of these two. Neil Clark ahead there, looking for his best finish of the weekend. Still these two at it. What's going to happen into the chicane this time? Dave Taylor jinking the car around there on the tail of Chris Aram. They're well behind Daniel Truman, who still leads the Cooper class. He's about 14 seconds up the road now, battling with Chris. He was battling with Chris Johnson in the S53 category. Ollie Wilmot, 2 minutes 20 to go as he comes up to cross the line. So we get a couple more laps out of this. He's surely heading for 6 wins out of 6. 2.4 seconds up now on Freddie Hewitt. He gained another 0.8 of a second there, extended his lead. Here he comes towards the complex. Hewitt in 2nd. Meantime, here's the battle for P6, and James Dudley makes up another place into the chicane. He's having a cracking race further back in the order. Paul Sawyer trying to fight back. Steve Webb in there as well. He nearly clipped the back of Sawyer there into the chicane. Good fight developing here between these 3. Over the line they go. Behind them it is Freya Belk. There she is in the silver car. Dan Truman further back in 10th, but quite a way back in the less powerful Cooper. Here comes Steve Webb attacking Paul Sawyer now into the complex. Has he outbraked himself? No, he gets the move done. Maybe Paul Sawyer's got a wet setup on the car. He's now dropping back as conditions dry out. One minute of the race to go, so it'll be last lap this time for Ollie Wilmot. Here he comes into the chicane. Pulled away from Freddie Hewitt now. Freddie lost out on a podium late on in the 2 races earlier this weekend. And here are the Cooper battlers for 2nd in class further back. It's Aram back ahead of Taylor. They're loving every second, these two are. Is that the leader coming up to lap? Saw a car in the distance there. As they head out into the country for an ultimate time for them. Yes, the leader is catching them, Ollie Wilmot, so we're hoping these two don't get in his way. Through towards Goodwood. It's going to be a win for Ollie Wilmot. The blue flag now being shown to this pair, as Wilmot's coming up behind them. Through towards Village, then Church. David Taylor is busy trying to attack Chris Aram. He hasn't seen that the leader's there. He has now. Excuse me, says Ollie Wilmot. Breezes past them. Comes down into the chicane for the final time. It's going to be 6 of the best for 2025 in the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsports for Ollie Wilmot. Here he comes out of the chicane for the last time. and completes his perfect record of the first 2 meetings of the year. 6 out of 6. Taylor beats Aram home for second in the Cooper class. Meantime, second overall is Freddie Hewitt, his best run of the weekend. Andy Langley keeps up his unbeaten run in the S53 class this year. Fourth place, it's going to be Neil Clark ahead of Ian Trundley. Good run there by Neil Clark. In the green machine comes in for fourth. Trundley's fifth. Now who's going to be sixth? There was a good fight going on between Dudley, Webb, Sawyer and Belk. It's James Dudley who leads that group into the chicane. He's got Steve Webb on his tail. He's going to try and draft past on the run to the line. I think he's going to do it. It's going to be very close between these two. Across the line they go together. It's Dudley who gets there by 0.2 of a second. Webb 7th, Sawyer 8th, Belk 9th. Just waiting for our Cooper class winner, Daniel Truman. He's had a rather lonely weekend because he's well clear of his Cooper class rivals, but he's not really got anybody else to race with in the S classes. He was closer to Chris Johnson this time. It's going to be 6 out of 6 as well. So in the first 6 races of the year for the Mini Challenge Clubsport, all the class winners and overall winner have been the same. Not many championships where you can say that. Daniel Truman weaves across the line to win the Cooper class. Chris Johnson comes in behind him to complete the finishes. There's one non-finisher there. Bad luck to Ben Trundley. His car letting him down on lap 3. Provisional result then, 6 out of 6 this year for Ollie Wilmot, and he wins Class S56 by just under 3.5 seconds ahead of Freddie Hewitt. Andy Langley third, and he wins for the 6th time this year in Class S53. That was Clark, Ian Trundley, James Dudley and Steve Webb. Cooper class went to Daniel Truman. Timing screen has already gone blank, ready for our next race, which is the BMW Car Club's second race of the day. We'll bring you the grid for that one shortly. First of all, we will shortly hand down to Ian Waterhouse, who will be able to speak to some of our drivers in Parc Fermé in a few minutes' time.
Well, the BMWs are ready, so they're going to be straight out once we get the minis off, I'm sure. We'll obviously get time to do interviews this time properly because the minis are in no hurry. They're done for the weekend. And the BMW's already being released, so it's going to be very rapid. So Josh, what call you Jake today? I don't know why. Josh, let me, well, you just come back in, basically, in the arm driving once you're ready to roll.
Right, give them grid, and then after that makes sense. The BMW Car Club grid on the front row, 25 to 43.
Oh, yes, it's 6 from 6 for the Swiss. It doesn't really sound right, that, does it? But it sounded great in my head. Ollie Wilmot. What do we do to stop you? Well, we don't want to do anything to stop you. 6 from 6, you are flying, my friend.
Well, what can I say? Thanks to Ben for the team. It's a good one to take.
It's a good one to take. I better let you go, actually, because you've got to get back to Switzerland. So, come on, get out, go, go, go. Well done, congratulations. Fantastic stuff. Let's go have a chat with Freddie Hewitt. This is the finish we wanted. Freddie. Yeah, John, no, come out. Spoke to Freddie Hewitt a little bit earlier. Emotional weekend for you. That makes it a little bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely the highlight of the weekend. It's been just so difficult for everyone, my whole family and everyone this weekend. The car's just not been up for it, but luckily I think we found the fix now. We just couldn't keep up with Ollie just enough to get him, but unfortunate. The
only thing I know, mate, is you definitely made Charlie proud. Well done. Congratulations, buddy. You deserve that. Fantastic stuff indeed. Andy Langley coming home in third place. Dan Truman again making it 6 from 6 in the Coopers. Oh, he's right here, actually. Let's grab a chat. Dan, yeah. Running away from me, will you? Yes, 6 from 6 in the Coopers as well. Blimey. You are a very quick man indeed. What do you make of that one?
I can't really do much more. I can't really.
No, there isn't really.
I can't ask for more is what I should have said. Sorry. Yeah, just thank you to everyone involved, really. Yeah. I wouldn't be here without the help of so many people, and this is for them really. This is the fruits of that labour.
Yeah.
A lot went into the winter to make the project work and be better. That we had so many problems last year, so for this year to come out and win 6 wins, 6 poles, 6 fastest laps.
Keep it going, innit? It's a little bit for you as well, not just everybody, a little bit for you too.
Yeah, of course, but I couldn't do it without them. So
well
I play a small part in this bit. So
well
I
done.
just drive the car.
Oh, that's it, yeah. Just drive. Right, there we go. BMW Car Club. They've already gone out on track already. Blimey. We are going quick and quick and quick. So I'm going to hand straight back to Dave Goddard.
Yes, the car's already on the grid then for the BMW Car Club. Result of race 1 determining the grid for this one. So it's Ben Pearson and Stephen Schweikart on the front row of the grid. Aidan Vilku and Jason Rees on row 2. Third row, Cavan Granger and Chris Blakey. Then Paul Travers and Paul Laramie on row 4. Fifth row, Jamie Sturgis and Andrew Phillips. Ben Haynes and Gareth Pywell will be on row 6. Row 7, Gareth Thomas and Ernie Graham. 8th row, Craig Emerson and Sam Walton. 9th row, Raheem Ballou. Stuart Pywell won't be starting, blew his engine earlier on. And William Lake, hopefully, is at the back of the grid as we get underway. Another great start by Ben Pearson. We just got the grid in time there. The programme being rushed through after the earlier delays. So we are underway. Now, is Will Lake there at the back of the field? I don't think he is. So we're missing a couple of cars from the back of the pack with problems from earlier on. Ben Pearson it is who leads them off. Jason Rees up into second place in the number 9. And completing the top 3, Stephen Schweikart. Another slightly slow start for him. 4th place, Aidan Vilku in the E36, and Raheem Ballou slowed again in the 55. More problems for him. Sadly, after he saw him stop in race 2, and he stopped on the inside of the complex, so I wouldn't be surprised if he can't get that going again, then that will be a safety car. Jamie Sturgis in the M535i in the invitation class this weekend, lives literally next door to Thruxton. Now, are we going to get a safety car, or is Raheem Ballou going to be able to move his yellow E36 M3? We'll wait and see. Cavan Granger on the tail of Paul Travers. They were battling it out throughout race 1. Granger goes through on the run towards Church, but it's Ben Pearson and the number 9 of Jason Rees, the Welshman, who lead the way at the moment. And they're not similar looking cars from the front with the black front ends. Into the chicane they come. 3rd place is Stephen Schweikart. In 4th place we'll have the number 69 of Aidan Vilku, but the safety car I think is going to be scrambled. Yes, the lights are on, the yellow flags are waving. Raheem Ballou's car stuck at the complex. There it is. He's tried to get it moving again, but the BMW not playing ball. So the safety car comes out. Now, just to go back to what Freddie Hewitt was mentioning while we have this break in play at the end of the mini race, we have had the sad news this weekend of the tragic passing of a friend of Freddie's, Charlie Morphy, who was a saloon stock car racer on the short ovals. Previously raced 1300 stock cars and mini stocks. Comes from quite an extensive short oval racing family. We learned of his death in a tragic accident yesterday, a non-racing accident, I believe. He lost his life in a road accident, and that has hit the short oval community and all his friends in circuit racing very hard. So we extend our condolences to Charlie's family and his many friends in motorsport. Race in peace, number 92, Charlie Morphy, whose passing we learned of yesterday. So the 55 car being recovered. Pace car will pick up, the safety car will pick up Ben Pearson ahead of Rees. Schweikart is 3rd. And Aidan Vilku is 4th. He leads Class M2. It's Cavan Granger in 5th, 2nd in M2. He and Vilku among those fighting for the overall championship lead. The leader of the points in Class M1, Paul Cook, is not here. So a chance for Stephen Schweikart to take the lead there. Paul Cook has taken all but one of the overall wins so far this year, up until this weekend. It's Chris Blakey 7th. He leads Class 6. Then it's Paul Laramie in the red and green car. 44 in 9th place, which is Ben Haynes. Jamie Sturgis, the invitation class runner, completing the top 10. Then we've got Andrew Phillips. Ernie Graham is leading the cup class. Further back, it's Gareth Thomas, who dominated that in race 1. Gareth Thomas behind him. Craig Emerson next, and then Sam Walton in the black 325i compact. So no William Lake. In fact, we haven't got either of the Pywell family. So after Stuart blew his engine earlier, perhaps Gareth choosing not to race as well. They've chosen to head home early, maybe. Pywells. Well, one listed as Sevenoaks in Kent, the other listed as Wakefield in Yorkshire. So wherever they're going, they've got a long journey home. So the Pywell family electing to leave early. There is the safety car leading them round. Minutes of the race to go now, waiting to see if the lights will go out this time atop the safety car. I believe they have. Let's have a look as it comes into the chicane. Yes, they have. So we're going back to green flag racing this time. Raheem Balou's car has been recovered. Troublesome day for the number 55, the man from Purley. Power comes on then as the safety car goes into pit lane. Green flag waves and Ben Pearson leads them off, chased by Jason Rees. Stephen Schweikart in 3rd place as the BMW Car Club get back underway. Through Allard they come. The very smart compact of number 31, Paul Laramie. That's running in 8th place, 2nd in Class 6 behind Chris Blakey at the moment in the black and gold car. And away goes Ben Pearson once again. He had things pretty much all to himself at the front in race 1. Looking to make this race his own as well. He pulls away from Rees, who was stymied by track limits penalties in race 1. He'll be being careful this time, I'm sure. Here's the battle in Class M2. The Schnitzer touring car lookalike of Aidan Vilku being chased by Cavan Granger in the maroon and white Bisley Removals car. Stephen Schweikart looking to go after our 2 leaders here. Schweikart's at the wheel of the, I think that's an E92 M3 he's driving, possibly an E46. Tricky to tell at the speed, he just went past us there. Ben Pearson, that beefy M235i leads the way. Over the line they go, but he's not shaking off Jason Rees here. Less than a second in it between the two of them. Fastest lap for Pearson that time though, 1:23.592. There's the Class M2 battle between Vilku and Granger. Then a gap back to Paul Travers, who's 3rd in that category, another 4 seconds back. Then the Class 6 runners headed by Blakey ahead of Laramie, Phillips and Haynes. Jamie Sturgis has dropped back a bit into 11th place. Then the Cup runners are headed up by Ernie Graham still. Cavan Granger is getting closer and closer, so that's Joachim Winkelhock, Steve Soper look-alike, and he has a lunge there at Noble. It's 1993 that Joachim Winkelhock drove the Schnitzer BMW M3 to the British Touring Car title. Following year they were beaten by Gabriele Tarquini and Alfa Romeo, of course. Roberto Ravaglia drove one of those cars in a few rounds when it clashed with Steve Soper's Continental commitments as well. Steve was racing in the Japanese Championship that year as well, I remember. Meanwhile, Paul Travers being reeled in by Chris Blakey, who battled for 6th place. That's a Class 6 car catching an M2 car. Travers up on the outside in the silver machine into the chicane. Chris Blakey's got the headlamps on. He's fairly comfortable in Class 6 at the moment. The points in Class 6 led by former champion William Lake, but his weekend didn't get very far, unfortunately. A first corner casualty in race 1. So Chris Blakey was only 7 points behind him coming into this weekend, so he's going to take the points lead in Class 6. There's Laramie. He's further down the order in that division, Class 6 at the moment, because he missed the opening round at Brands Hatch. There's Andy Phillips in the 888 car. Ben Haynes being reeled in again, fishtailing around there. I think there's a bit of drizzle coming down again, quite possibly. There's a challenge on for the lead in the Cup class. Ernie Graham's been caught by Gareth Thomas. The Cup class for 325 Ti Compacts. And here's the two of them fighting it out for the lead at the moment, side by side. Ernie Graham just has it as they come out of Noble. Gareth Thomas up on the outside line. He comes from Swindon in Wiltshire. Ernie Graham from Walton-on-Thames in Surrey. They're almost side by side there towards Church. He's never going to go around the outside at Church Corner. Meanwhile, Ben Haynes being reeled in by that classic machine of Jamie Sturgis. Gareth Thomas keeps his foot in. He has gone round the outside at Church. Wow, great move. Ernie Graham ready to fight back though. Up on the outside, he's going to try and get the cut back into the chicane. He's been watching the 750 Formula cars, hasn't he? And Gareth Thomas makes a mistake. He nearly got sideways there. Ernie Graham goes to the inside and retakes the lead of the class. Great stuff so far from the BMW Car Club. Still 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Still Ben Pearson leads. It's pulled away slightly now. Another new fastest lap that time through, 1:22.588. Just over 3.5 seconds clear of Jason Rees in second. Stephen Schweikart still third. Now here comes Gareth Thomas. He's going to try again for the lead of the Cup class. Which side is he going to attack Ernie Graham? Try and go to the right. The next corner coming up is a right-hander. There's our leader, Ben Pearson. Here comes Gareth Thomas. Leader's about half a lap ahead of these two, I think. Out towards Church Corner. He's not going to try and go around the outside again, is he, Gareth Thomas? I think he's dropped a little bit further back. Oh, he's cutting back to the inside. That's what he's doing. Trying a different approach this time through, and it's worked. He goes through. Now, can he hold that through the chicane? Or is Ernie Graham going to try and slipstream him back? Here they come. Graham goes to the outside. Tries to get him on the brakes. Trying to pressure Gareth Thomas into another mistake, but no problem this time for Gareth, and he holds the lead of the class. Moved up. Good stuff there by Gareth, the man from Swindon. He's up into 12th overall and leads the Cup class. Here's Jason Rees, our second place man, rumbling his way towards Woodham Hill with Stephen Schweikart now on his tail. Just a couple of car lengths in it there. Schweikart's going to attack for second. It'll be second in Class M1 as well for the more powerful cars. Over the line they go. Schweikart closed again by 0.7 of a second on that last lap. He's right with Jason Rees now. Schweikart from Spalding in Lincolnshire. Jason Rees from South Wales. Through the chicane. Schweikart looming big in Rees' mirrors now. Just over 6 minutes to go. Pearson's over 6 seconds up the road. All the time this is allowing Pearson to increase his lead as the Crowland Cranes car of Schweikart's gets ready to attack. Where's he going to make his move on Jason Rees for second place? Is he going to have a look at Church Corner? No, not quite close enough. He gets his foot down. He pulls away a bit up the straight towards Brooklands and Woodham Hill. Through the chicane. It's too well ahead of Vilku, who's in 4th place, so he's 20 seconds back. He still leads Cavan Granger. He's pulled away from Granger now to the tune of 6.5 seconds. Chris Blakey leads Class 6. P. Travers and Paul Laramie are fairly close on track at the moment. There's the Cup class battle, still Gareth Thomas ahead of Ernie Graham. 3rd in Cup is Sam Walton in the number 6 at the tail of the field. At 4 seconds off Craig Emerson. Here's Travers. Laramie behind him. Now where is Chris Blakey? He's up ahead of them, I think. Blakey's already gone through. He's about 3 seconds up on these two now. Paul Laramie 2nd in Class 6. Travers 3rd in Class M2. Here's the 2nd place battle. Stephen Schweikart looking to get close enough to make a move. With the chicane, running a little bit deep there, Jason Rees. This could be Schweikart's opportunity. He comes out of the slipstream down the pit straight. He's got the inside run. No, he hasn't for Allard. Thinks better of it. Maybe going back for another charge. Through the complex, they're not going to catch Ben Pearson. He's 7.5 seconds up the road. He pulled away by nearly another second on that last lap because Jason Rees busy defending from Stephen Schweikart. Up towards Goodwood they go. Rees has the tighter line. Now what's Stephen Schweikart going to do this time? Where's Ben Pearson, lapping the Cup class leaders, past Gareth Thomas. Couple of laps to go now. Through the chicane once again. 2.5 minutes to go as he crosses the line, so we'll have 2 more laps. Here's Jamie Sturgis. He's got Andy Phillips on his tail. Now this is for 9th position. Phillips is 3rd in Class 6. Sturgis not scoring points, of course. He's in the invitation class. If he retired over on this back section of the circuit, he could walk home and get to repair the car almost. He lives just next to this circuit. Previously raced a TCR Spec VW Golf, Jamie Sturgis, among other things. A Seat Cupra as well. Now it's in this beautiful BMW. Andrew Phillips trying to give chase here, the man from Nantwich in Cheshire. Across the stripe they go. Schweikart still unable to do anything for Jason Rees, and history's repeated itself for Jason. He's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits once again. Where is Rees across the line to start what will be his final lap? There's the penalty board held out as well. Not again, thinks Jason Rees. So that'll give Stephen Schweikart 2nd place in the final classification. Now, how far behind is Aaron Vilku, the number 69, in 4th place? He's quite a way back, so Rees should be okay for third overall. Unless he picks up another penalty like he did in race 1. Well, they're not going to catch Ben Pearson. He's going to make it a double here at Thruxton in the M235i. They'll be almost 10 seconds clear of the Rees-Schweikart battle. Towards the chicane, coming up to lap Andrew Phillips and Jamie Sturgis. Hopefully they won't get in his way through the chicane the last time. Phillips moves aside. He's not met Jamie Sturgis in a convenient place, but it won't hamper him too much. If he comes out of the chicane for the last time, it's going to be a double here at Thruxton for Ben Pearson. Takes the checkered flag, 2 wins out of 2 in the BMW Car Club. Coming home for second will be Stephen Schweikart, because Jason Rees will get that 5-second penalty. Schweikart classified second, 10 seconds down on our race winner. Rees third. Here's the battle in the Cup class, and Gareth Thomas just holds off Ernie Graham. They're a lap down, but Thomas beats Graham by 1/4 of a second. Wait for Aaron Vilku to come through. He's got Craig Emerson ahead of him in the 75 car. Craig lets him through. Aaron Vilku is going to win Class M2. Now, I think that means that Aaron is going to be leading the championship overall after this round, subject to final confirmation. Weaves across the line to win the class. Now, where's Cavan Granger? He should be coming home for second in Class M2. There he is, a maroon and white car. Just under 14 seconds down on Vilku, and Class 6 is going to be won by Chris Blakey, with William Lake out for the weekend after the opening lap of race 1. Chris Blakey will take the points lead in Class 6. No Class 4 entries this weekend. Travers last man across the line. Bad luck to Raheem Baloo, the only retirement. So the provisional result then of the BMW Car Club second race. Well, we're not going to see, because the timing screen with the programme being rushed through from the delays has already gone blank, so we'll have to confirm it from the TSL website a little later on. There's the screen going blank because we're already moving on to our final race for the Monoposto Racing Club Championship, which is up next. We'll confirm the BMW result when we get it. Race 3 for the Monoposto Racing Club coming up shortly, but for now we'll hand down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Monopostos are going out, so again, just interrupt if you need to, Josh, for any time for anything to go on.
Yeah, it's a pair of wins there for Ben Pearson. Let's let him get out of Carshway. Unfortunately for Jason Rees, going so well, wasn't he? Was handed a 5-second time penalty for track limits. And Ben, perfect weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, very good.
I'll let you get your helmet off, because we've got the Monopostos heading out of track. I can't hear anything right now, and with the helmet on you can probably hear even less. What did you make of that one?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, nice. A little bit of challenge at the start. Thought the race might have been on, but then managed to nail a few good laps in and pull a lead. So, yeah, car felt great.
Going home a happy man.
That's it.
Yeah, well done, Ben. Congratulations. I want to grab Jason. There he is. Yeah, let's just grab him for a chat. Let's make sure his door doesn't whack a car on your face, Jason. Jason, congratulations. A little bit of commiserations. I just 5-second time at track limits, but that's motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. It is. We're struggling just to get around that chicane. Nice and neat.
Yeah.
We needed to go that speed, but the car just wouldn't have it. So, unfortunately, we took up track limits. And
a good way to finish, though, especially after what happened in race 1.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was very difficult in race 1. But the car performed well, to be honest. We did buckle a few wheels on that first race. which was a bit of a lesson to stay off the curbs, but not too much of a lesson.
Well done anyway, mate. Congratulations. Go home a happy man indeed. Stephen Schweithart, of course, coming home in second. We did catch up with him a little bit earlier, just going through his media duties with the on-track commentator here at Thruxton. In fact, I think we're going to have to go straight off. As you can see, some of the areas is empty. That means the Monoposto Racing Championship are already out on track. Actually, Stephen, well done. Just before you disappear, congratulate. Very quick word because Monoposto's already out, but good race.
Yeah, enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, good race. Second again, but one day we'll get there, won't we?
You will. I'll be there when you do it as well. Top man, there you go. Right, so time to go racing for the Monoposto Racing Championship, their final race of the weekend. Dave Goddard, over to you. Let's go.
Yes, thanks Ian. Bit of a rush at the moment with the delays earlier on, but the Monoposto Racing Club out on track for race 3 over 15 minutes. And the grid for this one is based on the result of the race we saw a few races ago, race number 2, I can confirm. So it is George Lyon and James Williams on the front row this time. Felix Baggott and Kevin McClurg, row 2. Matthew Houghton in the Little Jedi on row 3 alongside Malcolm Scott. We've got Anya Garner and Anthony Gauntlet's Jedi on row 4. Martin Wright and Will Cox on the 5th row of the grid. They both won their classes earlier on. Row 6, it will be Mark Harrison and Tom Roper. Row 7, Julian Hoskins and Phil Davis. Row 8, Richard Biles alongside Jamie Malloy's Formula Renault. Row 9, Jim Spencer alongside Damon Bland, Joe Goodwin and Kyle Wallace on the 10th row of the grid. Row 11 got 27, Kirsty Mansell in her Formula Ford alongside David Jones in the 47. Row 12, Phil Chappell and David Spencer. Phil Chappell a non-finisher earlier on. And Andrew Wheels and Tom Wheatley, if they have made it out, will start from the back of the grid. 26 cars we should see for this one. A few withdrawals from this one. We don't have Andrew Pryke after his prang earlier on. We haven't got Nigel Davers. We haven't got Chris Levy. And we haven't got Rodney Toft. A couple of cars that failed to race this weekend. Back Paul Hudson and Peter Venn, who had problems yesterday. And the car's already forming up on the grid. Pole position, it will be George Lyon, looking to continue his unbeaten run. Will we see him score a hat-trick? Alongside James Williams, the black, silver and orange Dallara, alongside the blue and yellow car of George Lyon. Felix Baggott on row 2 in red and Dayglow yellow. Marshall on track down there. Now, are we going to get a green flag lap for this one? Giving you the grid.
I've included some of them we lost in the earlier race, including Tom Wheatley. You can see he is there. He hasn't had a very good day after qualifying on pole.
So we should have 26 cars out on track for our final single-seater action of the weekend. We have one race to come after this, which is the final for the finale for the British Truck Racing Championship. Marshall's still on the grid at the moment. A slight delay here. Don't forget we're back in action in 3 weeks' time when we go overseas to Zandvoort in the Netherlands for Caterham action. One or two of you asking in the comments, yes, we will have another truck race after this one. Trucks now just moving into the assembly area in the background. The 30-second board being displayed, so it looks like we are going to have a green flag lap because these cars, some of these cars running slick tyres, so they have to warm them up. Green flag lap gets underway, so we'll hear what some of the drivers had to say down in the assembly area with Ian.
Right, here we go, round 10 for the Monoposto Championship. Are we going to get a straight through race this time? Fingers crossed, let's hope so. Somebody I want to come talk to though, wanted to come chat to him for a while, is Will Cox here. Will, I wanted to come talk to you because I understand there's quite a lot of history in this car, isn't there?
Yeah, this car's been around in Monoposto for a very, very, very long time. Previously raced by Jim Blockley, who won 6 Monoposto Championships in this car. Jim's my godfather, and he let me have a few races in it back in 2022, and then I bought it off him end of 2022 and have raced it for the last 2 seasons really successfully. It's a brilliant car, one of the oldest cars on the grid, but it's great to see it this far up. Yeah, I mean, it's just a fantastic car, really easy to drive. It's just great fun. I love it.
Must be quite an honour and quite emotional, actually. A bit of a family affair being here on the grid, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both myself and my dad, we've both got RT3s, exactly identical ones. So Dad's not racing at the moment, but you know, we have had seasons where we've been out together and had Cox 1-2s in the classic class, which has been absolutely brilliant.
Excellent. What can we do in this race? Hopefully, we're going to have one of our any safety cars or red flags, aren't we?
That would be really nice. I'm trying to aim for the lap record. I managed to just get under it in the previous race, but not by very much. I was under it quite a lot in qualifying, so I'm hoping that I can replicate that basically.
Ah, nice one. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Good luck for you. Really hope it goes well. Right, here we go. Final race of the weekend for the Monoposto Championship. It is round 10. Dave Goddard, over to you. Take it away.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from Will Cox there in the ex-Jim Blockley Rolls RT3. I remember growing up seeing that car win an absolute hatful of victories in the Monoposto Racing Club and in other categories as well. I think Jim raced in the old ARP Formula 3 Championship as well. Never found out why it was called that, though. Up to the grid then, George Line, the blue and yellow Dallara, looking for 3 wins out of 3. James Williams alongside him. Hear the rasping howl of those motorcycle engines as well, the little Jedis. Watch for them mixing it with the Formula 3 cars again. For the older cars there, the 76 of Biles, the 25 of Jim Spencer. Phil Chappell's back out, the green car there, the British Racing Green Vauxhall Lotus. One of the rungs on the single-seater ladder in the 90s, along with Formula Renault and Formula Ford. 83 is David Spencer. Cars into position then, ready for this 15-minute race. As the drivers were saying earlier, let's hope for no safety cars or red flags this time. It's been an incident-packed day for the Monoposto Racing Club. The conditions not helping. The red lights come on then, they go out and we are away. And George Line, as expected, goes into the lead. Decent start by Felix Baggett to go up into 3rd place. Kevin McClurg is into 4th. Everybody away cleanly further back, including Andrew Wheels from the back of the grid. I think they're in the 67 car with the orange nose. So they make their way into the complex the first time. Line leads, Williams second, and there goes Malcolm Scott. He spun it exactly where he went off in race 1 earlier on when the rain came down. And hopefully he can get that car going again. There's no damage to it. Everybody else has got through A-OK. So Malcolm Scott, the man who spun out there in the 68 machine. There's the little Jedi. It's like a little terrier, isn't it, fighting among the pack of bigger dogs at the front of the field. But Matthew Houghton losing out there to one of the F3 cars going around the outside. I think that's Kevin McClurg on the attack. Here they come towards Church. We'll see, yes, McClurg's gone round the outside of both James Williams and Matthew Houghton there. Making up 2 places on the outside at Church Corner. I don't think I've ever seen that done before. That's the fight for what is 2nd place, I think. Well, George Line's already away and gone. He's way up the road in the lead. Here's the number 12 car. That's Phil Davis in his 98 Van Diemen. That's a Formula Ford car with wings. He's got the 76 of Richard Biles, the man from Gloucester, on his tail, and the Vauxhall Lotus. Behind them, one of the F3 cars. I think that's the car of Tom Roper. Line's leading by nearly 4 seconds already, ahead of Baggett second. McClurg is up to 3rd with that manoeuvre. Williams goes down to 4th. There's the 62, which is Anya Garner from Swaffham in Norfolk in the Dallara F308. Julian Hoskins with the Vector. He'll once again be leading the 1800 class, I think, ahead of Phil Davis. There's Davis in 2nd in class. Wonderful to hear all the different engine notes in these variety of single-seater races. A club that dates back to 1958, founded by Frank Tiedemann. His memorial trophy contested in the series of autumn races every year. Will Cox, who we spoke to earlier, is the current holder of the Tiedemann trophy. Phil Chappell coming under fire. That's Andrew Wheels on the attack. He wants to get up with Martin Wright in the number 8 there. Class rivals. George Line already set to take the overall victory. I don't think anybody's going to catch him here unless the Dallara breaks down. Martin Wright attacking Jim Spencer. Here comes 56 of Tom Wheatley. Now watch for him coming through. He was on pole for the first race, but he spun and picked up a bit of damage. Biles has got past Davis. There's a puff of smoke there as she gains. Somebody's either locked up or had a quick spin. Julian Hoskins up ahead of them. Line leads by 5.6 seconds. He's away. Going to race for second now, I would say. Felix Baggott currently in second place ahead of Kevin McClurg. Will Cox is up to 6th. The better race for him in the number 44. Anya Garner takes Phil Davis. Formula 3 power tells over the Formula Ford. That's a move for 11th overall. Garner 5th in Class F3A. Where's George Line? Controlling the pace most effortlessly in his Dallara. Over the line he goes, new fastest lap, yes, 1:12.75. Probably one of the fastest laps we've had all weekend from George Line. So he's dropped down the timing screen because his transponder's not working properly. Baggott second, Williams third. Only a second between those two. There is Felix Baggott in second place, James Williams catching him, and Kevin McClurg's catching both of them as well. Will Cox is next in the order. No, sorry, Matthew Horton is next in the order in the Little Jedi. George Line is dropping down the timing stream, but I think that's a transponder issue. Yes, he now appears back at the top of the times. 7.5 seconds was the lead that time over Felix Baggott, who's under pressure now from James Williams, looking to make a move up towards the chicane in the battle of the Formula 3 cars. There was a dedicated series for these older Dallaras a few years ago, the F3 Cup, which is now sadly defunct. Quite pricey cars to run, these, compared to other cars in the Monoposto division. Oh, David Jones, look out! They're trying to lap him there. They're going to go either side of the Formula Ford 2000 Van Diemen. Kevin McClurg gets through as well. That was a dicey moment at the chicane. They had to throttle back there to get around the back marker. David Jones didn't know where to go there coming out of the chicane, which side to be on. Kevin McClurg, as a result of that, slices past. No, he doesn't. He spun it. He was about to go past Felix Baggott, but he spins at the complex. Been a frustrating weekend for Kevin. There's Matthew Horton, the Little Jedi, taking the fight to the bigger capacity cars. It weighs virtually nothing, that car. And behind him, who's that? That's one of the F3 cars. Is that Tom Roper moving through? It was a Fern GP car, I can tell you that. There's Mark Harrison, the Red Bull liveried Dallara F394 from a few years before the others. There's Horton. Who's completes another lap. 5 laps already completed by our leader. New fastest lap again, 1:11.997. He's into the 1:11s now, George Line. Will Cox fighting it out there. That's Tom Roper behind him, I think it is. Across the line they go. Harrison next through. There is the 38, the Fern GP car of Tom Roper. I believe that's teams run by Jeff Fern, who raced in the Monoposto Racing Club for many years. Andrew Wheels racing his way through from the back is up to 13th now. You can see he's got ahead of Phil Davis there, the pale blue Van Diemen. James Williams coming under fire. This is the battle for second place. Felix Baggott fighting back. Williams have got ahead into P2. Baggott fighting back. So this is for second overall behind George Line. It's just another fastest lap of the race, 1:11.645. It's getting quicker and quicker. 14.7 seconds clear of this pair now. So George Line is pulverising his opposition. McClurg still fourth despite that spin. James Williams back into second now. Finished second in race 2 earlier on. Just under 7 minutes of this race to go for what's been an incident-packed weekend for the Monoposto Racing Club. Julian Hoskins coming up on David Jones. The Vector past the 82 Van Diemen. Hoskins leading the 1800 category. Over Davis further back. Hoskins in 11th place overall. There is David Jones in the Classic division this weekend. No, in fact he's in the 1800 class, not the Classics. Certainly a classic machine though, the 1982 Van Diemen. Andrew Wheels about to lap him. He's run through the field nicely, up into 12th now. He started from the back row of the grid, 25th. Where's Tom Wheatley up to? He's 15th, having started last on the grid. The car that qualified so well yesterday. Jones lapped for a second time, the 76 of Biles has been lapped, so that's everybody up to 13th place, a lap down now. As George Lyne continues his relentless dominance of the, not just this weekend, but the Monoposto season. Just over 5 minutes to go. Davis up with Jones, and Jones didn't see him there. Moves on to the grass, but they continue. Coming towards the closing stage now, into the final third of this third race of the weekend for the Monoposto Racing Club. There's Matthew Horton's little Jedi. He's been battling with the Rolter Wilcox. We saw a spin there. That was the 67 of Andrew Wheels, I think, that had gone off coming out of the complex. Not been a happy weekend for him at all. I think Anthony Gauntlet has brought his Jedi into the pits as well. He was running second in the 1000 class. Just the 1M1000 runner left. Now there's our 1800 class leader. Hoskins about to be lapped by George Lyne. Over the line he goes. He's lapping in the 113s now, so he's eased off his pace a little while he deals with the back marker traffic. Now laps Kirsty Mansell's Formula Ford. There's Jim Spencer's 1988 Reynard Formula 3 machine, just ahead of the Tatus Formula Renault of Malloy. They're 14th and 15th. There's Joe Goodwin's 95 Van Diemen. Class 1800. '62 is Anya Garner. She's running in 8th position, 5th in class. Number 13, that's the leader of the 1600 category, Kyle Wallace. His 90s Formula Renault built by Van Diemen. Before, as we said earlier in the day, before Formula Renault went to a spec chassis built by the Tatus concern. Used to get cars from Van Diemen, Miguel, Swift, more obscure ones like Ermolli and Strikes. The Orion chassis as well, just some of the names I remember from reading Autosport over the years. Wonder where some of those cars are now. I bet Marcus Pye, the voice of club racing for so many decades, would know. Just over 2 minutes of this race to go then as Spencer closes down on Davis. There's a joke in there somewhere. And the Spencer Davis group about to be interrupted by Will Cox as he laps them. There we go. Cox in a fine 5th place, the classic class leader. First car outside the F3A class. Who's leading F3B? It's Tom Wheatley who's come through from the back into 11th place. I'll give you the class winners at the conclusion of this race at Flag 4. Will Cox dominating the classic category. Second is Biles in the Vauxhall Lotus down at 12th. And there is the number 13. Attractive little cars, weren't they? The 90s Formula Renaults. Oh, and that's Tom Roper. He's come to a stop. That's coming out of the complex in the 38s. I was about to mention in Formula Renault the 1994 British Formula Renault champion. In a car very similar to that was James Matthews. Yes, if you follow your celebrity news, the very same James Matthews who is now married to Pippa Middleton. Be nice to get him back out in a Formula Renault, wouldn't it, in the Monoposto Racing Club? Moved up to British Formula 3 the following year. Nearly took a win here at Thruxton, but tangled with Warren Hughes on the final corner, and Oliver Gavin went through to win the later Corvette star at Le Mans. George Lyne coming round to start his final lap. We haven't forgotten about our race leader. He's over 21 seconds up now. There is the little Formula Renault. I reckon we should try and get James Matthews back in that car if we can. I bet he'd enjoy it. The line goes Kyle Wallace in the number 13, the man from Scunthorpe. Where's he in the overall standings? Well, the checkered flag has gone out. George Lyne has taken it, finishing just a little bit ahead of time there. We're only a few seconds left as George crossed the line, so it's a hat-trick for the 51. Williams second, Baggett third, McClurg is fourth, the winning margin 22.8 seconds. Will Cox comes over in fifth and wins the Classic division. Carlton is sixth in the Jedi, wins Class 1000. Mark Harrison should come over in second and win the 2000 category. Yes, there he is. Over the line to win the 2000 class. Last couple of finishers to come in, then we'll confirm the results. One race to go here at Thruxton this weekend, which is the British Truck Racing Championship. Bad luck to Tom Roper there, his Fern GP car letting him down. Provisional result then, George Lyne the winner by over 22 seconds ahead of James Williams, Felix Baggett and Kevin McClurg. Will Cox wins the Classic class in fifth. Matthew Hodson wins the M1000 class. Mark Harrison the 2000 category. Martin Wright wins M1400. Julian Hoskins the 1800 class, and Tom Wheatley wins Class F3B coming through from the back. The other class was 1600, and that was won by Kyle Wallace. Just got that in time before the screen goes blank, and we will bring on the trucks for their final race of the day. Okay, cars coming into Parc Fermé, so let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers.
Yes, we wanted to end the weekend for the Monoposto Racing Championship on a high, and we certainly have done as well. It's exactly how George Lyon wanted to mark his 10th win of the season. Let's let him get out and hear from him, shall we? He's just got to put his steering wheel back in. James Williams, of course, in second place. And we had Felix Baggett coming home in third. In fact, it's a pair of second places for... Oh, he's gone that way. He's gone that way, is George. He would do, wouldn't he? Yeah. He just don't want to talk to me, does he? I thought you'd be happy, George. I was expecting you to come out that way. Sorry, George.
I don't want to get in your way.
No, don't you worry about me. Don't you worry. Get your helmet off. 3 wins from 3, but this one probably means the most this weekend because it's the first clean race we've had, haven't we?
Yeah, finally a chance to get a few laps under our belt and see what these sort of cars can do around the track as fast as this, and yeah, really enjoyed it. That was super fun.
We've seen what you can do. Now, I make that 10 from 10 this season, is that right?
Yeah, I didn't realise I've never been here before, obviously, how fast this track is. Our 2 races are obviously shortened, and then it was a little bit greasy for the other one. This one was fully dry, full grip, and yeah, just flat out around the top is really, really fun. Yeah, really enjoyed that.
3 races, 3 wins, George. Congratulations, buddy. Go home a happy man indeed. Let's go. Felix has come over to us as well. That's nice. Felix, congratulations. That sort of makes up for what's been a difficult day for everybody, hasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we had P2 in the first race, and then obviously it's been disallowed, so we've lost 1 podium, but always nice to finish with 2.
What do you make of Thruxton?
It's pretty quick. So yeah, it's rapid.
It is these monsters as well.
Absolutely right. Yeah, flat out 90% wicked.
Congratulations, well done, buddy. Great stuff indeed. And we've got, I'll tell you what, actually, we've got the trucks about to head out on track. Just before we do that, I do just want to say a big thank you as ever to you guys at home, wherever you are watching on YouTube at the BARC or, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as ever. Because this is it from me. Pointy's going to do the trucks for us after this one. I just want to say a big thank you to the team around the circuit who bring you these live pictures as well. They spend the entire weekend out in a field doing this so you can watch this live and free. So a massive thank you out on the circuit to Tom, to Zolly, to John, of course, who's been holding the roaming camera. Thank you, John, so much. To FaZe, to Jack, to Ben, to Dan, of course, yesterday, who was doing the producing, to Elliot today, who's manning all the buttons and doing a wonderful job, and of course a big shout out to Dave Goddard, our commentator, and of course Pointy. That's it from me, but don't go anywhere because these are about to head out on track. Thanks for watching, everybody. Enjoy the final race of the weekend. The British Truck Racing Championship is about to go green. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Thanks to Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Fermé and the assembly area for his hard work, and in the paddock when we had the delay earlier on as well. So race 5 of the weekend, round 15 of the British Truck Racing Championship. We've got the DAF Pace truck in position, ready to lead them out as soon as the circuit is ready. We've got 1 or 2 Monoposto cars to pick up from the circuit. So race 5 for the trucks, the grid based on race 3, which was the event this morning with the top 8 finishers reversed. That means it is, once again, for the second time today, David Smith who's going to be on pole. Is he going to convert that into a second win in succession? He starts alongside John Bowler in the number 14. Now, they were the top 2 in race number 4 earlier on. Is that an omen, I wonder? David Jenkins and Michael Oliver scheduled to be on road 2. I don't think Michael Oliver's going to be there somehow because of that shunt earlier on. I think his truck is rather hors de combat, as they say. We'll see as they come out. Martin Gibson and Stephen Powell will be on the 3rd row of the grid. There's David Jenkins, minus his front bumper after some contact earlier on. Now that, I think, is Martin Gibson's truck. Yes, Michael Oliver is not there. Stephen Powell, number 3. Ryan Smith will be on row 4 alongside Tom O'Rourke, who starts 8th, having won race 3 earlier on. Then Ricky Collins, Adam Vince on row 5. Row 6, scheduled to be Simon Cole. Is Simon not there? I can't see Simon Cole in the assembly area. So Sammy Oyanen is there, Stuart Oliver, he's quite a way back on the grid. No Archie Handy either, he retired from race 4. Bradley Harvey is there, I'm not sure if Neil Yates is there either, so he might be 1 or 2 trucks short for this one. Callum Eason's there, and John Powell scheduled to start from the pits. We'll double check a couple of those. Simon Cole and Archie Handy are not there because of problems with Archie's truck, I think, earlier on. So we're missing our Division 2 Championship protagonist. David Smith confirmed on pole then alongside John Bowler. Yes, they're both present. David Jenkins is there. No Michael Oliver after his shunt earlier on. Martin Gibson and Stephen Powell are there. Ryan Smith, Tom O'Rourke, Ricky Collett, Adam Bintz. Then we've got Sammy Oyanen, Stuart Oliver. Further back, he retired from race 3, of course. Neil Yates is there, 33. No Archie Handy or Simon Cole. Bradley Harvey and Callum Eason are there. John Powell is hopefully going to be starting from the pit lane in the new DAF. He did make the start of the previous race, but only lasted 1 lap before he pulled into the pits again, unfortunately. Hoping for better fortune now. Now, can David Smith hang on in front? I reckon David Jenkins could be the one to watch here, going from the second row, but then again, Ryan Smith's there on row 3. Simon Cole having the chance to pull ahead in the points of Jake Evans, with Jake not able to race this weekend. His engine went in free practice yesterday, unfortunately, but Simon Cole missed a race yesterday. He's missed a couple today, but he's had 3 wins in Division 2, so the Division 2 Championship should be nicely poised and all the calculations are done. Bradley Harvey scored his first win in race 2 yesterday, so we could potentially see a new winner in Division 2 here, unless Bradley completes his double. Division 2 a bit thin on the ground in this one with the various mechanical problems. Archie Handy not there. So it's between Bradley Harvey, Sammy Oyanen and Callum Eason. This could be their best chance, Oyanen and Eason, for their first Division 2 win. Final race of the weekend then here at Thruxton. Fasten your seatbelts for round 15 of the British Truck Racing Championship 2025. David Smith and John Bowler on the front of the grid. Jenkins and Gibson from the second row. Stephen Powell alongside Ryan Smith. Tom O'Rourke could spring another surprise. And alongside him is Michael Oliver. They haven't fixed that truck upgrade. That's 101. There we go then. Pace truck about to pull into pit lane. Let's have a cracker of a race to finish off the weekend. Round 15 of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. The red lights go out and we're underway. Up towards Allard for the first time. David Smith and John Bowler side by side. They're still in convoy 2 by 2 as they head up through Allard towards the complex for the first time. John Bowler's going to try for the lead on the outside. David Jenkins tucked behind. Sammy Oyanen goes grass tracking on the run through Allard. It's John Bowler. Is he going to get round the outside of David Smith? They're still absolutely side by side. David Jenkins in behind. Then it's Martin Gibson. They're all close bunched up as they head through the complex for the first time. Is Bowler. He's just got his nose in front. Has he got the overlap? Yes, John Bowler takes the lead for the second time this weekend. David Smith in second place. Here comes David Jenkins. David Smith a bit slow out of the complex. Look at the way John Bowler pulled away there. Jenkins third, Gibson fourth, Ryan Smith is fifth, Stephen Powell is in sixth position. Then it's O'Rourke, Bintz, Stuart Oliver's up to ninth, he's got away well. Neil Yates rounding up the top 10. Ricky Collett lost a couple of places there in the 95. Been a fairly quiet weekend for the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire. His company pulls some of the heaviest loads seen on Britain's roads. Here come your leaders then. John Bowler leads through Church for the first time. David Jenkins going through. He's passed David Smith up into second position. Ryan Smith's gone through into fourth place. Who's leading Division 2? It's Sammy Oyanen. Only 3 Division 2 trucks out there in this one. With no Handy, no Cole, no Jake Evans. Of course, no Graham Poole this weekend. It's the chicane they come for the first time. Ryan Smith up into fourth position, chasing his namesake David. Second place, number 69, David Jenkins, now from Stafford, trying to get a run on John Bowler. Ryan Smith's got a run on David Smith. He's going to go for third place. He remembers Brands Hatch and how long he was held up behind David Smith. He goes through into P3. not been the best of weekends for Ryan with that disqualification yesterday. Gibson in 5th, Stephen Powell 6th, then O'Rourke, Bintz, Oliver, Yates and Collett. Sammy Oyenan leads Division 2 as Tom O'Rourke up the inside takes Stephen Powell. Well, Tom O'Rourke looking fired up again. His confidence buoyed by that win earlier on in race 3, which meant he started 8th this time. He's not hanging around though, he's going after Martin Gibson. Now he's up into 6th position. Adam Bintz, Neil Yates towards the bottom of the Division 1 standings, along with Ricky Collett at the moment, Division 2 behind them. Now can Sami Oyenan take a win for Finland, Division 2 perhaps? Callum Easton and Bradley Harvey, his only rivals in this one. That's on the far side of the course. Ryan Smith is up with the 2 leaders now. He's going for his great rival David Jenkins on the inside as they come out towards Woodham Hill. Side by side, it's still John Bowler who leads the way. Switching across is the number 1 of Ryan Smith. Jenkins holds the inside line. It's Bowler from Jenkins, Smith, David Smith still in 4th place. Bowler moves across to protect Ryan Smith's going to try and go around the outside of both of them. David Jenkins doesn't know which way to go. He chooses to move across and protects 2nd place from Flying Ryan. It's still John Bowler who hangs on to the lead. Here they come then. Three trucks line astern. David Smith just keeping a watching brief, and Tom O'Rourke having a go at Martin Gibson. Gibson ran wide there, coming into the complex. And when there was a bit of contact between the 2 of them. Gibson defending now from Tom O'Rourke as they come out of Seagrave. Powell is next, then Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver needs to close up here and try and keep his championship lead. In the pit lane, oh, that's Oyenan. The Division 2 leader is out of it. Cloud of smoke there, he's clearly got engine trouble. That's end of game for Sami Oyenan and the Mad Crop team. So that means to say that Callum Easton is leading Division 2. Could we have another first-time winner this weekend? Can he hold off Bradley Harvey? That's on the far side of the circuit. Still your leader is John Bowler, ahead of Jenkins and Ryan Smith. Stephen Powell under fire from Stuart Oliver, then Adam Bintz, Neil Yates, Ricky Collett. Bradley Harvey's got ahead of Callum Easton, I just caught a glimpse of there, so we have a new leader in Division 2 once again. Can Callum Easton fight back? 10 minutes for John Bowler to soak up the pressure for his first win of the season. David Jenkins looking for his first of 2025 as well. But they've got the 9 times champion Ryan Smith behind them. Jenkins determined not to let Smith through. I think he's concentrating more on defending from Ryan Smith than he is on attacking John Bowler. Smith's having a go at both of them. You saw the way Jenkins carved across there. Got a wheel on the grass up to the complex, but Smith's got back to the inside. He's got the line for the complex. Into Campbell. He's through to 2nd. Now down to the business of trying to catch John Bowler. The man from Stockport leads the way. Can Ryan Smith get through? Going for his 2nd win of the weekend. Can John Bowler hang on, make it 5 different winners in Division 1 this weekend? Ryan Smith took race 1, Stuart Oliver inherited race 2. It was Tom O'Rourke in race 3, David Smith in race 4. It's not often we get 5 different winners in a weekend. But Ryan Smith trying to prevent that statistic here as he has a go at John Bowler. David Jenkins will be trying to fight back as well in 3rd place. Through Village, up towards Church. Here comes Flying Ryan. Can John Bowler defend here into the chicane? Ryan Smith's got his headlights on. Look, you can see them in the sides of the windscreen. That's to try and intimidate John Bowler, put him under pressure. Bowler moves across. The MAN stays ahead of the Daimler. The older shape MAN of David Jenkins in 3rd place. Similar machine of David Smith still in 4th. He had his confidence boosted by that win earlier on. Martin Gibson still holding P5 ahead of Tom O'Rourke. As Ryan Smith has a look again. Oh, Callum Easton with a mistake at the chicane. That's handed Bradley Harvey a clear lead in Division 2. The Green Group truck and Tool Maniac MAN gets going again. He's still not far behind Weaver. Now, has Ryan Smith been able to attack for the lead? No, he hasn't. Into the complex. I thought he might get alongside John Bowler. David Smith still 4th, then Gibson, O'Rourke, Stephen Powell 7th, Stuart Oliver still back in 8th. As here comes Ryan Smith having a look on the inside at Noble. John Bowler again moves to cover. There's a bit of rubbing between the two of them. Bit of contact there on the corners of the two trucks. Now Smith trying to go round the outside at Goodwood. I don't think that's going to work, and that loss of momentum has allowed Jenkins back into the battle as well. We know what deadly rivals Smith and Jenkins are. Smith trying to get to the inside for Church Corner. They come out of Village. Oh, Callum Easton's come to a stop. So it was a problem there that caused him to slow and miss the chicane. Ryan Smith up alongside. He's got a run on John Bowler this time. They're side by side on the run up towards Woodham Hill. But where Callum Easton has stopped, we might see a full course yellow. We'll wait and see. Smith's got the inside line for the chicane. Bowler might be late on the brakes though. And yes, the yellow has come up on the timing screen. We're going to go full course yellow, I think, for Callum Easton's truck. Okay. So the trucks slow as they come through the chicane. We'll confirm when we can see the lights. Yes, the yellow lights are flashing, full course yellow. And they slow over the line. Ryan Smith was just about to attack for the lead there. This is going to back everybody up. We've got 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Now, has Oyanen got going again? I'm not sure that he has. And with Callum Easton out, I think Bradley Harvey's our only truck left in Division 2. There's Callum Easton. He stopped on the run into Allard. That's a shame, because he could have been on for his first Division 2 victory. So we're under virtual safety car, effectively then, or virtual safety truck, you might say. Ah, Oyanen is back out there. I thought he'd gone into the paddock. Love the eyes on the front of the C-suit. Still a little smoky there. Fatigue at the wheel kills. That's a very true statement on the back of the Sisu, sponsored by Mad Croc Energy Drink. Other energy drinks are available, including a nice strong cup of tea, which normally keeps me going during my commentaries. There's Ricky Collett. Collett's heavy haulage. As we say, some of the biggest loads on Britain's roads are handled by Collett's. I remember seeing in my area of the Midlands them hauling some massive oxygen tanks using some very special trailers and pusher trucks as well as pullers a few years ago. That was just after the pandemic. They also do lots of work with UK wind farms as well, hauling wind turbine blades to some very remote sites. It's not until you see the blades in close-up you realise just how big they are. Callum Easton out of his truck, slams the door in disgust. It's a great shame for young Callum. Climbs over the barrier. And Sammy Oyanen's a couple of laps down, so Division 2 is pretty much Bradley Harvey's for the taking now. Leans on the spectator fence. Probably not the best time to ask for an autograph.
Sammy might have worked that out, you know, that there was only two of them out there. Just get back out.
And we have a black and orange flag for number 96. That's Bradley Harvey. I'm not sure why. We'll have a look towards the back of the field. There is the 96. So all of Division 2 have had problems. Now, why has 96 got a black and orange flag? I can't see any bodywork trailing off it. But he's going to have to call into the pits. He does so. There's a little bit of damage there on the left-hand side, look, a bit of wheel rub. Now, let's see if we can see what the team do here. It's the ex-John Powell DAF that Bradley's driving. He comes in. Is he being signalled into the paddock here? Yes, he is. Well, the only thing I can think of is that he might be leaking fluid. So Bradley Harvey goes into the paddock. Callum Eason's out of the race, so there's only Sammy Oyen left running in Division 2 now, and he's about 3 laps down. So Division 2, it's become a last man standing affair. The red flag has now come out, though, because we're coming towards the circuit curfew. So I think that will be result declared. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. We are coming up to the circuit curfew, so I imagine that will be result declared, and it will be a win for John Bowler. So it's confirmation. That means we've had 5 winners in Division 1 this weekend. Yeah, they have to be off track by 6:30, which is the curfew here at Thruxton. That's in 2 minutes' time, so we would not have got any more racing laps in. So the race is called, the trucks will be taken back to the paddock. We'll have to await confirmation on the result of Division 2. I suspect it will be a first win for Sammy Oyen, but John Bowler will take the win provisionally in Division 1 ahead of Ryan Smith and David Jenkins. David Smith will take 4th, Martin Gibson 5th, then Tom O'Rourke, Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver down in 8th. So that's going to leave things interestingly balanced in terms of the championship between Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. John Bowler might close the gap as well. He's had a good weekend. Poor old Callum Eason with a chance of his first Division 2 win there, but it's been a very incident-packed weekend here at Thruxton. Comes to an end with provisionally a win for John Bowler ahead of Ryan Smith, then Jenkins, David Smith. Bradley Harvey, well, was in 9th at the time of the stoppage there, but he had come into the pits, so I imagine Sammy Oyen will take the win in Division 2, despite being behind his rivals in the classification, because Callum Easton was not running at the time of the red flag. Bradley Harvey had gone into the pits. Oyen, despite being 3 laps down, we'll have to wait to see if he is classified, because if he's any further behind and he hasn't completed the right number of laps to be classified, then we could have Division 2 with no finishers. That would be a first, I think. Adam Bint, Neil Yates and Ricky Collick completing the runners. And once the trucks are back in Parc Ferme, we'll be able to hopefully hear from the drivers down with Pointy, but they have to be off track by 6:30 to meet the circuit noise curfew. We can see our show trucks making their way out of the Woodham Hill paddock area up there. Hopefully we might see the show trucks out on track, but it depends on the circuit curfew whether they're going to be allowed to do some laps. We will find out and hopefully bring you some highlights from it. But for now the trucks are heading into Parc Ferme and we'll be over to Pointy as soon as we can. Okay, as Callum Easton's truck is recovered from Allard, we can now go into point C in Park Fermé.
Wow, so that happened, didn't it? I suppose for some of them. Yeah, let's go to the elephant in the room or not. Where is he? John Bowler. My goodness me, is he gone? Here we go. Look at this. Already greeted by mother and son. Not of the same child, obviously. His mother, his son, also. There's the connection between the two. John, what a battle! My God, that was a great race. We were all waiting for you to drop back, obviously, and then you didn't. What happened?
I was just giving Ryan a few lessons, you know what I mean?
I tell you, that was great to see. It was, yeah, I mean, have you heard about Division 2?
No, I didn't hear about Division 2. I seen one of them off on the side of the track.
There was basically one truck left in the race, so I don't know whether to give him all 3 trophies or not.
I think a few other people would like him, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But more importantly, you're getting a first place. Yeah, the big one. Should we give him the big one?
Yeah!
Yeah! Excellent. Oh, we've just deafened John, the cameraman. Sorry about that. Which is saying something because he turns the volume down whenever I hold the mic. So it's impressive. Well done, you. You've got to be happy with that result.
Yeah, fantastic. We've had a bit of an up and down weekend. The team had done really well, so very happy with that. And it was a really close, competitive, and some real close, clean racing, which was nice. We all gave each other enough room. More to me, obviously, but there you go.
Obviously, it was super tight. It was just watching you and Dave Jenkins early on in the race. Like, wow, this is super tight. How is this going to turn out?
I know, yeah. And then Ryan started to make a move, and it was some really clean racing. Bit of the unknown. Ryan's me and Ryan raced very cleanly, I'd like to think, over the years. Yeah, enjoyed it. Good racing.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done, John. Let's hear it for John, team. Come on. Oh, I love this kid. Look at this. It's the proud moment for everybody involved. Who have we got further back? We've only actually got one Division 2 driver, and I'm just gonna go with it. Otilut Kazasta.
Huh?
Yeah, I bet I got that wrong. Congratulations.
Why?
Well, you got a trophy. You're the only truck in Division 2 left here, so that's good, right? Yeah, it's good. You got a trophy, you're here. I mean, this is all we have left. Look, kaput. Good.
Never give it up.
Never give it up. It's at 5 cylinders and a lap down, but he still managed to bring home a trophy. Good weekend?
Yeah, very good.
Very good. Thank you for joining us, Sammy. I'll let you go. Fair play, buddy.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's get a shot. Graham, let's get a shot, proper shot.
Do you come to sauna this
Yeah,
today?
The sauna, yeah.
We have sauna.
We have sauna, yeah. Wow, great vibes from Sammy Owen in there. Really great to actually interview the guy. First time I've ever chatted to the bloke. He's always not shy, but shall we say, there is a language barrier. Apparently, I didn't get the correct Finnish sentence. Google has lied to me and let us all down. Anyway, that was an interesting way to finish the weekend here at Thruxton. We've had crashes, smashes, thrills and spills, as always is expected with the British Truck Racing Championship. However, I believe that's all the racing we've got time for, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it, Pointy. The timetable's done and we've hit curfew anyway. I don't want us to get run over.
Yeah.
Pointy, thank you. It's great to see you. We have such a good weekend, don't we?
It was good fun. It was good fun. Highlight for your weekend?
I think being in the back of that monster truck with you.
Oh, I've been in loads of really interesting reels, and being a narcissist, I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Okay, all right. We did some filming as well that we hope will never see the light of day as well.
Probably best, yeah.
Right, Pointy, we need to throw back to Dave Goddard for the final word. Thanks, Pointy. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Thanks, guys. See you next time. What filming are we talking?
Well, thanks to Ian and Pointy. They're probably off to the beer tents to enjoy the last bit of the evening. I don't think we're going to see the show truck parade, unfortunately, due to the circuit curfew. That's had to be sacrificed, which is a shame. But we got all our races in, and that was the main thing. We will await confirmation on who's actually won Division 2 in that race, because I'm not sure that Sami Ojanen did enough laps to be classified. So we don't know at present. That'll have to be confirmed officially by the championship in days to come with their points chart. But that does wrap up the weekend here on BARC TV here at Thruxton. So thank you very much for your viewership. Thank you for sticking with us during the delays earlier on while the barriers were repaired. Thank you to all the volunteer marshals here at Thruxton for their hard work, and the circuit maintenance staff as well for conducting those repairs as quickly and safely as possible. Thank you to everyone else here this weekend as well. We couldn't go racing without the medical staff, the recovery crews. We mentioned the maintenance staff alongside the marshals, the race control team, the timekeepers, and everybody else, all the officials here at Thruxton, and from the British Automobile Racing Club and from the 750 Motor Club as well, with their guest championships here this weekend. Been great to have them along. That 750 Formula race, certainly a highlight of the weekend for me earlier on. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment, and to their crews in the paddock for keeping the vehicles running. And thank you to you, the viewers, for joining us. We'll see you back in 3 weeks' time when we go to Zandvoort in the Netherlands for Caterham action. That's going to be a cracker at the home of the Dutch Grand Prix. But for now, I've pretty much run out of voice, so just leaves me to say a big thanks to all our camera crews and everybody else out in the field this weekend for bringing us the action. Thanks to Elliot, our director, and Dan, who was directing yesterday as well. Well done to all of them. Thanks to Ian and Pointy. So on their behalf and on behalf of everyone here at Thruxton, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Convoy Thruxton 2025. We'll see you for Zandvoort in 3 weeks' time, but till then, it's goodbye.